You will be our silent eye. Come seek us out. We will be there to give them reckoning. Oh, you shall wait at the city gates. You shall guide their way. You shall hear their coming steps. Feel our malice. For every soul they took away, we arm and take our aim. Bring down the fire like just another vacant race. To think of what is standing in their way. Oh, face him up, oh, face him up. For we are true to our name. Once, a stealing course. Strike twice. Redeem this world. We'll take our bombs, we'll make amends here. Where they bring death, we must remain. Relive the pain and turn it on well. 'Cause we must live up to our name. To the knowledge so intense on our red. We refuse to let you have the
battle has begun, and metal shall prevail. For we know what they have done. 5 legends of our realm who sought to follow the path of their dark musings. But they did not know what they had summoned. Pentakill. To these creatures, there is but one thing left to do. Heavy metal.
ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LPL. It's weird saying that after leaving you for a little bit, but not only myself, Hysterics, I am back here in a strange plant room with sun attacking me on the side. But like, honestly, the setup's getting there. To Jamana, also joining back with me.
Yeah.
It's just a reunion day or something.
I guess so. It is a reunion day, right? You're in this weird space. I'm in the same, people at home probably looks very, very strange blue walls studio. But it's exciting to be back at the same time, right? You know, like you kind of say, a bit of a half reunion tour day.
Yeah, it's a chill vibe again. You know, LPL looking a little bit different this year as well as we look towards yesterday just before we get into today, because today is going to open your eyes a little bit to, I guess, the kind of excitement in store. Yesterday, though, I will say, best thing about it, Top Esports defeating OMG. Didn't look close. Top Esports, favorite team of mine, Jamada, who have been kind of impressing.
I know. You've always been the top esports guy or the IG guy. It's kind of one or the other few.
True.
Still very happy to see that BLG are dominating the league. 2-0 against FPX, of course. We kicked off yesterday with LGD finding their third series win of the split.
Well, as we get into today, I believe we do have a bit of sound on tape to launch us closer towards what we're going to see. Well, you'll take me there first anyway. A bit of a misunderstanding. It's strange being back on LPL as well with different voices in your ear.
Exactly. Standings, like I said, BLG still dominating. JDG have 2 games in hand, one of them, or series rather, in hand. They will play one of those today. Of course, IG Top Esports trading them. The top half of the table looks relatively familiar to us, returning. One thing that definitely doesn't seem so, I suppose, LPL-ish to us, RNG and EDG struggling towards the bottom end of the league.
Very true. I mean, this is crazy to me because RNG, EDG historically have always been near the top. Like, seeing these teams consistently in RNG's case, but maybe now in EDG's case with a really disappointing start, is just strange. I think the long-term fans will also agree. I think the Guildborg fans with LNG as well will also understand. I just had to throw it out. But yeah, Jamada, as we roll through, I don't know. Again, it's just a crazy split. And that's why today has kind of ended up the way it is, right? IG fans probably didn't have high hopes. AL fans definitely didn't have high hopes. And I'm glad that's where we start because this feels like it's going to be a bloody battle and one that, again, historic fans probably aren't used to in recent history.
I mean, let's be frank. If you're coming into the start of this year and for some reason you were looking at this week's schedule specifically, this Saturday, and you saw IG Anyone's Legend, you'd be like, yeah, these guys are going to be battling out for like perhaps their third, win of the split. No, these guys are battling for, 8 wins now. So a really, really positive start, especially when you contrast it to what we were used to from last year, IG, and especially Anyone's Legend. Really struggling throughout a lot of the year. So finding success now, a lot of believing as the IG motto goes, especially for that bottom side.
And I do think, look, if we continue to talk about historics as well, we can at least look at recent history and start talking a little bit about the IG changes that made it look good. And in the jungle, it's mid-split, right? Because we were still seeing the new blood come in. Then Loyen comes in out of nowhere, the old RA jungler. And suddenly this team, I guess, looks even better, right? Like, I don't know your thoughts on this.
I mean, to be honest with you, if you think about it from last year, not to go to our history too much, but IG looked the most fun whenever it was like Tianjin randomly getting his Rengar in, right? And then they were just kind of playing really, really crazy, super aggressive. Lian is that player all of the time off the Rengar, right? On his picks like Nidalee, the Lee Sin, Xin Zhao has been a very big favor of his as well. So yeah, I'm kind of happy to see that they've found a more of a clear identity for themselves and it's working very, very efficiently.
And on the other side as well, as we look at AL, I think we can say something similar. This is a team that has changed things up a bit. You know, we see players like Hope, Shanks together. I think more importantly, some experience coming out of Croco. Harry's already showing a lot of blood in the last split or the previous splits as well. I'm kind of excited, and a lot of people had high expectations on Anyone's Legend coming into the split, but I'm kind of glad that they touched the base. And I don't know, Jamada. Also, again, another team that comes out of left wing, which I think hits the theme in this series.
Yeah, definitely so, right? It was predominantly Hope and Shanks coming over from the WE core that a lot of LPL fans will be familiar with. But with the whole roster, everyone still had plenty of questions. They have, however, definitely silenced quite a few doubters so far, with a far stronger performance than anyone's Legend have been able to put up with any previous iteration in the last 2 years or so, bar that summer where they almost barely made it into playoffs in 2022. Here, though, looking to continue their stride and try and make sure they can secure that top 10 for the playoff spot.
I mean, they need to start winning some games that they should. Just a quick note on talking about their success, some of their losses as well. The EDG series, even the NIP series in one of the games there. The RA series recently this week that they should have won. It's games like that that they need to kind of shore up. And we talk about them trying to make it into playoffs, and I know a constant number that always comes up in LPL is 9 wins. That's how you secure and lock down. BLG, first team to lock in only the other day. And I'm kind of interested to see, again, as we get up to that lucky number, IG and anyone's Legends today, alluding to your point, are going to be reaching 8 bare minimum.
Exactly. And for anyone's Legend, it'll feel particularly sweet having missed out a few splits ago last year. Very, very struggly. But for IG, I mean, it feels like it's been a while since we've seen them in playoffs, right? So if this iteration of IG can do it, especially after, a lot of hype and fanfare behind 2023's roster coming into this year as well, that's sort of similar level of support, seeing the build-up of Arn and Wink as a bottom lane duo, and then, of course, Lian in recency coming in and very much bolstering what I can only imagine has been endless aggression, would definitely feel very, very good for this IG roster and for their fans.
It would indeed. And again, look, there was already the talent behind it. I think further to your point, Arn and Wink have come out of left field for me too, to follow the theme. Wink, especially as a support, has definitely developed on things like the Nautilus we've seen so far. Wise came crying, we're new great pieces to add for a puzzle that could be topside centric. The fact that, again, we have that versatility added in is great. And, IG is a good news story because, again, I think it's been what, Jamada, 2.5 years? Like, it's been a while since IG fans could get excited about their lineup, and it might only be spring. But I don't know. I think when you're at 7 wins this early on, it feels right to start bolstering a bit of hope,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the last time that IG made it into LPL playoffs was spring 2021. So to say it's been a bit of a wait would be, an understatement, to say the least.
Yeah.
And that was, of course, still when, you had the Shy, Rookie, and Shun on the roster all the way back then. So, a lot of faith put into this new iteration of IG, and hopefully they can live up to, what seems to be their new built, what's the word I'm looking for? Expectations. There you go.
Again, we have a lot of expectation talk, I think, again, coming from a more historic angle as guests. Today, we kind of talked about the fact that, again, these fan bases haven't had anything to look at. I think it's something, again, reiterating as we go through. I kind of want to talk a little bit deeper about IG and what to expect today, because when you go up against AL, who do have large champion pools and things like Jungle, surprisingly, Hope as well. On the other side is IG, I kind of look at it and I'm like, man, there are some weird junglers, and I guess all around individual picks going around between these two.
Yeah, I mean, like we kind of alluded to, I beg your pardon, a lot of Xin Zhao Priory, Lee Sin up there as well, a couple of Graves games shared. Junglers typically, they're falling onto these champions after, the kind of what I would call the jungle big three, I guess, of the Rel, the Sejuani, Maokai, and the Vias. Technically 4 champions, I guess, so call it the big 4. Those are the champions that a lot of teams are relying on to, find that consistent level of engage, early game threat, all of that kind of stuff. Croco and Leon do not give a damn about these champions. They've been playing the more aggressive ones, like we've mentioned. So I do wonder if that's not only going to lead to more blood, but also a lot more focused draft side on, securing earlier jungle picks or even counter jungle picks at times. Whilst we would typically not see counter jungle picks be super relevant in pro, this could be one of those weird series where, getting the upper hand in a 1v1 in the jungle matchup can actually be pretty detrimental to getting yourself a win.
few years ago when Loyan was on RA, I think it was one of the better splits of RA where we're experiencing one of the first playoffs, if not the only playoffs from memory. And it was Loyan on the team playing around carry junglers, right? Picks like this. If you're seeing a versatile meta where Loyan can carry, you again see another meta where Loyan can be top 3. So I feel like, again, IG, not just recent success, but the changeover that we've seen maybe gives a little bit more experience. As again, we're hyping up junglers here. We have to. The champion pool looks whack. Outside of the fact that we know we're probably going to get a Smolder here, Jamada. I don't know if you've been practicing sneezing recently, but maybe you might have to gear one up as we go to pick bad.
Yeah, well, I'm feeling a little bit under the weather today. Not the sneezy kind, to be fair. I'm kind of wondering whether or not we will just see a Smolder ban outright. It did lose a fair bit. If it wasn't yesterday, it was the day before. Had an 8-1 record. I think it now sits at 8-4. It could have definitely shifted since then. But Smolder had a ridiculous win rate in his entry into the LPL. And we'll see what the priority does lie towards as we're here. Picks and bans, obviously. Nortless Ashe away by Anyone's Legend, and IG on towards that Twisted Fate, which is still powerful even on 14-4. And of course the Udyr as well, which has definitely been a bit of a pick that Harry has relied on to remain relatively consistent in that top side.
Other side though, I mean, the Xin Zhao taken away. We just mentioned how Loyan, you know, as a jungler, this guy's versatile, but he's also got those bruises under his wing. Most played so far here in the regular season. 50-50 on it, but still a comfort champion to open up, taken away. Importantly as well, Lucian down in LPL, which I'm not used to actually having core lane tactics. It looks like AL sticking to that lane, thinking about the 2v2 themselves.
Yeah, one thing that was banned quite aggressively against IG in the EDG series was that Kalista. So Anyone's Legend not banning it, want to make sure that they're the ones with it. And on blue side, whilst it doesn't necessarily give you full access to always having counterpick in the support role, playing red side bottom lane against Kalista can feel like a nightmare if the enemy team wants it to be. So we'll see how heavily the focus is put onto Arn and Wink and trying to make their life very difficult. Now though, IG going towards Nico first rotation. I wonder if this means that Leon will get his jungle super early on, or if it's going to be anything else. Potentially thinking about snapping away this Renata, tear up the Renata-Kalista duo just to ensure that you're not dealing with a very powerful 2v2. Then of course Renata can give you a lot of disengage in early dives, and especially once level 6 comes in.
And although we usually see, you know, something like Nautilus with it, I will just say, you know, Arn has the option of something like a Draven as well, right? Nautilus already banned on the other side too, but we can see different iterations, especially with IG's bottom lane historically. AL on the other side, another power pick that is open here is the Karma left living and breathing. We just see the Smolder coming in now. It's not banned away. You said it had a bad week, or at least lead up to this Jamada. Maybe walking away and looking at what the LCK bottom lane is looking at as priority, which is his Senna.
Exactly. Senna has been very, very popular across the world. Whether it's fasting, whether it's a lot of farming in the West, which, you know, I think a lot of us over in the LCS have been scratching our heads about. Fasting Senna definitely feels a little bit more powerful, and with Senna locked in, should be Senna with the Kalista in the bottom lane, which, whilst it's not the most aggressive duo in terms of setup, if they can find a jungler that has a little bit of CC, it's still a lot to work with. And you called out the Draven pick and lock in for Arn. It makes a lot of sense. You're into Kalista. It's one of the few champions that can go 1-to-1 in that early damage department, and it could definitely stave off a little bit of pressure just from Draven being in that bottom lane matchup.
And again, it's funny because they're both Draven players. Wink, before he retired, being an 80 carry. Then Arn kind of picked up the craft as well. So always love seeing Draven in the bottom lane hands of IG. As Poppy taken away in the interim. Feels like a ban just targeted towards Croco, especially since, you know, things like the Azir are still open. Still like optioning gauges for IG that probably need to be picked up here in the next rotation.
Yeah, I mean, there are quite a few picks that you can really try to ban down the hatches with and make sure that your bottom lane can remain safe. And Poppy is one of those things where if you're dealing with a stacked wave and you're on red side and Poppy hex flashes over the wall or just flashes or walks out of the tri-bush, because you can obviously get pretty free access to the turret, life gets miserable real fast. So I wouldn't be surprised to see IG remove away one more jungler that can really make early dives a very easy possibility. Perhaps something like the Viego could be a pretty easy target to remove from Croco's pool because Leon doesn't really play it. It will be the Jarvan, which still kind of fits that same MO, right? Of looking for those early aggressive bottom lane dives, and Leon can get pretty much pick of the litter after this next AL ban. Jax towards YSKM. Then the next one could just about be anything, right? It's YSKM. You could see a Fiora ban. You could see a target towards Leon as well if they don't want to have to deal with anything weird and kooky out of his champion pool.
True, again, that's why I love this series, because, again, IGAL, there's going to be a lot of those pockets that come out of nowhere. At least banning the Cassante is a good start because, let's be real, YSKM has loved it this split. 13 games, probably the most played top Cassante. At least taking away, again, one of those tools that IG could have looked at. Means that we have to start thinking again which direction Loyan will go here. Will they leave top for a counter? He's already picked up the Nidalee a couple of times this split. I mean, again, he's flaunting it.
I mean, happy to blind it. Right now, what's really nice about the Nidalee pick is there's not really a lot of hard engage on the side of anyone's legend, right? So it could potentially turn into a situation where if Leon can get a very early lead and start to snowball it, if there's no, ability to really get on top of Nidalee and the rest of what is a relatively a mobile core, though a very heavy anti-dive core of IG, life could get really tough. This Lee Sin pick is going to facilitate some early plays, perhaps. And we'll see how Croco gets on. The champion pool was very much limited throughout a lot of these bans towards his champions, and Harry will land on this Aatrox. So will this be a YSKM Camille, or will it be a YSKM Renekton because there's Nidalee, or will it be a Fiora for the 1-to-1? It will be the Renekton. So this just screams to me, Asterix, IG have drafted a bottom lane they feel like can deal with themselves in the 2v2 from time to time, right? Not really struggling in terms of getting dove. And whenever Leon can find the window and YSKM can set up the wave, they're going to go up there and just make Harry's life as miserable as possible, whilst Cryan should go 1-to-1 or take blows from Shanks in terms of finding priority whenever they can, and then look to roam alongside Leon.
But then the only question I have for you is, like, well, if IG's comp doesn't find any of those windows, if they can't saw through these lanes, is it a simple case of AL just, well, we should 5v5 now because we'll always win, or what?
Simple, I don't know about that, but on a flat value level, I have to say yes. Anyone's Legends composition does have a much stronger floor of innate scaling to them with Senna, with things like the Karma as well, to really facilitate even the champions you wouldn't necessarily expect to scale super well, like Kalista and Lee Sin. So yeah, Anyone's Legend, if they have a very quiet early game, they wouldn't mind. I feel like the onus is a little bit on IG to try and get the ball rolling, because there isn't really much a theme other than being sort of anti-dive on the bottom side whilst trying to look for early aggression towards YSKM's lane.
Well, keeping down on the pass has been kind of the way to go. I'm curious, though, coming in as a guest, I mean, seeing IG at the forefront, we've seen some incredible games like the 2-0 against BLG earlier in the split. They're a bag full of surprises. While as AL, you can say the exact same thing. A lot of people had hype for this roster, and I feel like in the most part they've delivered. Shanks has delivered, in particular for me. And once we get into Summoner's Rift, we now find out who joins the 8 Club. The Security Club. This is Jayo's ring out.
I have missed that Hysterics. I
Nice,
have missed
isn't it?
those Gyos. It is nice. As the top lane gentleman's agreement is going on our screen. I've never seen that. I'm not sure what Renekton skin that is, to be honest with you. But
I was just thinking the exact same thing. I was like, man, what are we looking at?
Someone get Aragon on the phone. He's going to know exactly what it is.
He's a skin guy, eh?
I don't know if he's a skin guy, but he is the Renekton guy. So I'm sure he'll be able to tell us immediately. Doesn't look like there's too many fishy shenanigans going on. Even though we had a look at Harry and YSKM there, it was, for the most part, a 5-point start across the map. And looks like jungle starts will mostly be hidden, though that's a friendly ward. So we'll see whether or not Leon actually goes for that cross map, because to me that seems like Anyone's Legend are anticipating that there will be... Oh, okay, so this is very, very interesting. I think Arn and Wink are trying to feign that they leashed. And then maybe Liam will go for an invade, but there's that defensive ward by Anyone's Legend. We'll see what the pathing is. Very, very cheeky from Arn to try and make it seem like they did give that leash over, as there is no information actually as to whether the Leon start was.
Gauss comes out. There's a big trade, in fact. Arn takes a health trade on top of that as well. One summoner for one summoner, in fact, correct me. Wink also burning the Ignite down bot. That's rough.
Yeah, 2-for-1 start. Arn is Gonna go and lifesteal off Gromp. One auto attack. Sure, why not? In all fairness, Draven has such base damage off of having those spinning axes that lifesteal is a pretty significant stat in the early stages, having that Thorin's Blade, so sure. Knows he's going to lose out on this prio. Croco, however, is not going to go and go for a bottom side invade or even really shadow hoping Kayle, even though they've had this very, very positive start. So Lian will have free reign and potentially free access to a gank down here, Hysterics, if Croco doesn't make a return beeline down here very quickly.
We just talked about all these jungle shenanigans finally playing out. Loyan, you know, moving to bot side, going to be difficult for now. Kayle just moving between river, but didn't drop a ward, so maybe I don't need to say difficult for the time being, but there is a spot on this top side as Croco goes in for his defensive, I guess, clear to clear out and make sure that this Nidalee ain't in this top side. So again, it's just playing mind games here as there's the first spear drawn onto Kayle. Kayle, if I want to be particular. Is Spear's going to not connect. Wink looking for the chase as well. The level 2 Renata not much able to be done as we walk away, and Loyan just continues trying to exert pressure and build a lead in the early game as you do.
Yeah, quite scary though for Hope. And Kayle not having Lee Sin be behind you when you're crashing in a wave like that, especially with some of your combat summoner spells, specifically Exhaust already being down, but it's not going to amount to much. And Croco's pathing kind of being dictated entirely by the fact that YSKM is on this Renekton and a wave was stacking, afraid that Harry could get dove, so wanted to be there. Worst comes to worst. Didn't play out that way though, as YSKM gonna eat. Fair trade, but we'll send it all the way back.
Absolutely.
Very well done.
No level 6 gain, but you know, again, we're not too far away. Level 4 on each carry. As Harry continues pushing in, now Loyan moves to the top side. Now, Harry's timing couldn't be better. He walks into brush, ready to ward, now flashes over. Loyan with the pounce as well, and as the Prowler finds the target, the spear does connect. Loyan thinking about the full engage, takes it and gets first blood. Nicely done.
Just beautifully done by Lian. Lands both the spears, gets the chase down in. Flash was already used by Harry on the way out. Doesn't have to use it himself, and off to the races for Nidalee now. Has the topside camps the full clear to basically return to after picking up a kill. And we'll see how much of a lead Lian can pull off of finding that one. It was a full solo kill. YSKM didn't even actually get an assist on it, so well done there. As we'll get the replay. And yeah, like you mentioned in the call, Jake, it's just unfortunate timing, to say the very least. YSKM doesn't really get in range to go for a Flash Ruthless Predator, but it doesn't matter because Lian knows the mind game, throws the spear downwards, and there's no more dashes available as Lian is going to find Croco out. Won't allow for all 3 grubs to go over, but neither jungler has Smite, so certainly something interesting is in the bottom lane. Trade.
At least a long-term Barney as we look to the short-term one. Arn is taking the brunt of the damage so far. Wink walks out with a heal, but they've separated. IG's bottom lane gets exhausted, and for the last call, can Arn find it? Not in time. Wink is going to die as well, and they've got hope. They've definitely got hope now in the bottom lane left standing after the biggest Barney we've seen.
Yeah, Wink's flash forward there with the handshake. If it connects, maybe they can bring Arn back with the bailout, but it's just not enough, and Hope's able to pick up the final kill on the return. Kayle gets the other. And honestly, Senna, you don't mind getting gold up here. Missed whatever scuffle may have happened. It does end up with Lian picking up 1 grub. So it means that anyone's legend won't secure all 3 whilst the bottom lane trades up in kills.
But the problem is, you've already early on lost a lot of the adoration. You know, Arn died with that call. Arn died and left behind a push lane, meaning that 10 CS down now as we look at a replay in this 2v2.
Yeah, I mean,
when you die this early as Draven, it feels bad.
It does feel bad, and you're kind of right at that time in the game as well where the stacks are starting to come in and a gank would have felt great, right? Or finding a kill would have been great. The flash forward, the handshake here, if that connects and they can find Hope with the stun, then, you know, the trade goes a completely different way, but Wink fires wide, unfortunately, and it results in Hope and Kayle winning out in that 2v2 entirely. And that does kind of set now a potential precedent for Hope and Kayle, not only to start to take over the 2v2, but perhaps for Croco to look for a dragon, right? If you can get the wave stacked up, you can start to get those going for you, or you can even look for a dive. For now, lane presence remains in Wink and Arn's favor, The wave was crashed after that play, so it's only natural it will bounce back out. Cryin.
Pop Blossom, no. Okay. Flash away. Shanks with the summoner spell that won't be crucial, but Cryin without that ulti. Loyan trying to fake that, okay, now with enemy jungle nearby. Nope, Loyan just walks in, and I guess that stops the play.
Yeah, and this probably stops IG from getting Dragon. Whilst it's nice that Cryin gets the summoner spell out of Shanks, you need that ultimate available for a potential, you know, turn into a fight if you wanted to secure that Dragon. So now Leon returns to the top side like he's just going to clear out all of his camps. Maybe look for Anyone's Legend. So that's surprisingly, even though at face value looks like a bit of a loss for Anyone's Legend, they're the ones that are going to secure this objective, even though they were the one that didn't quite have the timer just 30 seconds ago for it.
And any good early game bounce back is great for AL. You know, we talked about it a little bit at the end of draft. You know, for IG's composition, we know these early game tools have to function. Not only the Draven folks, but also that Renekton in the top side as well for YSKM. The one that's been pretty stable so far with Harry as well. And you can see Loyan is trying to play to this classic lane and try and get in and set him up.
Exactly. Harry, though, does have the tabbies, so those trades a little bit hard to confirm, lock down. Then we'll get the second spawn blue buff, and the Gromp's coming up, actually. So I wonder if he's going to look to commit for more than just this blue. Control ward. What's about Leon? And Leon doesn't really fancy the Gromp. Doesn't quite know where Croco could be at the end of the day. No, he does. He's going to go turn around for it. Croco's on the red. You can start to see a small bit of an experience difference begin to accrue as that base is prevented there. Leon will get this Gromp. Shouldn't be stopped on the way out, and Croco will be down a couple of camps. Feels good for the Nidalee. He's looking now for a reset. Probably has a fair amount of gold in a back pocket as well, so not too bad for IG. They effectively do get a cross map on the Dragon, but still, you would have probably preferred the Dragon on the timer where it looked pretty good, but Cryin had to look for that trade. Tried to put Shanks out of commission, and in doing so, does technically cost IG the objective.
Well, look, 30 seconds till Grubs. We're talking about a composition that has things like the Renekton, like the Nico, that aren't amazing split pushers, but hey, put them in a side lane, you get the influence of Grubs, anyone's going to be happy. Point is, Javada, IG at the moment, still working towards those one items, and if we get a fight around the Grubs, just kind of notice the fact that we don't have any completed items on Summoner's Rift right now. We have lethality in the game. We have Loyan with early game power as well. And with Renekton early play, it feels like for IG, we should be setting that up as an easy objective.
Yeah.
Depending on bot, I guess.
Seems like there's going to be a 3v3 because Leon is sat in his back brush. Croco, will he wrap all the way around? He will. And that root connects. That's the go signal.
Oh. I mean, Arn's at half HP already. There's a Fate's Call pulled on in. The carpet's laid out. Croco flashes away from it. That makes it a 3 versus 2, but teleports immediately coming in, turning into a team fight. Hope is the target for now with the Pop Blossom flash forward. Cryin sets it up. The Tangle Bud launches into 2. I mean, Shanks didn't even mean to be in the way.
Oh.
Arn gets a cash in. IG just given the red carpet of the game right then and there.
And I mean, this is what we're talking about, right? With IG's composition, whilst it doesn't necessarily scale the best, if there's one theme it's got going for it, it's really good at re-engaging, but also disengaging, right? You've got the Renard ultimate, Nico ult as well, comes in clutch, and you can see Croco, whilst his positioning initially looks pretty positive and promising, Leon already being here, lands the spear, the Renard ultimate comes out the bush, he just has to go in full retreat, and then Hope kind of sets himself up to be in a 1 versus 3, Dragon Kale into the ultimate, and then the chase down is just on from that point on. Flash forward comes out of Cryin, he knocks down another kill, and Shanks doesn't have the health bar to survive all of this damage, and the caching comes through for Arn. And that's got to feel good after losing those early stacks a couple of minutes ago.
I mean, again, look, that enabled Loyan with the extra gold he got from the fight as well, move straight into the Lich Bane. Like, it's a shame this man doesn't have Dark Steel, but Loyan on Nidalee in firm control of the game. I think a very good story when we're setting up that this guy in a carry jungle meta can really take over games. And when we know it's something like his Loyan, like his Nidalee, that Loyan is historically famous for, then I feel like they're in good hands, IG, especially turning the game bot side, moving ahead by 2k. You probably have a better grasp to fight this Dragon now with the new enhanced power that's just come out of nowhere with the cash gold.
Yeah, exactly. Such a big injection of gold now means that the reality of the situation is IG for the next maybe 5 minutes or so can pretty much do what they want. It does kind of feel bad, I suppose, they didn't get that Dragon. early on, extra, or even more, now that they've kind of found this surplus of gold to work with. But nonetheless, if they can really start to push down some towers, they've got 4 grubs. It's not 5, it's not 6, but the thing about grubs is they are a win more objective, so if you can get onto these structures, they do feel good. Rocco is eyeing up a play onto Cryan, who is cosplaying as Arn. And whilst he does that, Hope doesn't be forced off the way for now as top lane.
Not bad, not bad. Harry's on the right side as well. Wise came with dominance, but still the power of Aatrox, again, cannot be understated. It's definitely not the quote, but I feel like something somewhere in there, Aatrox sounds like that, you know? I was, you know, as we wait for Dragon, I was watching the other day. I was actually watching Kill, wasn't I? Not important right now. Loyan's behind them. Spear's going to connect. We're going to ignore me. The Fate's Call save today. Re-engage actually there. As well as Kale just doesn't care. He's got the ult in hand, and they've got a pinch. Crocker comes in, flashes forward, but no one landed on. Wink's just abandoned. But after everything, it's like flash, flash. AL finally get a target.
That's so funny. Arn and Leon have basically frame-perfect flashes to ensure that Croco can't get a good kick. And Wink is unfortunately just a little bit too far away to make an escape possible. That'll be second Dragon over to Anyone's Legend, and even though it's a Cloud, which comes in as the Rift and Soul for this game, you still feel pretty good about it, to be honest with you, when you're the ones with, I would argue, significantly better scaling one-to-one, and I feel like even how you interact with this comp at times, you can probably still play space, no matter what, even with all the disengage tools. Here you can see Wink just unfortunately takes the wide angle out of all 3 of them, and it means he can't flash into any safe space. Croco is able to just walk up to him and kick him. Unfortunately, he goes down. But Anyone's Legend will smile at that sacrifice. And as we mentioned, get that next Dragon. And it could even snowball here to this Herald, which is the start-up Cryan behind the pit. It doesn't seem like IG have any inclination to contest this. And Anyone's Legend, they're now claiming back some of that gold as well that they lost from that bottom side skirmish earlier on.
Very true. I mean, again, it's important because they've got Dragon stacking as well. So we could go on like a we could go. I was going to say go on like a dead flute. Where does that come from?
Sure.
Yeah. As
I
apparently dead flutes make lots of noise. Point being, Jabata, we were going on earlier on about how AL as a team, you know, bit of time on their side as well in certain situations. We've had some of those cash-ins, we've had some of those pop-ups of damage, but we know sitting on a Karma on the other side, we know that the tools we've seen when it comes into something like a pinch act very well, right? So again, 2 Dragons, time on their side, feels like maybe the gold lead doesn't have as much perspective as it could.
No, it definitely doesn't. Gold lead feels a little bit like a fake one. As we mentioned, not having those dragons stacked up, and the first items have come in across the board, and Anyone's Legend have very strong first items, right? Blade the Ruined King, Malignance on Karma, we know how that interaction works. Sundered Sky for Croco and Harry on the Sin and Aatrox respectively. Very, very powerful tools to deal with if they can get on top of the IG members. And that's kind of going to be the cat and mouse game, right? The theme of this next couple of minutes will be all the disengage tools that IG have. We could see them in action here as the Herald's been dropped by Anyone's Legend. They just want to chunk out this mid lane tier 1 if possible. I doubt a full takedown will be possible.
Yeah, no way. Only a little chunk that comes through. I mean, half HP, Herald dissipates. Now moving up to top side to see if we can clear some vision away. But for AL, a no timer available in their point of view. 2 minutes 15 for Dragon, 3 minutes 30 for the Baron coming up as well. We mentioned the gold lead a little bit before, but we kind of transgress. I mean, it is nice to see. We've had a bit of a slower start, Jamada, and yes, I can say that at 8 kills, especially with this region. But it feels like, you know, we've kind of been seeing the perspective of teams that are developed on their rosters or brought in developing players, and the temperament that's been given to 2 teams who were before just throw anything at the wall and stick. Like, the game could be decided and over by now if we're talking about IG and AL from last split or over the years before.
Yeah, you're definitely right. The way things have gone for them in historical recency, I suppose. So it's definitely nice to see a game where even though there is a gold lead for now for IG, very much could go either way. I think this next dragon, third dragon, is always kind of a soft indicator, right? For how the remainder of the game will likely go, unless there's some heavy scaling implications on one side. And that definitely isn't present here. A lot of execution is going to be the name of the game in this one. No comps to play themselves, as I feel like we've looked a lot at the top lane, and it's been YSKM goes in, has a trade with Harry. Harry oftentimes seems to trade it back pretty well, 1-to-1. And then they sustain back up off the waves, and then they do it again in about 2 minutes' time. And Thunder Sky definitely weighs Harry's trades a little bit more in his favor, you have to imagine. And they sustain just off the auto attack. So YSKM, whilst he's not struggling in that 1v1, it's more or less just gonna end up clearing those waves alongside Harry. And, you get another look at the wet noodle fight. As Dominus will get
They see
popped.
Dominus. Okay, we also get the World Ender as well. Harry feeling confident about the trades, but it's pretty standstill neutral, as we've seen so far. I mean, we just follow the trend, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's just how that matchup has gone forever. It's like Redecton goes in, gets a nice looking trade. The problem is, a lot of the times, Dominus gets popped after both the Slice and Dice have been cast, and World Ender gives movement speed, so he just walks away, just stares him down. But those are almost not going to be available for this dragon. It seems like, however, that could be a non-factor, as doesn't seem like AL are too invested. They're kind of window shopping right now. Teleport's going to come through now, however.
Yeah, they've opened the door, definitely. The window being cracked open by some looters, as well as we're looking for a flash from Crying. We get it. Tanglebard layers down. Arn gets a catch, but that knock-up was bigger. Oh, Harry flies through, and the setup beautiful, and with everything in between. IG now on the run. Their pursuit continues under the turret. YSKM with a flash away. But AL, again, with a big turn, make it a numbers game.
Yeah, I think that was the ultimate there. From Kalista, Kayle finds that massive knock-up, and that just makes the turnaround really, really sweet. Flash away from him as well, initially, to get away from Cryan's attempt to lock him and Croco down. Turnaround's good. They lose out on the Dragon Anyone's Legend. I don't think they mind picking up a couple of those kills. The only real issue for them is that Arn did cash in a fair amount of gold, I want to say. So Cryan looks for the angle. Good reaction from Kayle. Croco, not so lucky, gets CC'd in. Arn, 568 gold. But as we kind of mentioned, that knock-up kind of just sends IG in full retreat, and the chase down is on. Not able to find much more, however, unfortunately for themselves. There's a couple more Summoner Spells are blown on the back end of the exchange. Still, good-looking fight for Anyone's Legend, even through some of those tools that we were talking about IG have at dissuading forward movements from the Anyone's Legend members. Teleport, a little bit.
Oh, there's a kick flash. Pop Blossom negated as well. Sonic Wave under turret, and Shanks TP'd in for this, so with the AoE damage, you better hope that he picks up the kill, but no, it's Croco in the end. But they committed teleport for the play up in top side, while IG try and find priority and finally open up mid. But again, that feels like a wishful story at this point.
Yeah, wishful thought for sure.
That's the one.
As World Ender gets popped there, Harry in trouble,
Wink.
but so is Wink.
He's close to dying. Sonic Wave is going to connect. Croco thinking, but a handshake would stop the play as well. IG taking a bit of brute damage on the way out. Again, yeah, no big finds apart from Crying getting picked in top side.
Yeah, no Summoner Spells blown here in the mid lane. In the top side, though, different story. Was Croco finds that kick flash onto Cryan, and like we mentioned as well, teleport blown by Shanks results in a tower takedown. So they get what they were looking for. It felt, admittedly, a little bit forced at first, right? Cryan actually does one of the safer things he could have done, sends in the clone to try and scout out, but he still gets found out by Croco. Kick flash comes in. Cryan as well tries to use the clone to block that Mantra Q. Unfortunately, the AoE is just a little bit too big, and he still eats that damage. So well earned by Anyone's Legends. They pick up the tower on the back end of it, and they just secure a little bit of extra structure gold. In the grand scheme of things, push themselves further ahead. And speaking of being further ahead, Arn is a full item up on the Hope right now. Doesn't have tier 2 boots, but still, Opportunity, Youmuu's Essence Reaver. And with Harry only being the dedicated frontliner, if he's right-clicking anyone else on the team, even Croco really, they're gonna die. They're not gonna have a good time.
Yeah. I mean, again, look, Arn with how he is in this game, I just want to put put focus on the fact that Youmuu's opportunity, just such a strong duo on Draven. The ability to reset W comes off every axe landed as well. Having that little bit of extra boost in as well, Arn's going to be running phases. And as you said, Harry's got to find his target. It's got to be Arn here, who now focuses far in the mid lane, and AL get pushed away from said lane. With Baron spawning as well, that's a bit of a fight over vision. IG, for the time being, seem to have won.
Yeah, I think with the limited engage tools that Anyone's Legend have as well, a really hefty spear comes in. I'm really looking at Croco to try and find a good insect. Harry maybe on a good flank angle as well around an objective. Those are going to be the main ways that we ever see IG get broken down with the kind of competition they have. So long as Crying and Wink are in good positions to always look in front of multiple people to find those big ultimates, IG, they're going to have a really steadfast defense around anywhere they set up. So Anyone's Legend, they want to try and gain priority around this mid lane, gain priority around whatever lane is the one that's in focus, and be, you know, in the river first, ensure that it's IG trying to walk into them. Otherwise, their life will definitely be on the harder side of things if they're trying to find successful fights.
Well, clearing out some of the vision at least starts that process in action. IG going to be walking blind in 20 seconds to what is going to be AL's third dragon. And AL leading to an early Cloud Soul. I mean, still on the cards for this game. With champions like Kalista, with Shanks, who has it up every 2 seconds. I mean, it is very useful for AL as IG, again, forcing their way in. Gets a little bit messy. ISKM tries to slice and dice. He now dominances, but Harry pulls that ulti out. The engage stops for the time being. IG walk in front of the dragon. For AL, the retake is still a very healthy team to do so.
Yeah, you can see Crocker, like I was talking about, he needs a good kick here. He's looking for that angle. That dragon's going to reset, so this could make things awkward. IG need to commit a little bit more forward if they want the dragon, but I don't think they want to. Good tangle bobs!
Pop Blossom. That's all it takes, isn't it? Renata flies through, and that's all she wrote for IG. A beautiful pick, and it starts with Crying.
And they had vision on him because Crocker was looking for the angle, but just not able to react. The skill shot goes through the wall. Double root, double kill. And IG, not only do they get the objective, they can stare down the Baron. Anyone's Legend, I think they might just have to seed this. They're going to look perhaps for a steal at best, but I think it may be wishful thinking, Asterix.
And there's a reason why Crying doesn't get set up champions. Again, looking towards an eco, but no ulti available. Holtz me is at 3.5k for IG, pushing down the Baron. It holds the aggro, and IG are holding AL a bay handshake away for Croco. Means no steal, as again for YSKM setting up position, needs dominance, but he doesn't have it available. Jamada, AL have teleported in, and for Shanks, the pullback is huge. The ulti, massive Wink getting spread away as Croco gets a big kick that saves the game, or maybe the life, but no. In the back end, Wink stays alive thanks to Arn's help, and IG, they might lose members, but they still get the Baron. You got to weigh up the word as AL push the fight.
Yeah, IG just kind of toying with the idea of maybe finding a fight, but teleports come through from the solo lane as caught out on the previous play. Able to make things work. Lian was on the red buff, it's reset. Is looking to try and defend this mid lane, but that's gone. Big Metrocute won't result in a chase down. Red reset, he's going to lose it now. He's probably going to feel quite bad about that. But IG are going to feel even worse about losing 2 towers in the mid lane. They're not going to lose out on this tier 2 up in the top side. Likely Harry will look for a reset. But nonetheless, not the most successful Baron in the world that you'd like. Down 1.1k off the power play. And remember, of course, you always start 1,500 cold up. Just from the takedown itself. So, not the best gold swing you'll see on a Baron play. Lian trying to make up for it. Find this tower down here on the bottom side. Here's the initial play though, right? Crying, of course, has a different champion. Croco, even though he's got vision on it, it's just not enough information, I suppose, to react from. If you remember, Crying was in a different form as we come out of the replay.
Oh, Lian flashing in, almost finding Croco. It takes one more spear, doesn't land. The Protobelt does though. The range massive as Shanks gets pulled back, and IG Avengers, man, start the trumpet. They're just all here.
Yeah, the Avengers beam in the bottom lane, and remember, some members still have Baron, so this wave buffed up. Shanks, the main form of wave clear. Croco, the main form of finding an engage onto a key member. So IG could very reasonably turn this into an inhib with an extended siege. Very, very difficult for these AL members, remaining ones, to stand up. So easy as you like. Still 20 seconds left on Shanks. I don't think they'll turn it into more, but an inhib off of... Oh, we didn't really get to see the start of the play, did we? What feels like nothing is a pretty good deal. If you're IG, you'll happily take that one, as we will see how it starts. It's just Lian looking for the tower. Croco tries to find the ankle. Obviously doesn't know that Wink is there. Good kick for a disengage, but the issue is another spear lands and forces Croco into full retreat. Belt locks him down, and then Shanks, well, just a victim, I suppose, of Croco's idea of a pick.
That's rough. But for IG, again, it continues to and fro of this game. Like, there have been some pretty big moments. Now I even say for both teams. You know, the Kalista getting set up from the picks before 3 items. But for IG, as this Baron now expires, they just run it down mid anyway. What's the macro happening here, Jamada? Like 2 turrets, open mid just like that? AL trying to set up for a flank afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, Croco finally Sin. Did they have eyes on him there? I don't think they did. They're about to, very likely.
Handshakes going to start off. Tangle Barbs as well. Wow, that burst. He didn't have a chance.
Poor guy. Lian, don't forget, is 3 items, and one of those items is a death cap. So, admittedly, he's dealing a lot of damage, especially when the target has not a lot of MR, no MR actually, in Croco's case. Not that I can blame him. As now, they've gone from one lane to another to another. They've gone bot to mid, broken both those mid towers, and even though the Baron is no longer on them, they will happily look for this tier 2 up here. And with the Lich Bane, 3 item Nidalee, it is like a hot knife through bar.
True. Bar.
Thank you for reminding me how English I am.
Hey, this is great. It's so good. I mean, I say butter. Like, it's kind of worse. Yeah, like there's D's in there. Dude, don't worry. Every time, if I ever criticize the English language or a British accent, it's because I'm like, God, that's similar. You know?
Hey, man.
Wait, bro, we even stole your Vegemite, which is called Marmite, which is absolute trash. No offense, Vegemite goes hard.
Oh.
But I'm telling you.
I am not a Marmite enjoyer, so you know you could keep that one. That's all.
Well, I convinced Dagda to start taking Vegemite. He actually now buys it free willingly, right? And think similar to Marmite for the British people out there.
Huh.
But it's more yeasty, I think. I don't know. I don't know if that's the right way to put it. Maybe more salt. I don't know.
Yeah, more salt. Is it sour? Is it more sour than
Australians going to have to help me out. People who are thinking about this right now. Same as me. Same time, same place. Vegemite is more salty. Maybe not more sour. Maybe it's not. It's more savory. It's definitely saltier. Now, for everyone at home, I apologize. The reason we've gone into this is because all of a sudden IG are up 5k. And now I'm kind of just amazed and sitting here gawking and waiting for what happens next, because Jamada, it's in 3 swift moves. Mid, outer, mid, inner, mid, inner, top. And we just saw IG run the map for like, I don't know, what was 30 seconds? Just to pull up a big gold advantage and just gain more control. I'm not even sure what happened. I mean, now it's just more chill for them.
all came off that bottom side play, right? It just enabled so much tempo for them to move across the map. And they used the back end, the very, very back end of their Baron buff to secure those mid towers, and were able to out-rotate for the final tier 2 in the top side. And with this much control, this Baron, it feels like it should be a foregone conclusion, but AL, they know if they give this up, the likelihood is they won't survive a siege. The issue is it's already at 5.5k, and even with a Wayward Wink ultimate,
It's done.
it's done.
But is the fight done? YSKM slice and dice in, and he sets it up. The Predator's out as IG, taking a bit of damage, but Harry taking the team by himself. He can't do it because Crine comes in, flies in, and seals the deal. Han is sick of taking all the bullying this game as the triple kill comes out for the Draven, and IG find it perfectly again.
And that should be game 1 of this series. IG, a little bit messy, but at the end of the day, found the important picks when it mattered. And that turn was juicy, to say the least, from Cryan. A couple minions to work with, just Croco alive. He was the only one that was going to be able to find any kind of good engage this game, and he will be the last one to fall for anyone's legend as IG go 1-up in the series.
Well, nice start for IG. As you said, they had us on the ropes for a little bit. But we saw again Loyan taking control early. I think the biggest thing about this Nidalee comp was we knew this jungler could not be useless Chamada. But I think also for Loyan to have control of the early game is kind of what we know Loyan for historically, and how he did take over games on things like RA during their best periods.
Yeah, I mean, Nidalee, was it 14-4? I have lived through so many multi-patches, especially last year, where it's like LEC was on 13, 15 or whatever, and then everyone else is on different patches.
Yeah.
But Nidalee, of course, buffed as well, so very, very powerful, very easy to get through those clears. So Leon, he's living in his own little wonderland, and he did end up taking over the game, especially towards those latter ends, which probably wasn't what we was expecting more early game focus from IG. Wasn't quite there, but the mid game is where it all came together.
Well, again, props to AL for keeping us on the ropes as well. But ladies and gentlemen, as IG open up this series and opens up our return, we're going to have a short break and then return with hopefully a bagger game 2 to set us up. welcome back to another good story for IG. And I haven't been saying that too much recently because I've also been on the LPL. My name's Asterix, strangely enough to be back, and Jamada is by my side. I keep putting my hand up this side. You're that side. You're closer than you're closer than I was when I was in Australia. Remember we used to do this when it was LPL?
Yeah.
Actually, it was only LPL.
Only LPL.
We used to do this. We're going to talk about IG and AL. This was a bit back and forth, but I think we saw some pretty intense fights, some pretty good fights, I should say, by IG in the later portion as well. Loyan doing the most damage. I don't know why I'm not surprised.
Yeah, I mean, this was a really, really interesting game just because of the comps that we ended up with. A lot of non-traditional, engage tools, and the amount of disengage available to IG, whilst anyone's kind of have to play this weird dance around where Croco has to try and find a kick, really lent to very interesting mid-game fights where we saw a lot of oversteps from both teams. It wasn't just anyone's legend, obviously the loser of this game, it was IG as well, which certainly could have seen a return into the game, especially once they started to pull a little bit ahead. As is anyone surprised? Leon gets MVP for game number 1. Fantastic early performance. I will be very surprised, Asterix, if he gets that one again for the remainder of the night.
True. I mean, again, there's a lot of pockets on IG that we're going to talk about if we're talking about banning away, right? But for Loyan going up and tying up with Cryin, I was looking through MVP votes, and of course, it's no surprise someone like Milky Way has it, but again, 7 MVPs, so we're quite a way away from that, but not to diminish the fact that, again, the early game was set up by Loyan, and I think more importantly, Loyan just got all of the resources every fight. He's just getting the kills, Jamada.
Yeah, exactly. Even though fair portions of the early game strangely didn't go the way that IG probably would have hoped for, outside of one very heavy-handed skirmish. Whenever Liam was involved, he was not picking up the kills, and it did kind of translate more and more into kind of tempo advantages, kind of things that you wouldn't see on eye test, perhaps, that led to IG slowly but surely pulling ahead in tempo. This was probably the worst decision I think IG made all game, and it was where I thought perhaps AL could try and claw her way back in, but after this turnaround down here, Croco can't find the angle, the double TP comes in, and that locks in Shanks' demise. This just turned into about, 5 structures in sequence from pot to top, and it really did throw AL out of whack, and they weren't really able to answer anything back at that point.
I mean, again, we saw some noble performances from people like Harry. I just love that in this highlight reel of Loyan. It's just looking at all the Cryin engages as well on Nico, which I think is another pick that we probably have to talk about IG getting access to it when maybe, should Cryin get access to one of his best champions, and a champion that, again, can roam, move, skirmish well. I think that's what Cryine's always been good for. He's second most played as well, Jamada. Well, now actually tied with the Azir. So I feel like that might be a problem as we get the players ready, rather, to move into game number 2. See if some of those pocket picks we're talking about, she can speak today, are going to get let through or not.
Yeah, it's always funny how, for us as English speakers, right, English is our first, and in our cases, well, you speak a fair amount of Mandarin. I don't know if you would necessarily classify yourself.
I thought you were going to say I don't speak English.
I don't know, man, the Australian accent. No, I'm kidding. But that aside, I love how much sometimes we just struggle with English, even though it's, the language we've grown up with our entire lives. As we're here, pick fans already. IG will be on the blue side this time around, and I'm very curious about whether or not AO are going to remove away the Kalista, or if they are going to leave it up and try and, I wouldn't say bait IG into a first pick, but I would imagine if IG want it, they will go towards it. As Nico will be removed away, they identified that as one of the bigger problems that they had to deal with last game.
But they have left up some of those other pockets on the board. Can't ban them all away. We'll see again, as you're questioning, what do IG's priority go towards? I mean, we're in 14-4. Remember, again, with changes around, we've also changed our first pick, but the only thing that really hasn't shifted away so much is the Karma presence. People still go, yep, this champion is busted. And first pick here for IG looking like a sure thing.
See whose hands that ends up in, but I imagine it will end up in Cryin's, as I don't believe that Wink has locked a single Karma game this season so far. As what will AO's response be? Will it be a Kalista lane? Will it be an early jungle lock? plenty of options. It's basically what I'm alluding to available for Anyone's Legend, and they will go towards the Nautilus first rotation. You know, if all else fails, as a support, you can always return back to that. I am actually kind of surprised that they don't go towards the Senna, though, as that is a pick that you would imagine any team on this patch would be happy to play, even with the Nautilus as well. You see Fasting Senna, Nautilus farms, you have a really, really tanky Nautilus, and a Senna that still does a whole bunch of damage. Croco, this game around, however, will get his hands on the Xin Zhao, which is one of those picks we was talking about as kind of being a soft shared champion between him and Lian, and finding some of that early aggression. We'll see how much early aggression Croco can find now that we are immediately in a different landscape, because one team already has a hard engaged champion to try and follow up off of. IG got that Varus now in tow. Varus Karma, Maokai would be an insane 1 through 3. We'll see whether or not that ends up being the case. You have to imagine it will be, though. Wink is also hovering over this Alistar in that rotation of picks, and he will go towards it, and it's a pretty okay spot to lock it. Pushing away Xin Zhao, dealing with Nautilus engages, very much an all-rounder in this kind of game. And we mentioned the Senna, it does get locked in, and this does now enable Anyone's Legend to lock down 2 Lian picks that they don't want to have to deal with. I imagine the Nidalee will be one of them, as there you go.
I would think so too. I mean, Lian as well, another Kindred player as a side note with all this engage and added in range. So let's keep that in the back of our minds. Also want to mention while we're going through, you know, 14-4, remember we did get some Varus nerfs coming through, but still, like, the priority seems like it's shifted from game 1 to game 2. I mean, we saw Jackie Love yesterday. It was yesterday, wasn't it?
Yes.
And he just absolutely pummeled with this pick. And a lot of the time, Jamada, it is going back to on-hit Varus. Like, we're seeing less lethality in the LPL, especially as I'm looking through the match history here. And, you know, seeing Arn here on DPS carry again, that's why I allude to maybe something that adds engage. Jax being one of them, AL seemed to think would go nicely for YSKM, so it's taken away.
Yeah, one thing that's not been focused, because that top side pool was less of a priority for Anyone's Legend, they wanted that Nidalee down, is that YSKM could get, what would it be, Jake? Would it be his 13th or 14th game of Cassante?
It'd be 14.
14.
Yeah. Yeah.
We'll see if
He
goes
likes
towards
it.
that. Shanks has the opportunity to... Oh. Okay, they want to take the Cassante away. Question mark. Or maybe they're hovering it. You never really talk about hovers until they're locked, and there you go. They don't want to YSKM on the Cassante. But the problem is, if you're YSKM, you've played so many games of this champion that you know what works well into it. So...
And your Camille does. I mean, he's known for champions like this. In fact, when he was in PCS, when he was on Frank Esports, you know, YSKM had these first pick Fioras, first pick Camille's at times, right? This guy is a great, I guess, bruiser, side lane, fighting top laner, and YSKM gets a dandy with a very unique pick.
Yep, indeed he does. And I mean, if you're, for whatever reason, not familiar with YSKM and his confidence, he's already played Camille a handful of times. And the 2 times that he played, which 2 top laners has he played Camille into, Jake, this season? Take a wild swing and guess.
Let me guess. Cassante and Udyr.
Well, I actually meant players. I should have been more specific. Either way, either way, Bin and 369. So, yeah, to say YSKM is more than comfortable in it would be an understatement. And we get Lian on the brand, which is, I think, a second time since he's been on this IG lineup. I think he debuted on this IG lineup, this split with it. And Shanks is going to give us a Hui game.
Yes, indeed. For Shanks, again, highest damage source in the team. I've been looking to him, especially on champions like Azir, throughout this split. But let's see what he can do on the Hui. Another side note to his damage potential, Jamada. I think you and I were talking about this before getting into game. 31.6% of his team's damage. So it is obvious that Shanks is the person who is, again, most involved. And it sounds like a classic WE Shanks. That I feel like talking about in historic past, where he kind of holds the ledger for the rest of his developing team. Excuse me. This time he's got some better pillars. And for Shanks, he's still being same old. Involved the most in his team, doing the most damage. And something like a play to follow up for your point finally. Again, this champion's damage output is insane. If you snowball the game, you're just so hard to deal with because you one-shot everyone.
Very, very powerful champion. This is his first time on it this split. We'll see how he cracks on. Does provide a whole bunch of needed aspects to anyone's Legend composition. A lot of wave clear, a lot of follow-up damage on what can be a relatively dive-heavy composition with Xin Zhao, K'Sante, and Nautilus from over the top with the ultimate, with the QW, as the Gyos ring wide.
But only as wide as the arena, right? Like,
Of course.
if they're ringing wide, you know, how far do they go? It's not like a lightsaber in real life where it technically, scientifically, it would just keep going, you know? Because it's what lasers are.
No, isn't it, not to be a nerd or anything, or
Yeah,
you know, a
well.
big Star Wars head, there's
Yeah.
like a gas barrier or something that keeps the lightsaber, keeps its shape and form. I think that's exactly what
Yeah.
it is. It's either that, or it's something
Gas.
to do with the Force. It's one or the other.
It's definitely the gas because I don't.
I think it's
remember
the first
Force
one.
doing anything
I'm
with
pretty
it.
sure it's the first one.
Yeah. So it's a gas. Like it's not like I thought it was I don't know what it was. I just thought a bit of plastic that you can't see in the movies. But you know, that's what secretly what disappoints me every single time I see like a real life lightsaber, as good as they are, as Harry and Wisecam just abandoning the wave and Harry losing out pretty hard on that trade. I was going to say is the fact that, you know, you get upset, you get the lightsaber, you're like, oh, it's plastic. Like, it doesn't even look real unless you go into like the top end. Anyway, is it important right now? I don't think so. Just had to get my hystericisms out. 'Cause
No,
coming back to LPL,
it's
I was
good,
like,
man.
bad.
I've missed it. I think we only had one day on the LEC in spring together, maybe
We
two.
did.
So, you know, I've been starved for my hystericisms, and
Oh, good.
the LPL viewers have as well, I'm sure.
Well, I think as we get through today, we'll see if that is still true as Wink and Arn try to threaten the level 2 in the bot side in the meanwhile. Top side's going pretty well. It's YSKM again with Grasp Camille. Harry naturally taking the same. I mean, I'm not sure if you take anything else on Camille these days. Like, I've seen PTA in some tops.
I mean, you're always
What else?
kind of swaying between Conqueror and Grasp. Grasp is going to get you through a lot of lanes. There's probably some where it's like if you're going up into a full tank, not quite like K'Sante, who's obviously kind of leans into the bruiser aspect of things once he presses that R key, where Conqueror might just be able to get you across the line and damage. Then definitely need into it, but it's definitely one or the other. PTA, very aggressive. It's kind of like old school when the Keystones were back in the day. And Camille, I think they came out same season or just one season apart. And everyone was like, oh my god, look, you can get all these auto attack resets in, and sometimes it'll even lead to the Q charge up. You can just get an incredibly nasty trade.
Wait. Are you saying when Camille came into the game was when Rune Reset came in? Is that what you just said?
Roughly, yeah. It was season 7, right?
Really?
Yeah, I think so.
I thought Camille was here for ages, but then again... yeah,
Off the
season
top of my
7
head,
was...
I'm
Yeah.
pretty sure it was at the start of a season. And the reason why I remember, not to tangent too hard, but hey, look, Leon's
Yeah.
doing a full clear, Croco's probably doing the same thing, unless Cryon looks like a free target, which doesn't seem like the case. I had to lane against Cabochard when he was playing on Release Camille in my
Okay.
placements in solo queue. I beat him in lane, but then he went into Cobra
Yeah.
the game, so I didn't win. But Camille's really broken, and I'm pretty sure the Keystones were in the game back then.
I was just listening to that story, and I'm like, oh, get to the part where we're not talking about I laid against Cabochard, you know? Very nice of
Yeah.
you.
Thank you.
You're just that
It's
good.
okay.
I mean, it's really hard because everyone around me right now is gank time for top side. Leanne's going to flash for this. I was going to say, everyone's looking pretty good. We'll see if that's still the same case as Leanne. Pillar of Flame, just out of range. Harry gets out and he has a teleport as well. So crisis averted.
Yeah, not too bad. Getting out of that with Flash still up is a pretty big win. All things considered. And it will just force out teleport from Harry. YSKM should get a free reset. Croco might try and play a bit of a nuisance to it. No, he won't. So, should be teleport advantage. A little bit of a CS lead gained here for YSKM. Should be able to return with Sheen. All things look good. Hopes here on a bit of a timer. Won't go in looking for Cryan, but Leon is also here on a ward, however. Everything should just about fizzle out, but the reason why there's so much attention, Hysterics, Leon, on this Brand is one of the best grub takers in the game because of his passive. You'll see the spread out, it'll pop into 2 different passives, takes them very quickly. Croco knows this is going on. Now the ward will give away everything. Big scuffle about to ensue here.
Harry's here first as well, though. For AL, confidence going to boost up. Croco flashes forward, doesn't connect, but it's still a real in. The way comes in handy, and for AL, now range not at their favor. I shouldn't say that, though, because Shanks is still firing away. I was going to say IG are out of the chase, but still only 1 body hitting the floor in the end.
Yeah, they
was
can't
it even
really...
1 body?
Yeah, only one. Only one. Very surprising. IG can't commit more, though, as Kale, of course, going for the farming Nautilus with center fasting, has the teleport. So it was actually a brief numbers advantage. As you can see, Arn still remains down in the bottom side of the map.
Yeah.
And Croco swing and a miss, unfortunately. That resulted in him basically eating every single spell. And even though Shanks finds a lot of AoE damage, it's not quite late game weight just yet. So
True.
does need the follow up. Croco trying to guess which grub is up and available for a sneaky takedown. And I think he guessed
2 or 3 chance, and he just guessed wrong. Yeah.
very unlucky, but it seems like he will secure the remainder of the grubs as Leon is down here looking for the Scuttle Crab, maybe a dragon. We'll see, as again, not only is he a very, very good grub taker Brand, but the passive does mean that you can burst down these dragons with relatively
True.
high ease. So for now, being just on a tome in the early game, we'll need a little bit of assistance to make this quick takedown. It will, however, still be just that quick takedown, and dragon will be secured. He fluffs a little bit on trying to multitask, but nonetheless hits level 6 quite early on. Already 7 minutes into the game. And this is where Brand can really start to be a big nuisance, especially when you're on blue side. You can kind of just walk in. If a wave is stacked, you know, Wink will go in and you just press your buttons on the enemy bottom lane and they will take damage, and they will certainly almost come very close to dying, if not die from whatever Arn can chuck at them as well.
I mean, it's always frustrating as well when, you know, you get to this early point of the game, and for Brand not only hitting 6, but having a bit of an item advantage, as we can see with blasting one with the Haunting guys now back in the game. Thank you. Luoyan is very, very powerful. And seeing a Brand this early on have this much success, again, good story here. If we're looking at IG fans, Grub also taken AL, ended up getting 2 of them. So at least denying the potential of maybe that 5th or 6th Grub continuing on their next rotation. But Jamada, I mean, I'm just glad we've come into this series, right? And again, we've been away for a bit. We're not going to be as expertise as the standing casters in LPL. But I feel like from what we kind of expected, which was like, okay, better qualities of play, better macro, I think so far we've actually had that, along with spicy drafts mixed in between these two.
Yeah, definitely. These opening games have been very, very fun. IG definitely buying into their identity a little bit more, as we came to know from them in the back end of last year. And of course, anyone's legend, giving us fasting center, Hui. First time on the Hui, of course, like we mentioned, for Shanks. So we'll continue to track his progress. So far, of course, we'll need a little bit of time to scale, but you could start to already kind of see the damage potential from that earlier grub exchange. But for now, speaking of Shanks, might get a little bit of attention. It seems like Croco is going to be able to clear out this ward. No real gank threat onto Cryan or this mid lane in general. When you have 2 wave clear mages like this, with mid lane being so much wider now compared to older seasons, it does oftentimes just feel kind of impossible to secure consistent mid lockdown. But we spoke about Leon just walking over here, Jake, and pressing buttons on a Wink engage.
All he has to do is do it on Hope, and Hope holds on. Flash heal still available, but Shanks now moving down. Makes it a bit more difficult. Depth charge there. Root's going to connect, but for Shanks, I'm sure he has a combination there. That was the ulti.
Yep.
Yeah, that's down. At least the core bringing back in, and Shades of Corruption missing. Kale's like, all right, Jamada's having a great time, and we got a lot of swing and misses, a lot of whiffs, but we had an exchange.
Look, I'm just happy these guys were willing to fight. It sucks that
Yeah.
basically everything missed, but hey, you know, you know where their hearts were at in that one. Didn't lose any flash beside Chaos, so not the worst thing in the world, all things said and done. Everyone's just going to return to a point and base. Grubs are up in 30 seconds. Lian is the first one in the game to get a first item, and I don't think we should be too surprised, as probably going to look for a skirmish here. No ultimate, but Crying.
Yeah, look, Croco thinking he had any chance of this. Maybe not good as we go to melee. He's going to get the trade first. Croco survived way longer than he should have as Kasanta in the top side tries to get YSKM. Harry almost does it, but it's a double over to Loyan, a 3-kill Brand, and IG with an early game lead again.
Okay, perfect flash from Crying to keep the Tether alive. Unfortunately, it puts him in melee range, and Croco is able to turn it back around. As the 1v1 also ensued in the top side. Lian, however, doesn't care about all the fine details because he just picks up 2 kills for it, and the grubs. And then if you take a look at the minimap, Jake, what do you see on his side of the map? Because personally, I see respawning camps that he's just going to go top to bot again on, and very happily clear out, as he's going to be level 9 off the first 2 camps, whilst Croco is still level 7. He's going to be feeling pretty damn good about this one. Did he get the Skull Crab as well, amongst all of this nonsense?
Croco went back in on this. I guess he saw IG coming in. He's like, which way do I go? I'm probably dead.
That was the main problem, was he knew that Cryon was coming from the bottom side. In real time, that flash was really, really solid. But then, you know, Croco, he sees the angle, does manage to make his way back in, and at the very least trade his life out for Cryons, as Harry commits, looking for the 1v1 onto YSKM, who did miss that hook shot, trying to make his way down, and in the end it works out because it ends up being a bit of a bait.
You just gotta pull that in, don't you? You know, YSKM lived. Doesn't matter that he missed the hook shot. This guy's a Camille. He's not an OTP because, I mean, Fiora is really his OTP, but Camille sits up there. He's like a miniature the Shy from the good old days. Point being that, man, again, if you miss the hook shot, we give him that one, okay? YSKM's an entertaining player.
I think he just queued the minion in that trade, by the way.
As we're talking, I didn't pick that up. I didn't pick that up.
That's okay.
Great timing.
Well, hey, do you know what is being picked up? This dragon by IG, but AL don't want to let it go for free. Croco is on the side. They're going to look for the fight after the fact, it seems like.
Rage Blind, Prowling Death comes into the backside as well for Loyan. The Visionary's done his job, but he only goes to half HP. AL are on the run from this. They just can't do damage to Wink, and it makes sense. Loyan picks up yet another. Dragon also in IG's back pocket, and let me tell you, this team is closer to moving to 8 than ever.
Yep, they are indeed. First playoffs in 3 years. Cusp of being made. 8, I don't think would be a mathematical lock-in, but
It is not, a lot of the time, it's just a lock-in eventually or safe,
yeah,
you know?
Exactly. So, really good fight to find with those aspirations in mind. And the idea from anyone's legend, you kind of get to a point. You do find the dredge line, but it's interrupted by a really well-timed headbutt pulverize. And at this point, Wink is just able to frontline for Lian, who just walks down KL with the spells. Another combo comes in, secure from the Seer. Really well done, and Hope not able to really give KL much on the backside of that, whilst Crocker and Shanks were also being forced out on the top side.
And afterwards, you know, you kind of look and go, well, this game has amounted into the point of Loyan being, again, set up to succeed. Might not be the Nidalee like game number 1, but like, you know, Loyan, again, great carry jungler. And the rest of the map being pretty chill as well. Like, we've seen no major lead come through any solo landers of AL. Shanks is the most fed at this point, but again, still trying to get to that point of 1-2 items on the way. Trying to give time to Hope as well. And Jamada, I feel like, you know, IG getting an early lead makes you go, well, for AL, things get a little bit harder to get to that point of having relevancy and having some of that core DPS that you're kind of going to rely on in some of these fights.
Yeah, and I think that's the thing that I'm searching for here, is that DPS. AL don't really have any of it, right? They're relying a lot on their CC, they're relying a lot on their upfront burst damage to find some of these targets, and whilst they certainly will at some point likely find 1 or 2 good picks, the big and major concern that you have to have is that, you know, there is so much damage potential to be thrown back in their face whilst they're trying to do this. Brand existing as a champion if you don't one-shot him in stun CC, he's going to be able to press his Archie and press E, and he's probably going to, you know, half health at least 1 or 2 members just from those couple of spells, finding all of that Ricochet alone. Not to mention the fact that, of course, you have the Malignant's Karma, the Varus to deal with, and eventually YSKM will be a very, very large backline threat to this Hui and to the Senna. So, Anyone's Legend, if they are to find some kind of foothold back into the game, they're going to have to start looking relatively soon, already down 2 dragons as well. As the reset, I think, does come through that.
Does indeed. A dragon here. I mean, for AL, as you said, perfect timing as well. We pan over to AL trying to find a pick. Unfortunately, no objective timers are up. So we need AL around the next objective, right? Around that 3rd dragon. Pick before, that sets them up, slows this Hulk, gives them a bit more time. And for what is such an important game, again, we already mentioned, you know, 8 wins, not a guarantee, but in LPL, historically speaking, 8 has been a pretty safe point, and you always end up, you know, at this point early, I'm probably getting to 9 anyway, let's be real. But more importantly, before going off on another rant, is the fact that this game leading to 8, I mean, these are big competitors. For AL, losing to RA on Thursday was just, I mean, that was the biggest surprise. We had so much hope for this team, and again, we had a lot of hype games we've already seen. For AL, another loss here would start putting on the streak and start getting you concerned, because there are teams like JDG, LNG, Top Esports to round out the schedule until week 8. Only RNG, the other, I guess, quote, easy team to go through. So for AL, how stagnant are you going to be? The rant stops for the time being because Wink is in an angle, but it is against K'Sante. YSKM buys time. There's the Hextech ultimatum. He's knocked up, knocked around, knocked out, and knocked down. Arn picks up the kill, and for IG, a pick on the side lane, again, opens up their map.
Yeah, frankly bullied, and, you know, if there was, I mean, one other area of this draft that they weren't really going to have too much success in, it was the side lane, and now pushing YSKM further ahead, they're going to get that tier 2 as well. The gold will be split between Arn and YSKM. Grub's doing their fair bit of work here too, just to ensure that they secure it a little bit faster. Shanks does get the cross map, right? He finds that tower by himself, but at the end of the day, the gold swing is massive, and with that tier 2 being down, the dragon being up, this mid lane prio being secured, there should be all but a pretty free takedown on the bottom side. The only thing really is Chains of Corruption and Hextech Ultimatum being down does give a little bit of ultimate economy if you are to hope for AL to find a good fight here.
The Colossal Titan of a Cow is available with his ult though, and he pops that immediately. Dragon still goes down. AL committing to the fight after the fact as well. Winks one absorbing the damage, but Le Yen is sending it out. Again, as a 5-stack, it's so easy. There's a stun on the left, there's a stun on the right. And for IG, they're giving AL the good night. Here we go again. Shanks getting poked down. IG at half HP as Crocro tries to keep it still, but AL, those health bars are so bad. A hook shot, a wall shot, a sweeping leg, and trying to buy time. They do that exactly on YSKM. But for Crocro, as he gets burnt away, IG sent it. Good for another day.
Yeah, I mean, again, right, we said diving into IG, you have to blow up a key target. Who do they find? I think it was Wink in the beginning of it all. That's just not who you need to look for, unfortunately, and Wink puts himself in that position. Leon's able to get out this massive ultimate, and it just means there's no real way to advance. The push into the river in the beginning is already a little bit too late. They lose out on the objective pretty much from the get-go. But as soon as this ultimate bounces in, I think Harry gets knocked back by Wink with the ultimate traveling on him. It's just perfect timing for IG. And they're able to get the chase down. The Rylai's makes life so much easier in that regard as well. Even though Crying goes a little bit far forward, never really in much threat of dying. And the fight was won the second those brand ultimates started bouncing between. And even though it's a bit of an overextension here by YSKM, by strict definition, it does ensure that they get this tier 1 off the back end of the play as well. So IG secure a lot from what felt like was likely going to be very little. As now another engage comes in, Jake.
Yeah, but I don't know if it's good for Kale. I mean, IG with another Chain of Corruption used as well, but you know, Baron's coming up in 15, and even though this Nautilus has himself a teleport, 23 seconds till he comes back in. I mean, IG are going to get a free map movement again, free setup, and threaten this objective, just like we've seen like dominoes so far as AL look for a play.
Yeah, a lot of movement speed provided for Croco here. Could give him the gap close required, but a teleport's already
I
here.
think AL could lose off this play. Center buys time. YSCam avoids away from the pincer movement. Croco might be able to find his killers. It's a spiraling bit of despair, but YSCam holds off for now. Croco in the 1v1 stands no chance. And like I said, I mean, like you just said, for AL, they keep throwing things at the wall, but IG ain't letting it stick.
Yeah, after that third dragon fight, honestly, you have to just try for a big swing. And I wouldn't necessarily call it a miss. It's just that IG duck it, weave, and give him an uppercut. This Baron's going to go down. 20 minutes on the clock. Baron's not even alive for 60 seconds before it's secured.
Yeah.
And this should just be whatever remaining structures and probably a base break for IG. Take a look. Croco, a lot of movement speed given here by Hwei. But again, the teleport's instant. Magic Q kind of slows down Shanks from really getting any kind of in with the teleport as well there from YSKM. It's very hard to really offer much as nothing really sticks, nothing really lands, and then it's effectively just solo killed out by Leon. As the rest of IG ensures that there's no follow-up from anyone's legend. And now again, as we return out of that replay, Baron, whole bunch of pressure. Frankly,
Oh boy.
they don't even have to play this fancily, Jake. They can just
Yeah.
kind of play Route 1, go through the mid lane, and just make anyone's legend's life a very, very miserable. Brand alone, as long as he's peeled for, it feels like at this
Oh,
point,
it's huge.
will do a lot of the heavy lifting.
I mean, man, it's crazy. It's like game one, isn't it? Like for IG, I'm loving this look where one mistake from AL, all right, pick off bottom side, leads to turret bot, leads to inner turret bot, and eventually opens up mid. IG again, set up, have their roots in order, and AL have to walk in. Fight goes well, and it kind of just feels like it's a domino effect with IG. Once they find a small window, they're able to move around the map, put themselves on a good foot. And then their next fight becomes so much easier because they just found all this free gold lying on the ground.
Exactly right. That's what you want from skirmishes. You always want to find objectives off the back end. It's just additional gold on top of whatever kill gold you may find. And it feels like every single time IG found a positive fight, it was either directly after an objective, so it just feels good, or they were able to turn it into so much more that anyone's legend could only ever hope to advance it. And even though Shanks is at that 2-item break point, a lot of wave clear available, it's just not enough. Engage, maybe.
Under turret, I mean, Wink is the one frontlining this for now. The Alistar holding his due diligence as he gets rooted down, but they just can't seem to kill him. Running forward, Kel finally dies. As AL, the damage is spreading once again, and it's Luo Yan, the final march set up by yours truly. The hook shot, wall shot flies through the whiff, but YSCam is waiting to do a 360. And for AL, they might have hope on the left there, but on this right, I ain't seen too much themselves. YSKM just dunks him down. Jamada's going to be all she wrote. 14-2. Possible kills on the horizon here. As next turret's getting seared, and they ain't the only ones nearby. It's also Harry burning to death. Croco running forward his last hurrah, but he won't find it. IG are going to move to 8 wins, knock down AL, who are in contention with them, and make sure we know that IG are well and truly back.
Slaughter that final game to close out for a very clean 2-0 looking series for IG.
Yeah.
And certainly, like you say, right, a competitor for the position that they're in. Both sat at 7 wins, 8 now, of course, for IG. And with the kind of schedule that, you know, both of these teams have coming up, both Anyone's Legend and IG have a lot of those top 10 teams remaining in their remaining schedule. A necessary win secured for IG, and a very aggressive and positive look for them. Anyone's Legend, unfortunately, definitely in that second game, kind of felt and left wanting.
Yeah, I mean, again, I know we can go through drafts in a second. Just a note on schedules. You know, IG's is tough, but AL without that win, theirs is just as tough, I'd say. Now, if you go to Leaguepedia, unfortunately, it's cut off until after week 8. But just in their next 3 games, for me, JDG, LNG, top esports. I don't know, LNG aren't that great this split, but I'm still looking at games that are like, well, maybe up in the air. I mean, LNG are also a middle tier team. Like, they just don't hold the same regard as they did, you know, last year. Point being, both these schedules are hard, and this has felt like such an important series to set up for the remainder of the split, as you were alluding to with just IG alone.
Yeah, exactly right. It would have set a very good precedent, as we were mentioning. Anyone's Legend, their schedule, I mean, both these teams' schedules, not necessarily the easiest. So
True.
finding the win here for IG feels great for Anyone's Legend. It's kind of a back to the drawing board moment a little bit as well. Like we always say, 8 tends to be the magic number. It's very rare you don't make it into top 10 with 8. 7 can scrape you in, so like AL, I think with the way that the table sits at the moment, they can feel alright and relatively safe, but you want that additional win to come through before the split ends, to not slip out and have a repeat of summer 2022.
Now, to correct my point as well, I just had to come back. The reason AL don't go past week 8 is they don't have a game in week 8, because of course week 10 is shortened. So that all the more, as you said, it still feels like they should be able to find the mark, but with their schedule, I'm starting to think, well, I don't know, crazier things have happened. I know we're going to be looking at, post-game stats and seeing what happened. I think we need to kind of give props to, like, Loyen for both these games on different champions, but still games that had explosive impact. Yes, he got the resources against Jamada, but he's kind of always in the right place at the right time.
Yeah,
I guess
right
so
place.
I feel like that's
Right place, right time. Nidalee game was obviously very, very strong. I think the Brand game was kind of just one of those things where the skirmishes, again, much like game 1, did play out very favorably, but then once... Brand is one of those kind of champions where if you have a frontliner to just make sure you don't die, you have such high base damages once you start to snowball that you get the AP on board, and it's very difficult not only to lock Brand down, because he's always got, potentially the Seer combo to kind of keep himself safe and self-peel, but all he's got to do is find the space to press ult once, and then it just starts bouncing between the team, and it's typically very, very hard to deal with when you've got so many other aspects of a team fight to deal and focus on as a player against that champion. So very well played by Leon.
Yeah.
Understood what he had to do, and very good focus on IG from a draft perspective to ensure that he also had the tools to, be protected and played around as well in these series.
because while I was hyping him up coming into this, I was also looking at their match history and I was like, I was really hyped for a team that, again, almost lost to LGD. I remember their WE series as well. Like, in terms of recency, Loyen maybe hasn't been the perfect solution. I'm just hyped on him because, again, I think that Tianjin has had some good moments, but the consistency needed to be there, at least in this series alone. Speaking as a guest, I saw Loyen being consistent. And it was a nice, easy slope. Like, we only saw, one fight where some of the damage came out and there were good trades from AL, but seldom did we see IG really dropping the ball and making better map movements. Whole series, I think, so.
Exactly right. And the thing here, especially in this game too, was that AL needed time, and it was just time they were not afforded. This game was ended sub 24 minutes, just through sheer snowball alone. When you kind of take a look across the matchups as well, there's not really a winning lane matchup for Croco to play around, right? Camille is a matchup which, sure, once level 6 comes around, you can try and, push the envelope there, but it's very hard to force with a Hui in the mid lane if Cryan sits back very far, and the bottom side 2v2/3v3, unless you can find a target to immediately burst down, which is certainly possible with a champion like Nautilus on your side. That kind of skirmish just never played out in this game, plain and simple, right? It was always around the objectives, never around any kind of dive, because there was a good wave or a good trade taken. So AL never found this out. I think IG very happy and were enjoying the fact that there was none of those shenanigans kind of playing around, and it was always fights on their terms ahead of anything else.
And I mean, I think it was also, a lot of good pocket picks that again came through where IG, I think the most exciting thing so far has been, their drafts as well. We talked about diversity in Loyen, but, seeing Arn and Wink change it up in the bot side this game. Surprised we didn't actually get any Smolder, but again, maybe that's going to be refreshing after the amount of times we're going to see that OP champion. But on to the point, because I think, as I've got this nice piano music behind me, I'm not used to this, Shimano. It's like, we can sit here
it's so
and,
chill. It's like very lo-fi, right? It's very, it's great.
We'll take you back. And where are we taking you back? To the game itself. Because, I think this was the most successful fight for AL? All things considered?
Yeah, pretty much. You could almost argue this one because there was actually a kill traded back. Smile. But yeah, it was very, very difficult for AO, it felt like, to find fights on their terms. The only place you could really kind of look to do it consistently is the bottom side of the map. And again, IG kind of ensured that that was never something that was going on for them to kind of shut out that avenue. And IG pretty much only fought around objectives unless there was some kind of force play coming through from anyone's legend. This fight, though, this is just
free
like
real estate.
yeah, this is like every brand's like best dream ever. Like if you ask a brand player, hey, what's the ideal team fight look like? It's this replay. The only thing is that they didn't all die to the damage initially. It's all in the chase down. But again, you can see how easy it makes the team fight for the rest of IG to advance forward, right? And how difficult it makes any kind of response or rebuttal from AL even remotely possible. As this was kind of the last chance to do really from anyone's legend, trying to find a pick on Cry, and YSKM's got the teleport, and IG had first move. They're able to deny any entry, and as soon as this play goes alright, the game is frankly over.
Dude, how crazy is I mean, Cry and Teal in there as well. Karma's just a barrel of laughs. I was trying to look as it's doing my patch run through as well. Is it Karma touched on the next patch? Is it 14.5? Because I know 14.4 she was not.
You know, I actually don't think she got touched on 14.5 either off the top of my head. If they did, it was very, very minor adjustments, and what's actually happening is on 14.6, which is, I know those changes are definitely going to come through in some capacity, and that should make the Malignance build, well, still her main build, but far less obnoxious. As, hey, he got the same score again, 707.
Oh, did he actually? It was 707 in game one. Oh, wow.
I think it was 707 in game one. Off the top of my head.
Oh, hell yeah.
Good job, Leon.
Leon.
There's not much to celebrate other than it's his 5th one in a very short amount of time, but we kind of all saw this one coming, so it's, you know, it's like when a present's being hidden from you, but then you see the present, you know, in the house randomly, like, that's for me. And then you have to pretend like you don't know what the present is. That's Leon getting MVP there. But again, really well played by him, and very well played by IG the series.
That was a fantastic way to wrap it up. Thank you for that, Jamada. For IG, 8th win. It's measurable. It's big. If you want to talk about people who are trying to rise up in the charts, we'll go no further. I mean, this one could get messy with TT and EDG covered up next.
Okay, hi. Yeah, Jake's apparently muted on feed. Don't know how that's happened. I'm not, though. Hi guys, welcome back. Second series of the night. TT, EDG, both teams struggling towards the bottom end of the standings and both in desperate need of some momentum and a little bit of love in the name of a win. And hopefully I say hopefully, one of them has to win. It's how League of Legends works. Likelihood of them making it into top 10 relatively low. However, you never know. We have seen crazier comebacks here in the LPL before. I'm not sure if Jake is still muted. I think Jake is still muted, but that's fine. We have TT roster here for you. Should still be very familiar. For me, coming back, the majority of it has remained the same. Hoyer in the top lane, Beige1, Yukao in the jungle mid, 1xN in the bottom lane slot, and then of course Chocho coming in as support. This roster has unfortunately not been able to find too much success this split, despite what was very fond memories for me working here last split in summer. Even though they didn't quite make it into playoffs, slipped out of their hands by the end of it, they were still a very, very exciting team to watch, and hopefully they can turn things around, but we are looking very, very late now into the LPL spring split. With so many losses,
I did
it's going to be a little bit tough.
I did it. Apologies, Shimada. I wasn't coming through before. Look, I've moved my setup for 4 or 5 months. I've across from Scotland through all parts of Europe. The fact that it's working right now, we're praising. We're just happy to stay with it. I'm sorry, I didn't get a chance to properly chat with you about all the hype things that well, I mean, coming into this, remember, I was like, dude, I feel like top's going to be pretty exciting. I think overall, like, you know, Arla has been the best performing member of EDG. Let's be real. Like, that team right now is not going as it should with some of the talent on it. Kind of raising up a couple of rookie talent. That's where I wanted to start with this, Shimada, is for EDG. It's been a really rough split. Like, EDG right now sitting at the bottom of the standings. And I think they're firmly placed where they should be.
Yeah, I think rightfully so, right? There's a lot of rebuilding to do. I mean, that was funnily a lot of some of that narrative that we had at the beginning of last year, right? Losing Scout Viper. It was always going to be a pretty tough, you know, period of time for this lineup. However, did we anticipate that it would be this tough moving into 2024 after what was a very positive spring and then obviously a very, very convoluted summer? Absolutely not, right? So definitely some soul searching still left to do for players, for management to land on a roster that they feel the most confident with. But for now, that's culminating in very, very poor results on the Rift, though. Since Monkey's come in, I will definitely say they have, on a game-to-game basis, and of course, you know, results on a results basis, have found themselves in a lot more skirmishes and a lot more positions where, if anything, Jake, they can flip the game and make things work out in their favor.
Yeah, who would have thought we'd be playing with this roster? I mean, again, like, Monkey mentioned coming in, like the snake over Leave when Leave was just this top prodigy before he left the league for a little bit. Like, Jeje is getting subbed out for Monkey. It's kind of crazy what EDG are trying to play with, and I guess that's really what they're at their core trying to do, right? They're just trying to find the roster that works. That's why we've had 9 players in total try to fit into the system.
Yeah, and it's always very difficult, right? I think, not to entirely write them off, but if we're just kind of being realistic here, EDG won't make playoffs this split. I don't think they're mathematically locked out yet, which is why I say it the way I do, but if there's a time to try and, you know, build up and be ready for next split, it's probably about now, when you've got the kind of potential talent you do. You know, some tough decisions will have to be made, right? Like you say, JJ has been out for Monkey, and things have, on a results level, just kind of looked better since that's been the case. And wherever they land elsewhere, roster-wise, of course, will likely be where they go from summer moving forwards to try and find a little bit more success towards the top end of the table, which is where we're used to seeing EDG.
True. On the other side, TT, you can say that you're used to seeing them down towards the bottom of the pack, but you know, for TT, their roster 3 and 7. Yes, they're not in the upper echelon right now, but I think it kind of opened up when we saw TT at the start of the split beat LNG. I remember their game against their series against IG. I think was actually quite competitive, but they solidly took a game. And then, you know, like there's other wins in there as well where you're like, dude, are TT a good team or not? They struggled against RA. They lost. They really struggled against AL. And then they're taking these losses that they should take, like the BLGs, the JDGs. So I don't know. You get my point, Jamada? Like, how are you reading TT right now as a team? Because wildly inconsistent again, or what?
Yeah, I mean, it just seems to be the case. I think one of the core strengths I really enjoyed about watching TT coming from last year was oftentimes actually their prep. They were a very, very well prepped team, and they very efficiently dispatched a couple of far bigger names than them at the time, simply because they had very weird and out there draft plans ready to deal with certain teams. That seems to have not been the case so far this time around, however. And I think to me, when I've kind of gone through a couple of their games, looked through, you know, for example, I brought up the drafts, I'll bring it up here. I think there's been, you know, kind of, how do I even frame this? It's been closer to kind of stale than exciting for them, right? And for players like UCal, 1xN, you want to see very aggressive picks. You don't want to see picks that take a fair amount of time to scale. That's what made them successful, even in the meta last year, which was pretty scaling heavy. We're now in a relatively versatile meta, I would like to say. So it is a bit of a surprise that they've kind of lent on it in recency, but as you mentioned, they've lost to teams that they probably should have lost to, but losing to teams like RA, you know, IG in the early days before they kind of went on the full streak to be where they are now, it does definitely leave you wondering, you know, whether or not this team can make it into that top 10, especially with the remainder of the schedule that they have. This will be effectively their easiest game. Beyond that, they've got NIP, WE, Team, Top Esports, and FPX still remaining to play, with LGD sprinkled in there. So that's their other high competitive game that they've got left for spring.
Definitely not an easy road, but we'll see. Look, again, win against EDG, and I feel like for TT, the run shall continue. As you said, for EDG, this could be the nail in the coffin. You know, with EDG, if they lost this series and then won every other, they'd only be at 8. But again, being flawless in the LPL just never seems to be the case, never seems to be possible. So we're getting a pick ban for game number 1. TT already getting rid of some of those engage tools. Vampire does favor something like the Nautilus, as we ban some supports on the other side as well. The Twisted Bait also take it away from TT, because remember, UCal historically in the LCK has loved this pick as well. And you know, Hoya's already brought it out, so a good ban to open up our first pick.
Yeah, absolutely, and TT, we spoke about just a second ago. For me, 1xN, and of past, of course, it was Yao Yao. Chocho now looked, in my opinion, the strongest. If it was either a Felios or it was a hyper-aggressive AD carry. Hovers over towards the Varus this time around, still can put down a lot of pressure, so you can never really go wrong with Varus in this meta. Lethality is still fine. Of course, we spoke a lot about on hit in the previous series as well. As EDG center up, it's kind of an expectation here. No Nautilus to pair up with this time around. They could just leave that pairing till a little bit later on, and that's exactly what they're going to do as they give Fisher an Orianna game.
Also, side note as well, as we see that center, LPL has been playing more center Tarn than the rest of the world. I think NA is one to follow second, closely behind, but right now, really favoring that bot side. And with Varus Ashe already, maybe it is just going to be the scaling and waiting of EDG's 2v2, while for TT, it is the most aggressive, or at least one of the most aggressive lanes you can get right now, Jamada.
Yeah, exactly. If it's not the most aggressive, it's definitely going to be top 2 or 3. Yep. So a lot of early trading is what I expect from TT's bottom lane into the Snake and Vampire. And we'll see exactly what lane pairing they decide to go for EDG. For now, though, TT was at mid lane, or do you want jungle? Beichuan or UCal? Those are the priorities there. Taliyah, I guess, technically does fall under the flex book, but this would almost always certainly be UCal's pick more times than there's ever Beichuan's. Beichuan, typically, you'll see him on the bruisers. Very, very rare that he'll go out on something as audacious as a Taliyah jungle. As some very fun picks were hovered throughout EDG, but they are just going to give us the Maokai. Of course, Maokai support, very, very strong on 14-4.
Oh, yeah.
Didn't see it last series. I can't recall if it was even banned, to be honest with you. I just don't think it was prioritized. But this time around, that will be the lock-in and a lot of very easy to play around engage, disengage. And now if Monkey goes towards one of those aggressive picks like the Lee Sin or the Viego, which you would anticipate would be ban targets here for TT, it will be very easy set up onto an immobile bottom lane like the Ashe and the Varus.
I like that he brought up the Lee Sin as well. I mean, Monkey from LDL. I kind of remember the Lee Sin being a hard hitter for him. I think for Monkey in the LPL already, it's aligned with, the Graves, the most players. So support that you noted those carry junglers. As on the other side, the Renekton's being taken away from Hoya, setting up the Talia other part of the side lane, I should say. Lee Sin actually banned by EDG. Maybe Monkey has a different idea.
They want Graves then.
Yeah, I was going to say.
Even though Graves can do fine into Lee Sin, it's just one of those matchups where if you've got the ban, you would much rather throw it out there, in my opinion.
Yeah.
We'll see. Maybe they just don't want Beichuan on it, but I think they're looking to go Graves here on 4. And it's just one of those archers where you would anticipate Beichuan would very likely lead on it. So let's just wait and see, as Xin Zhao is also locked away. Nocturne. I mean, honestly, I would prefer it over the Graves. It would be very much in the Monkey's wheelhouse to look for those aggressive plays. And of course, you've got the Orianna Nocturne combo into 3 champions who have no dashes. So I see that as a massive win for EDG. It's going to be a very, very difficult combo to deal with once level 6 comes online. And I think more than anything, Jake, right now, EDG, their composition, it's so easy to execute. And when you're a team struggling like them, in a position like this, it's what you want, exactly.
Yeah. I feel like as well, especially when with all these moving parts in EDG, I feel like the start of Split, they didn't even know what they wanted. So, again, kind of hoping to see the best from, as you stated, a simple style of composition from EDG. On the other side for TT, let's just talk about resets and getting the pace going, because there's a lot of burst now built up on TT with the Viego locked in for H1. The Aatrox adds another element of that, I guess, concave around the enemy team. A lot of angles now to play from for TT as we add another lockdown.
Yeah, exactly, right? Double reset champions there for TT. It's all about the pick tools. It's the Chains of Corruption, the Ash Arrow, the follow-up from Yukao on a pushback. And we're going to see our second Camille of the night. Wow.
It's Arla's Camille as well, dude.
And it's, exactly. It's Arla's Camille. No need to get treated to a YSKM game. We get treated to an Arla game on end. It's a very old school one-to-one counter matchup where you will find a lot of success, but things have changed, right? The removal of Divine Sunderer. I don't think I've seen the matchup since Divine Sunderer has been out of the game, so I am very, very curious to see how exactly it will function inside of the lane, but from a team comp point of view, it's all about that dive, right? Ori, Nocturne, Camille, they're looking to execute these squishy champions. A lot of focus from TT has to be on trying to break up plays before objectives are actually started up, right? Find the picks first, work on numbers advantages, and then look for the resets if you try to snowball over a fight. Otherwise, if it's a 5 versus 5 flat out, you have to favor EDG here with how easy it is to get that Orianna ball into the backline.
But I do want to see how early game plays out, because for EDG and TT, I mean, this is just a weird... Like, we're coming in today, and, as everyone sitting at home understands by now, probably, have to throw in those maybe words, that, us coming in as guests, like, we're flashing back. Man, EDG only won Worlds recently in 2021.
Recently.
The fact that this team's struggling and could be on their deathbed here, past the halfway point in the split, you're kind of thinking, it's not the EDG I know and love, and again, it's all the changes here. We want to see something at least solid coming towards the end of the split against a team like TT, who haven't been too far above them, but, for TT as well, their parts are working more often than EDG so far.
Exactly. Jayo's ring for EDG. And TT. EDG definitely. I would say with the favor, Jake.
You'd have to think, if TT's fan base suddenly became bigger than EDG, I mean, that would be crazy. Dude, this is like the TSM of our region. It's been here since 2013.
Exactly. Even though they're struggling, they'll still always have the support of their fans. And I think at the very least, if this first draft is anything to go by, they may have a lot to cheer for in the next 30 minutes or so. TT and Beichuan are looking for, at worst, information, at best an invade. The double range advantage does make this a very difficult approach for EDG. Double hail of blades between the bottom laners. It's just a lot of upfront burst you would rather avoid. Now, what I'm really curious about is what Monkey's response is going to be. Because he's on Raptors. He knows the invade is going on. Vampire and Snake. What are they waiting for here? Because they don't win the 2v2. I'll tell you that much. And actually, yeah, this is awkward. If Vampire and Snake walk up, then Chocho and MonXN just walk out of the bush, run them down. Monkey, oh, I mean, the problem is, cute from Monkey.
Gone? No smite. Hang on. Monkey does have smite,
Oh.
though. Okay,
Oh, wow.
does come through, and now the 1v1,
Yeah.
the flash away. I mean, that's the advantage. Monkey wins.
Very, very cute there from Monkey. Even throws up the question mark. But it is kind of curious. I mean, at the end of the day, Yukao should have seen that little bit of Nocturne Q on the back end. Monkey used to get a little bit of movement speed off of. But very, very smart reaction from Monkey. Knows the ward is where it was as well. Dodges that. Seems like the comms weren't quite there, that he would be moving into the bottom side. Wins the smite, blows Beichuan's flash. Now Beichuan may be a little bit behind on tempo. Though, oh. Okay, so Monkey missed the Raptor. So he's still level 2. But it shouldn't be the end of the world. He's going to find Yukao here. We'll just immediately get the flash. I mean, that's one of those flashes where you just don't want to take the damage, but the reality of the situation is Yukao's looking for a reset relatively soon.
Yep.
Either way, good trade here for Arla, as we would expect out of him on a Camille into Aatrox matchup. It's one he's probably practiced 1,000 times.
I mean, he plays both so well. They're both his, I think he's OGs as well. Talking about that a lot today, it feels, as Monkey now comes to top side, only level 3. How big's the wave here as it crashes in?
Big enough. Big.
It seems. Well, Hoya flashes away immediately, tries to outplay in the 1v2, but he's dunked down. How easy is that? EDG with a dive and first blood, while bottom side is a 1-for-1. Trade out of absolutely nowhere, and Vampire has helped suck the blood for another kill down bot side.
Yeah, okay, Vampire gets the 1-for-1, and actually when you take a look at this, the Snake is not the one who's farming, right? It's actually Vampire, but you can't dive the Maokai. You get Snake, though, as a consolation prize. Cross-map fought was going on the top side of the map. Vampire's CS will not be harmed too much as replay of the bottom side dive. Is it just very, very easy? It seems like the answer is yes. Actually, they tried to go onto Vampire at first, but Snake just a little bit too tanky and flash out a bit awkward on the back end from MonXN as he still drops.
But still, I mean, look, the Snake denied a little bit of CS, or at least some experience in that bot side as well. As we take stock, it's a support, or let's call it the tank carry in Vampire that picked up the kill. But I'm looking on the other side, Halo Blades, Ashe with this early on of damage. You guys know what I'm talking about. Like, as we get the first item Ashe, the trading in lane is so impressive. And with the Varus as well, still going to favor TT's bot side, despite what happened. Well, especially what happened.
Exactly, man. It's just, it's so obnoxious. You can barely walk up to the wave, and this was gonna slow push in to TT, but I think now they've just about caused it to be a bounce back in. Vampire's got teleport though, so he's not gonna miss much if they hard crash. Still a very, very rough lane to be a part of. As Arla, very cute trades again.
Yeah, it's very cute in the top lane, isn't it? Wait, what was it? Where else was cute? You're
Where
saying
else was
something
cute?
Ah,
it was
Monkey
Monkey's
was
pathing.
cute. Monkey's
Monkey's
pathing
pathing.
was cute. Yeah. A lot of cuteness in this game for you, Jimada. What else is cute? This dragon?
Dragon's
cute?
pretty cute. Yeah, I mean, look, there's
Oh.
good solid vision setup. You know, EDG. I mean, they probably know it's going on, but it's one of those things where you're not going to know for certain until you get the call out as grabs are secured, and that should ring the bell that likelihood is with no priority. And that will be the next point of call. There you go. And Monkey, as he knows the dragon is being cross-mapped, will look for camps on the top side.
But will he lose any in the bottom? I mean, Raptors being set up and just watching here in the minimap. None available, actually, apart from Krugs. While TT's bottom lane continues getting this push in. And, I mean, again, we've been watching this a little bit over and over. As we said, it's very abrasive, very oppressive. Just giving that freedom for Beichuan as well. Maybe to start peeking into enemy jungle on the spot side as well, Jamada, because Scuttle's up, whole camps spawning up as well. And Arla just trying to get a bit of vision and spot out. Well, hang on a minute. Is Nocturne nearby? Or does he just go for a play? Maybe it's a play onto Yukao. Hextech ultimate him into Shockwave. That was easy. And it's over in an instant.
3 words. Hysterics. How can
Mike
play?
Camille. Oh, okay.
If you are Yukao.
That too.
How can play? Very, very hard to get out of that kind of situation. And Arla, he's been winning out on so many tricks. Oh. I mean, I guess we just hate 125 gold. The observers also acknowledge that.
Yep.
With the zoom in. But hey, at the end of the day, Fisher just playing it safe. Wants the tempo over the gold. I can respect that. As speaking of plates and gold, Chocho and 1xN are very close to stripping away the third one in less than 7 minutes. The Q not gonna snipe that blue buff, so Beichuan will secure it.
He's 6 off that as well, by the way. Monkey's
Yeah.
not. So no paranoia. I mean, he can't get into the game yet. Monkey's whole role,
Yeah, and
as we
that's
know,
the thing,
Nocturne's to
Beichuan's
get 6.
acknowledged that too. The smite's available here for Monkey. Maybe that gets him 6. Nope.
Maybe Monkey
Still very far behind.
Guys, no, never mind. Waiting for the Heartbreaker to come out, but Beichuan flashes to make it so. Weaver's wall as well. Monkey doesn't have flash. Chocho picks up the kill. And for TT, the bottom side a little bit more open with 4 members now crawling down here.
This is problematic. Vampire, Snake, can you hold the wave and clear it? 1xN doesn't have mana.
All level
It's going to
6, by the
crash
way.
enough.
So Vampire, as he flashes away, the Snake is just deleted under turret. The roots, not enough either. Another plate in the mix as well. And for TT, just keep targeting bot. It keeps working.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's really hard for Vampire and the Snake to reasonably lane against Double Hail of Blades, against Ashe as well, being one of those users. And yeah, Beichuan at first was recalling. He was like, yeah, I've got my lead. I can go and reset. Recognizes, however, with Yukao in his back pocket and a level 6 advantage over Monkey, because he'd just seen him, that he just wins really hard. Chocho manages to snipe out the actual kill credit. At the end of the day, doesn't really matter because the bigger prize is sitting underneath the tower. Both of them chunked half HP. 1xN does a good job crashing in the wave and chunking them out, and Vampire's the one that escapes. Snake, again, a victim of the dive.
And again, I mean, EDG's bottom side, like, I think this is something that's been said earlier in the split. I think it's something we've all observed. EDG's bottom side hasn't been the most solid. You know, bringing Leave in, obviously Vampire, a new addition as well, coming up from LBL. There's a lot to talk about, and even in the top side as well, we might find that out. Arla's trades are good, but for Hoya, he's still got his strange bat wings that he can pull out and fly up. Ender of Worlds? No. I said it even... World Ender.
You said it, you just said them
I
the
just
wrong way
said the
around.
more posh version, yeah.
Yeah. Ender
but-
of Worlds.
Ender
Yes,
of Worlds. But old advantage topside is, I guess, the whole point of that play, because for Hoya, as TP is about to come back up, it's also going to line up with Dragon spawning in minute 15. Grubs as well for 10 seconds in if he wants to TP and hold topside, or if he wants to walk it out and maybe TP to the bot and set up for the second Dragon of the game.
Yeah, I mean, level 6 is available on Vampire, so there's a very easy way to find for Snake.
Arrow cleansed away, flashes from the hand of death as well, and for Beichuan, getting that summoner out on the bot side all but secures. Bot to be theirs even more so.
Yeah, exactly. Beichuan did smite that, and it's on cooldown. I guess Dragon is actually still a very long ways away. Never mind. They're okay. Just the way they're posturing. Sometimes you see a team posture around a particular area on the map and you're like, yeah, this objective's coming up really soon, and then you look in the timer and it's still like a minute away. Be the end of the world here. But summoner spells off the center make her a very, very vulnerable target to a Chains of Corruption. Or very specifically also to a Talia wall. See if they can focus on that, as TT's focus has been down on the bottom lane time and time again. EDG, I think really they need to lean in to the fact that they've got this Orianna Nocturne combo very soon. Or just the counter matchup in top, right? Just dump resources into Arla. Get some more gold going. He's got the Triforce. And if you can secure Grubs, though it seems like TT are actually more focused on not allowing EDG to secure all 6 as the rotation's coming through for Chocho.
Looks like it.
You could maybe start to play out a side lane scenario where Arla is the one that really starts to put pressure down onto TT.
TT have already started these off, though, and as Monkey hovers around the corner, it's all about that vision line. None on Chocho until he flips over as one grub gets taken away. That's a start, but EDG, they're walking into maybe their demise. And Arrow comes out. The paranoia is the response with Command
no
Protect. But yeah, I mean, Monkey can't find anyone. There's no Shockwave follow-up. Vampire now on the bottom side is for some reason by himself versus 1XN. He's going to try and 1v1 this himself with Nature's Grasp available. I mean, that's going down top side.
Exactly.
What's the problem?
1XN, however, did not have mana, so he could not finish that. If Vampire actually found the space to advance, he would probably get Summoner spells, oddly enough, but just acknowledges he's on the weaker side of the map. And now, at what feels like my request, they are going to give resources over to Arla, and they're going to look for a dive onto Hoya.
Well, it's 1 versus 3. Hoya's ulti is up and available. We talked about the Ender of Worlds, but as he flashes forward, it's dodged out from Monkey, not giving it an inch or a mile. Bot side, the dive does work out. H1 survives as well. It's going to be turret for turret push here. And remember, EDG are the ones with more grubs in hand. We look at bot. Cameraman is eventually going to go top side, hopefully to see what's happening.
It's a race, but we just... There's
Maybe
a
TT
really
just
big
get it.
advantage for TT
There you go.
in terms of time.
Closer.
But, I mean, look at that. When you really think about it, I know there's obviously also a difference in champions here to a point. But that tower on the top side was at 5 plates. Or 4 plates, sorry, not to oversell this. And that bottom side tower is at 2. And EDG are what? 5.5, 6 seconds behind on tempo?
True.
Grubs, man. They can, you know, that's one of those tangible moments where you can actually see the effects.
They do something, yeah.
Exactly. Actually, it's a little bit more chunked because they were hitting the tower as they walked up to kill Vampire. So, feels really, really good for EDG to be able to cross-map some of that gold back and, of course, start to get Arla into that position where he's going to be able to set up 4 Fisher, 4 Monkey. And even though Vampire and the Snake have suffered a lot, they will be able to aid and assist that dive. TT, they're going to have to be on their toes very consistently. Flash timers are going to be very, very important for 1XN, Yukao, and Chocho specifically.
And on that note as well, I mean, it's going to be important because we know that Paranoia is going to have a big effect on this team. I think for Monkey, we saw the first Paranoia fall flat, but importantly enough, it's the first couple of Paranoias that really make or break the game, hey? Like, be a Nocturne with map presence and picks like this as a question mark, then maybe you can change the game. Chains of Corruption, though, the flash away attempt as Chocho is the target. Look at 1XN in the meantime, though, as they get him finally from range. EDG have taken brunt damage, but no one else is here from TT. His Shockwave gets 1XN. The damage is great from Fisher. There might be a solo kill on the horizon. Command Protect ain't there to whip back in time. As Arla is, though, from downtown. Where did he come from? He flashes out. He gets out in the nick of time with the Hextech Ultimatum as Hoya now in the World Ender. But as TT try as they might at the end, it feels like EDG got all they came for.
Yeah, exactly. They found the pick they wanted. It's going to turn into Herald. And I think more crucially than that, they get the Summoner spells of 1XN and Chocho, so that's a very easy repeat play. Smite will come down. No shenanigans. Is there a fight on the back end, though? Monkey's flashless.
Hoya has no ult. Monkey, as you said, no flash, nothing in hand. H1 also gets a reset from this as well, as the Snake has no mana. I mean, EDG, they won the fight. They got the Herald, but they're going to lose quite a lot for being here. And with another kill over to H1, remember, that was a shutdown all of a sudden that gets given to that Viego jungle.
Yeah, it's only 150 gold, but still additional gold at the end of the day is additional gold. And H1 is continuing to be the benefactor of a lot of these plays now. 203 Kraken Slayer will likely get very, very close to a second item with 100 CS, and that gold just picked up free boots as well. As in the extended, they even get a tower out of this. Fisher,
There's
he's
no
in
cleanse
danger.
here.
He's dead.
Seismic shove. I mean, it's a burst, isn't it? There's the shockwave,
Yeah.
but it ain't in time. Yukao picks up that kill. I mean, this is just picks from TT that are launching them.
Yeah, exactly. Very, very nice to recoup some of the gold lost off this play, and especially, you know, think about the future gold potentially taken away as picture-in-picture, actually.
Yeah,
There's
we're
a
going to go to that
big amount of scuffling going on, but that was the replay of how they find that. Fisher here actually cancels an auto, and I do wonder if it's what costs him the kill. Could be, and also, not only that, the shockwave drags him out of the comet. So, a lot of misfortune there for Fisher, as Arla, you say, where did he come from in the pool? TT are wondering where he went off the back end so quickly. Hoya does force the flash out of Fisher, which is nice. But yeah, a lot blown on both sides. And really where you're going to see the repercussions of that will be this next dragon in 40 seconds time.
True.
And decisions made around whether or not TT.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, T1 just played. That's okay. Lost their series 2-0.
Oh, spoiler.
TT. Spoiler. Sorry, guys.
What are you doing?
TT. I know. TT. With so few summoner spells, specifically on the bottom side, I wonder if they're actually going to be confident to step up into so much potential burst out of Monkey and out of Fisher. Herald dropped in the mid lane, so they want to try and make TT make a decision here. Remember, of course, the Herald can also be driven by someone to secure this crash.
TT are waiting for this. I mean, the thing is, Herald hasn't been touched. Now runs into a minion wave. EDG scared to step up. Shockwave draws it in, but Yukao goes invulnerable as the Chains of Corruption follow through. Nature's Grasp as well. Fisher gets launched backwards by Yukao. And, okay, if you're going to call the bluff, TT will just take it. What are EDG doing with the Herald?
Yeah, it's a head scratcher. It's a big head scratcher because, again, someone could have just clicked on the Herald, driven it into the tier 1, and then, you know, that forces you to be able to walk up and get a decent position. The Dragon's going to reset here, though, now. It's still a 4v5. Fisher's no teleport. That's a knockback, Jake.
Yukao again, bro. That's like the third or fourth time here in this game that Yukao has found, or at least helped with the pick. Now Dragon on the menu. Third one for TT. The Weaver's Wall follows through as well. And for Monkey, Paranoia, a clock does not come. The clock gets reset. And for TT, now they move to Soul Point. And just a better state of this game, it feels like, that they've been managing to bring back.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, TT, credit to them for, you know, finding the responses, but you really have to start asking questions of EDG ahead of anything else. Great stasis out of Yukao to avoid the shockwave damage, and Fisher, no summoner from the mid lane skirmish from earlier. He gets pulled in very easily. Pretty damn good pick, because I was about to say, they got Baron, but of course the Herald takedown gives them that reset. The faster empowered one. Either way, TT now stand one dragon away from Cloud Soul, and that's honestly not the biggest deal in the world, but it's a little bit of extra self-pill potentially for 1xN Chocho, but very specifically for Beichuan and Hoya. Once those resets start going, or rather it gets them into positions for the resets, they are gonna be running for sure.
Man, I mean, again, for TT, it's that early game diligence through bot side, through the pressure of that Ashe and Varus lane that everyone hates. Really, for the past couple of patches with its 2v2 power, TT have managed to take this into a controlled game state. And even though the gold's not that much for EDG as they walk through River trying to threaten the spawn of Baron, it is a big potential like this. Chains of Corruption as well, but they've used a lot. Hang on for TT. Had they overcommitted? Shockwave, yes, because Monkey, now as he paranoias, he survives. There's no dragon here. Baron's up in 35. The timer extends. Beichuan will be alive for it, but still for EDG, that should give setup.
Exactly, and that's really what it's about. If this was Baron time up, that Baron is being started up immediately. But you can see there the promise of what this composition can do. Obviously, it's just onto Beichuan, and Beichuan's kind of overextended, to say the least. Yeah. Starts, however, with this pick on, or attempted pick rather, onto Monkey. And yeah, Beichuan, even if he gets the form, you know, like even if he gets the reset, just kind of sees red there, and fortunately,
what then?
Costs him his life. Exactly. You know, when you make a play, you always have to think of the what's next, guys.
Yep.
And that was one of those moments where foresight was perhaps overlooked.
True. Look, for Beichuan, I mean, again, this is the kind of jungler who he's, you know, one of the best Lee Sins, or at least when he is in his prime. For Beichuan, was a carrying force for years on FPX. Like when they needed fill-in junglers. I'm just sorry, old man memories coming back to me.
Yeah,
I'm trying to remember. But he was the FPX Karthus player who, when they were going between junglers, I think it was between Bo and I'm gonna pretend like my brain knows exactly who the replacement jungler is. Let's be real. Beichuan was a saving grace. So a lot of respect for this guy has been built up for the years. Sort of drop my little tidbits considering that for TT, he's the one who's going to be in charge of this game. And alongside Yukao, let's be fair, there's been good setup for him. So as Fisher and Arla try to play side lane with Hoya just hovering off here, We'll keep an eye on TT's mid jungle, who have been setting up for these picks that feel like are giving TT agency and have been setting up for neutrals as well.
Yeah, I love this, but how many ultimates will you blow? The answer is all
Shockwave.
3, Jake. Bye-bye,
Okay.
Hoya.
Arrow comes in the meantime. TP, wait, there's a response here. H1 has flash. There's the Heartbreaker on top of
Oh,
Monkey.
no.
They used a lot, but for H1, he's gone in so early. Jamada, he doesn't have a friend in there. And EDG just stack up, ulti or no ulti.
Yeah, and EDG kill off the tower before the teleport comes through. Honestly, I think if Yukao completes that teleport, he's just another victim to the plate. And
Isn't he just?
now that I think, did Yukao doesn't have flash.
Oh, yeah.
All right, anyway. EDG, they're going to try and turn this into a Baron because not only did they get Hoya, they found Beichuan, so it's still, at best, a 4 versus 5. There's no ultimate still, though, on the EDG top side. Frankly, not sure how much it's going to matter. Let's see.
Weaver's wall, though, the shove. Okay, TT open up again with another big pick. Hoya flashes in, and his angle's huge. Baron's
Oh!
getting low, but he's just dunking.
Oh!
They're looking for the Baron, but they'll take that too. TT have found everything they need with an arrow flying through. Arla's lucky to be alive, but man, Hoya wreaked havoc, and EDG so focused on the Baron, they forgot who was coming from behind as Hoya once again onto the snake, forces the flash, and this is their game to take from now.
That has to be one of the most cataclysmic Baron turnarounds I think I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Monkey gets caught up in the burst. He dies and then everything. Oh, no. All right, Arla, what's he looking for here? Because
He wanted
he's
mid.
now between Beichuan, who he could definitely kill by himself, but
Yeah.
with Chocho and 1xN around the corner, it's not as easy as that. TT, are they just going to give up this soul? It looks like the answer for now is yes, because at the end of the day, they got the Baron, so why even worry about giving up one dragon 5 minutes a time when if you can use this Baron efficiently, you can probably lock down the next spawn. So soul's denied from EDG's
At
point of
least.
view, but
Yeah.
man, oh man, what a mess of a Baron takedown. Now
Group.
TT all grouped as 5 in the mid lane looking for another pick. Vampire, he's hit.
Arrow. Okay, in response, there's the shockwave with the paranoia on top, but Monkey still dies. Beichuan refuses to die, resets a second time as Hoya flies through. This Aatrox no longer needed. EG have lost 2. It looks so clean for the setup for TT. What is it, Jamada?
I mean, it's EDG Harris, right? Don't get me wrong. Again, I can only credit TT for punishing every single time here, but
Yeah.
my oh my, has it been very messy on EDG's part, to say the least. TT, they get their remaining tier 2 structures. That's going to feel good. Another injection of cash. Arla's going to try and push in this top side here, but he's already going to be matched by Hoya, so there's not going to be an answer in tier 2s. As the Ash Arrow flies wide. And you know, I know we need a replay of it, naturally, but it just feels horrible. Let's just, yeah. Vampire gets blown up, multiple people rooted in the backside here,
Oh my god.
and it's just, oh. You
And
can't
then
get
we
the
get the
smite off on the
Baron.
final frame. It's taken by Varus and empowered Q, I think. It's just a nightmare. It's just a complete disaster. A catastrophe. I can't find any more words.
Do you feel for Arlo here? Like, I feel like Arlo's not had a bad game, you know? Like, I
No,
actually...
no, he's not. He's not at all. But you know, what can I eloquently even say about Arla's performance in comparison to the rest of his team?
Yeah.
I have a few things in mind. I just don't think I can say them on broadcast.
Yeah, right. Let's keep it PG. You
keep
just
it
got back,
PG.
you know?
Yeah, you know, it would suck to
Yeah.
be here, returning for a day, just to immediately never return again. But hey, it's a top laner's worst nightmare. You know, 502.
Yeah.
Try to find pressure with your team, doesn't work. Now TT, they're up here on the top side, looking for the tier 3 with the inhibitor.
I mean, easy to take when the Weaver's wall's committed. Chains Corruption off the back end as well. And an arrow on top.
Oh.
Even the poke might be too much. It is. It sets up for a reset for Beichuan. As for Monkey, he gets outranged once again, has to run away with Paranoia between his legs, as you see in the bottom side. Arla is trying to make this game competitive with an inhibitor on the margin, but you see that TT are moving in without stopping. The Nature's Grasp now flies 3 members with good roots from EDG to buy time, but the next wave coming in. Arla is committing to this bot side push, and for TT as they roll on in, I still think they had the damage. They've got enough of a grub as well, and Nexus turret taken down and pulling away. Arla has backed, and so therefore EDG a bit more threatening as we push and pull with, I guess, threatening stares.
All right, inhibitor down as Hoya stares at his destroyed inhibitor. I mean, at the end of the day, from the POV of EDG, that's an uptrade, you know? You're losing the game as heavy-handedly as you have begun to. Getting an inhib here on the bottom side as well when Baron spawns in a minute's time.
Yep.
Okay, I see the vision. Jake, are you ready? Hold my hand.
You like vision? Yeah, I'm trying. A vision like you're a psychic, or
Yes.
vision is
like,
in wards?
Perfect. We're
Okay.
we're at a table with a crystal ball.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. What is?
And it's kind
Yep.
of like Doctor Strange, looking at all of the possibilities of how EDG can win this game.
Okay.
TT are going to forget, well, they're actually pushing out this bottom wave super far, but just, you know, bear with me. Forget your belief for a second. As Arrow,
I'll try.
now I can't. The skips last too long, it's fine, alright. They forget about the super wave in the bottom lane. Arla,
And then what?
Fisher TP,
Okay.
maybe not.
And that TP.
There
Being
is a
respected,
TP.
I think. They shockwave onto him. Hoya flashes away though. Nature's Grass, the angle's good. But the thing is, for EDG, they haven't hard committed yet, and that's
They can
2
find Hoya.
ultis down. It's 3 if you count Fishers as well. Hoya gets low, but he still gets
Oh,
out.
no.
A flash respected by Arlo, who goes in quite deep at this point. The Weaver's Wall cuts him off, though. It's re-engaged there for Beichuan too. Might set up a reset. It does, and on the Camille as well. A hook shot, wall shot. More engaged. Beichuan with the final breath will find another kill. So will the support die. In EDG, their bot lane eviscerated, at least by that dead tree, who gives TT something to fight for again.
Exactly, very close fight, 3 for 2. You wouldn't think it, considering how the most recent skirmishes and fights have gone, but really well earned by EDG. And the problem is, it's really just everyone resets and then looks at the objectives on the map. Both junglers are dead. Cloud Soul available for TT on the map right now, but again, issue stands. No jungler available. Let's see how it all kicks off, because it's an attempt on Fisher at first. When the rotation here from the rest of EDG, they pull the trigger with the Paranoia and almost Shockwave combo. Takes a couple of seconds to come through once the teleport's there. They look on Hoya. Hoya flashes it, so he's not bursted out. But then what is he clipped by in the end? Now Kyle from downtown. So that gives Fisher, or rather Arla, a potential window to look for an assassination. Flash away from OneXN. Chocho, however, still gets basically one shot off the back of it. So come out of that replay now, because we have to. Dragon's being taken here by EDG, and TT, they don't care. They're actually going to try and angle towards this Baron, it seems like.
Why not?
Force EDG into a bad position. There's no teleport on Arla, so even if the super wave stacks up, there's no threat of a backdoor.
I mean, as you said, bad decision for EDG because they have to walk into this trap. The vision is lined for TT, so they know the angle, the time, the place, and EDG, as they walk through, they at least pull TT off the Baron for now. Considering it's
good.
not a fast take as well.
This is good for EDG. TT, they've got to make a decision about this bottom wave that's slowly going to start to stack up. Another super is on its way, and this is a decision to pick onto Vampire.
Arrow, shock does work. The range is okay, and dunk down. Beichuan is going to get a reset. Okay. Now it's a 5 versus 4 with 40 seconds on Vampire. TT can now try this one again.
Yeah, they should be able to. The resets coming out from Fisher. I mean, he has teleport. Maybe he's got an item completion. Then they look to contest 4 versus 5, but Monkey's farming. Arla's here. There's vision. Steal.
Pick.
Nope.
Not there. Beichuan finds him. Monkey now flashes over the wall, and he'll get out, but Baron is once again secured by TT. It's still looking good. It's still looking superb. Does EDG hold them back, try and delay Jamada, but I think we have to be real with this Baron play. This should be the nail if TT play it right.
Exactly. If they can find a window, find a fight. There's no structures outside the base anymore. The inhib on the top side of the map is open. A lot of options for TT to close this one out. picking themselves up 1-0 in the series. EDG, the game, frankly, was in the palm of their hands.
True.
They have thrown a golden opportunity away, and now TT stand on the cusp of closing out this game.
Well, it feels like it's probably going to be around this Baron push, as we were saying. Maybe the lead into Dragon as well. Just to note that TT is still sitting on solid point. And they've, again, kind of leveraged both those Dragons for something else on the map. You start to feel that next one is going to be the take, considering how they don't want EDG to get to solid point themselves. They finally make this push up the bottom side, and you can see that with this wave coming in, also, top seems like it is slowly pushing out, with Hoya just hovering mid and responding to a wave himself that Arla was attending to earlier on.
A small window, teleport coming from
Oh,
Hoya.
good
Fight, it's
shockwave.
good.
It's a two-man as well. I mean, that's a shutdown. 1xN is dead. Big damage sources. Vampire gets to the backside. Chocho's there. He's the next target, but he's deep without his team. But Bates
my
one
God.
able to reset if he can just get it. But man, it's getting a little bit frisky. Bates one, though, is carrying the fight, doing Viego
Oh.
things. Now on an Oriana, taking
Oh.
yet another one. Going into GA. Bates one. It's his fight to lose. Another reset. A triple kill going over to this Viego. 1v1ing with Arla.
He has
His
to take a
GA
fall.
down. Oh, man, crowded. He can't find it. Arla makes it an ace as everybody's dead but him.
A great presence of mind from Beitron on the back end of the fight, because he knows if he takes the center form, he's going to be squishier to deal with Arla, but he just couldn't quite find the window to do it. Arla wins out on the 1v1, the only man left alive on the map. And a last chance effort for EDG to find a good fight, right? It's, again, this Oriana Nocturne combo. It finds the squishy members. Arla's there to immediately capitalize as well. And then look at Vampire in the backline. I know Hoya's obviously buying a lot of time and dishing out a lot of damage, but Vampire squeaks out finding that kill. Then he locks down Yukal as well to be aggressed upon by the rest of EDG, but all the while, the turnaround damage from Beitron, and I think Yukal, once he came out of that stasis, huge. And then the 1v1 here between Beitron and Arla. Again, Beitron, I think, just kind of acknowledges if he takes the center form, it's going to be potentially less damage, very squishy. But then he just doesn't quite find the window. He notices then on the very last cusp of it, he needs to try and take it. But he couldn't quite get in the vessel in the end.
I mean, God, I've seen many a Viego team fight of like a 1v5 after everything goes wrong. I think the most recent one for me was Razork on Rogue. I don't know how many years ago that was. I don't know how long ago that was in a game 5 or something like that.
I think it was last year. It was a playoffs game, and it was top lane, right? Is the top lane pentakill you're talking about, where he just...
Nah. Oh, yeah. Was he in Rogue last year? Was it last year? Or was it the year before?
I'm pretty sure it was... No, oh God, it might have even been the year before, actually. You're right.
You are an old man.
Yeah. Gosh,
I
yeah.
don't remember, man. That was a while ago. But look, sticking within the LPL, I mean, for Beitron, carry junglers. Lee Sin has been one of his best. Need I remind you, level 18, excuse me, need to look a little bit closer. 16 on the Viego still. Level 3 on the ulti, right? It's a big difference considering we're setting up for
Yep.
Dragon. And for TT, this is sole point in the making as EDG wanted to deny.
Yeah, Arla was spotted out by a vision plant there, so that flank angle is gone. EDG, can they get this third dragon? Great wall from Yukao. Monkey's
It
alone
is.
in that pit.
He is, but Nature's Grass keeps him from getting near. Again, the paranoia puts out the lights in the backline with the shockwave as well as the two-man. The arrow slows the play down. EDG getting burnt, but they need a reset as Beitron will find it. Now that he's the Nocturne is on the backline, Chocho getting aggressed by Arla.
Arla.
It's Beitron again that I need to watch. The dunk down from Hoya. Big as well as Beitron goes into GA. Okay, EDG have been given some time, but that might not matter. Vampire was way too low. And he'll die in the end as well as for EDG. I can't tell. I mean, Dragon's still up.
Yeah.
Who won that fight, Jamada?
TT likely. Fisher and Arla have teleports, and they're going to try and pull the trigger. This dragon, I think he gets bursted down, but if they can find the kills, it still feels good.
Well, no, they don't. Soul's given
Oh.
over to TT. Now it's the escape plan. EDG still trying to
They're
chase
out,
up,
they're out.
but Arla won't pull the trigger. Jamada, Soul, just like that after a quick reset.
Yeah, exactly. Finally, after 15 minutes of searching for the soul, they do get it. Of course, gave up those previous dragons for greener pastures, shall we say. But EDG, finally it feels like, second or third time really that we've seen a proactive use of this combination. That actually nets them almost here. Great stasis. Beg your pardon, from the Barrison. Yukao is able to be bursted out eventually. But again, it's all about Beichuan, right? The issue is EDG, they're pumping all of this damage into TT collectively, but not really into Beichuan until the very end.
True.
Just feels like they have to kind of search for him. The issue is he's pretty damn tanky. He doesn't have GA anymore, right? And that's a pretty big
something.
deal, to say the least. So if EDG can pull the trigger on him, I think they have a far higher chance than if they eliminate 1XN or even Yukao from a team fight.
True. While they are good pick tools and while some of their ultis have been fantastic, Beichuan gets a reset and you see that EDG really fear for that damage. It's a 5k gold lead, by the way, as Baron stares us in the face. No Elder for 4.5 minutes, so topside right now is the pure focus. And just getting that push and move. TT using mid to then sweep out Baron. While EDG try for a topside approach here, Jamada. But speaking of approach, an arrow that finds out Hoya instantly charges forward. And you're right, Arla no longer of this world. What a pick.
Yeah, I mean, Chocho time and time again. A lot of the picks have been in the mid game onto Vampire, but finally he finds the MVP for EDG. And with that Camille off the map, I mean, Jake, plain and simple, TT just have so much more freedom than EDG.
True.
It's last chance saloon.
Weaver's wall. We've got a Paranoia. Monkey flashes away. Snake and Vampire isolated, but okay, the Paranoia taken. You got the center ult as well, but for EDG, I don't know if you should have gone back in there. Vampire's flung back. A quick cleanse from Snake at the backside as this support also dies. EDG left with 2 standing. I mean, Jamada, EDG is a flash change of corruption from 1XN. He was feeling it. Why not? The TT off the back of those picks are also going to open up bot just as easy as that.
Yeah, the only reason why this game isn't ending right now is because TT didn't have a usable wave once that mid lane inhib actually died.
Yeah.
But they'll still claim 2 out of 3. And this can be very easily a reset into play for Baron. Wait for your moment. And then pull the trigger. And speaking of waiting for your moment and pulling the trigger, Chocho again. Arla. Not sure if he has that hook sharpen available. You can buffer out, but even if you get hit by the stun, right? But even reasonably, because of where he is, where can he actually go? I don't think he can get very far.
Yep.
In this case, it does drop. Only the second time in this 40-minute game.
But man, isn't Arla just doing exactly what we've seen? From the games I've seen in the season, Arla has been, you know, pretty sick. Like, even though EDG at bottom of the standings, I think for Arla, he's had, I guess, more decent games that we've seen of other members of EDG. But again, you know, set up to carry. This guy almost, actually he's flame horizoning over on Hoya. So again, another reason why Arla is to be feared as an individual player, but also with picks like this that are comforts through the dawn of time of him starting in the LPL. There's some picks that you got to respect, especially since more top laners are experimenting with answers into some of the more these rudimentary picks.
Exactly. Now, EDG, despite being on such a lopsided front, they can still win this game. It's just gonna require a pretty damn big shockwave coming out from Fisher.
Yeah.
And for Arla to have backline access. It's happened a couple of times. And TT started up this Baron. Arla's in the base, clearing out those supers. Baron's being burned. There's the teleport. Let's go.
4K though, it stops the TP as you mentioned. There's Monkey in once again. The arrow cleansed away from 1XN, buys time, but he's not in a good spot as Arla flies through as well. The backline access given over. Arla finds the trade and gets out with his life ball. In the meantime, Hoya tries to do the same thing, but he's only on by a nick of health. He'll find his mark too, but Beichuan's dead. No reset. City as the Snake is frontlining for the time being with Baron as double TP. Wait, they're going for the end. TT are just like, forget this fight. EDG are all here. Teleport going to be matched, and he's just the only one to fly through, but the next turrets are now down. Blade Baron on 1 versus 2, and TT pull the bluff, pull the big frame play, and out macro EDG for a game 1 win.
I know, you could say out macro, but that's gotta be one of the most frustrating ways to lose the game, because mentally you've got to be just, we're going to find the fight just for it to be a teleport end. either way, EDG back foot for so long, right? It was still always going to be an uphill battle. Very well earned by TT, right? The couple of very big fumbles from EDG, and TT very happily capitalized. Again, one of the most catastrophic Baron attempts I think I've seen out of a team. That first Baron of the game, which resulted in TT having this lead to begin with.
I mean, again, like star plays from people like H1. I think, you know, on the Viego, again, we talked it up quite a lot. And it was like some of Hoya's early Aatrox plays were sick. I think UCal, the setup there was fantastic, you know? Like, seeing UCal and H1 work together felt, you know, kind of right. Felt very right, very nice.
I agree, Jake. And I think with that, we're going to head over to a break. And we will see you guys in a couple of minutes for game number 2 of this series, where we'll see whether or not TT can close out in a 2-0 or if EDG can come back 1-1.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back after what was an exciting game number one. My name is Hysterix. I'm joined by Jamada and TT outclassed EDG. Never thought we'd see the day, but to be fair, LPL isn't always that consistent anyway, and this has happened when EDG were god tier on their roster, but it is nice to see Jamada and TT have come through with a clean passage of play to open us up.
Yeah, I mean, clean is one way to put it. To be fair, they were on the back foot for a fair period of this game.
That's
Not
true.
so much necessarily in gold, as you can see by the graph, but certainly in pressure, right? EDG, for large periods of the early game, did definitely feel like they had, you know, the opportunity to really shut TT out of this game, and obviously it all came to a front with the Baron play specifically. And then at that point, Beichuan, who had already been scaling into the game and not really suffered too much even when EDG had found positive plays, became this monster that they really had to focus on taking down. Otherwise, they wouldn't really find a positive skirmish. And from TT's perspective, every skirmish after the first Baron was a positive one pretty much because of Beichuan and then eventually the rest of the team catching up with him.
And apparently because of Chocho, we saw success in that game. I mean, TT, their support hit a variety of arrows. I think him and Yukal were definitely fan favorites. And for me, you know, Yukal felt like he set up all the picks as well. But we've got to remember, Chocho was usually the first tool that came in, and that gave the Talia such success. So, you know, nice to see from Chocho, considering that this 2v2, I think played as anyone expecting that lane should play out, right? Like, Varus and Ashe, strong 2v2, who knew?
Yeah,
Excuse me.
it sucked. Like, it was, yeah, it was really, really rough, and it gave Beichuan a lot of room to really, you know, kind of start his own personal snowball as well. Let's not forget, right? It was the initial blue buff invade into recognizing he had that level 6 advantage, and then from there, it just kind of created this monster that TT could pretty much consistently play around, where EDG, they had Arla on the top side. It took them a little bit of time to realize that once those cross maps started to come through, then there was a very big problem in the Camille, but again, shut down too easily too many times. EDG will feel rough about losing that game in the manner they did, and I am very, very interested to see what adaptations will come through with the way that first game played out in mind.
Well, I guess the first adaptation is taking the Varus away from 1xN. That 2v2, as we said, was really insufferable. They've also banned the Ashe, so you're not going to get yourself a similar 2v2 by EDG standards, but hell, at least we get to see something different in the bot side overall. Let's see what direction they take Jamada, because things like the Lucian, not available either. Smolder, we haven't seen it today so far, but it could be an option here for TT as well, considering the scaling advantage.
Yeah, I am really wondering what they'll go towards Hui immediately with nothing else. So, okay, let's see whether it's going to be kind of what kind of composition rather Hui ends up having around him. Still expecting 1xN's lock in here as well, unless they want to go for mid jungle blind. It would be a little bit audacious, but Hui is such a multifaceted mid laner that I wouldn't be surprised if that is the case. It is going to be the Smolder in the end. So Jake, we could be in for a slow one from TT's point of view, but what I do like about this is the confirmed lock-in of scaling, right? You've got Hui, who eventually at 2 items will be a monster, and then Beichuan, what's the magic number? Is it 225 or 220? I think it's 225 stats.
It's 225,
On
the
the
execute.
Dragon Patience, yeah, for the execute. And then once that comes through, TT, the scaling is going to be very, very scary. Now, what we need to really see from this point onwards is nullifying agents, right? Things that can really play around these two carries and keep them safe. Poppy would be, you know, the complete embodiment of that. Can fit in the jungle role for Beichuan, or actually can be a very, very solid answer into Jax in the top lane as well. So a really, really good flex here. We'll see exactly where that Poppy lands once they go through this second ban phase.
Yeah, because I wouldn't put it past Hoya to take Poppy in the top lane. Hoya feels like, you know, that very distinguished, like, I'm going to pull out whatever I'm feeling kind of player. From what we've seen at least so far, that has definitely been the case. We'll leave that up to chance, because for now we get away some of those jungle support bans. More likely, you're thinking for Monkey, maybe it could go into the jungle alongside this Jax. Just remember as well, though, we have seen a lot more Jax jungle in things like the Xin Zhao, so I guess we can kind of just wait and see what goes where from TG to see how EDG react with this very flexible pick.
Exactly. I think at the end of the day, like you mentioned, with Poppy's flexibility, it does give TT a lot of options, but also Jax can answer those options in both top and jungle. Especially recently, I feel like one of the biggest kind of strengths about Jax at the minute is there's so much CC typically in lanes that adding the Counter-Strike on top of that, and then also being a very strong counter to those all-attacking base champions, does make him even stronger as skirmisher. There will be two very aggressive dive-orientated junglers being banned away here by TT. Monkey still has a couple of options left available. The Lee Sin is, of course, the first thing that comes to mind. But for now, it will be TT's picking it up, presumably on the support slot. I think you just go towards the Maokai. It's up, it's available. There's no reason not to go for it. It will definitely be, you know, potentially open to abuse, depending on what Vampire wants to go towards.
As you say.
But again, the other thing about this lock-in here from Maokai is it's still flexible, right? It can go up towards the jungle role if needs be, and then Poppy can go top. Then you've got two frontliners and the opportunity to find, you know, a very strong counter pick in the support role, which would give you a lot of space then to allow Smolder to scale. So TT in a very, very good spot. And EDG, they have to really, I think, to me, go for a hard lock, right? There's the Viego. You either want more engage, Nautilus is gone, Rel is gone, Alistar's gone, Rakan is kind of the only thing up, but into Poppy Maokai, it's not going to feel like a fun game to play.
Hard, no?
Yeah, it's going to be a really rough game. I'm trying to think. Leona probably would have been your best bet. You know, very non-committal engage, but then it feels at times perhaps a little bit harder to follow up on that, and then you've got a lot of cleanse value then between, you know, Varus, Ahri as well, so it would have felt kind of hard. There's that not the Maokai, there's the Lee Sin we alluded to also. But it was in Monkey's hands who thought about that one going towards it. Will be the Maokai support. Poppy top. Jungle will be Lee Sin. So to me, TT have all of the tools in the world to win this game once we tick over about 20 minutes, right? 2 items, 225 stacks on 1xn. The game should feel like theirs with the two frontliners and a lot of peel that they have. EDG, the onus is on them to either get Arla ahead so that he can win very heavy-handedly on the side lane, or very simply put TT so far behind that they never get to a point where the scaling matters.
And I mean, get in range of TT as well. I think EDG is going to be a big challenge too. Like, we look at this comp and we see, yeah, there's resetability once again. There's a lot of melee damage dealers though. There's a lot of abilities that need to get in range and need to position well. So onus is on EDG. It feels like, following up to your point, when we see things like Quay and Smolder, we know there's giga scaling there. And I think we've seen the most in the LCK so far. Like, I think we've also seen it in LPL. But Smolder scales so damn well, as you'd expect. But just the one-shot capability, like, if you're a squishy and it's 3-4 item Smolder in a team fight, you just get executed. You get like 2 shots. He sneezes on you, he then throws something else out of his nose, and then he calls for his mum. That dude is lethal, and he's like a 6-year-old dragon.
Don't forget that he flaps around. It's really cute.
He does. That is cute. Yeah, you're right. You're on the cuteness today.
Yeah, we're on the cuteness today. It's good vibes. Positivity only for our return here. And TT would like some cute and positive vibes for the first 20 minutes of this game with no bloodshed, so they get to scale. Let's see if they can do that, or whether or not EDG can push the envelope. And you have to hope they really need to shut down the scaling aspects here. They've got some tools to do it. Let's see how they operate in this game number 2.
1xn going to take a heavy trade here, but it is early enough where he can just back away. There's not too much EDG can do unless another hail of arrows comes through from the snake. And to be fair, that is a possibility, but too many unknowns there with Chocho off to the wing, just spotting out EDG, backing away from the enemy jungle. And you know, in the last early game, we did see, like, we saw some good picks from EDG. And I think Jamada will kind of hyped up on, it wasn't the bot lane play, was it? I'm trying to think. Or was it everywhere else? Was it top lane dive versus Hoya?
Top lane dive.
Yeah.
Very likely for EDG. Because bot lane sucked. There was no way they were getting any plays.
Definitely wasn't bot, true.
Yeah. So let's see what they can do. I mean, again, the only worry for me about TT is in some kind of weird way, they do lack a little bit of agency. A lot of the agency in the early game, I should probably caveat that I'm saying, is they're going to rely a lot on Beichuan and his early damage to kind of get themselves over the line. And I think very specifically him and Cho-Cho are going to have to set up early doors. And that can also potentially allow Yukao to then, you know, fire things over the top. A very potent Vampire and the Snake. Trying to establish a little bit of dominance here. Focus on the junglers though for a second. Even though I know we are looking a very extended look at this bottom side. It's actually because they're trying to force level 2 super hard. Both junglers potentially could path away from the bottom side, and I'll be kind of surprised, but after what happened top side of Hoya and Arla in game number 1, I think if I'm EDG, I would really like to try and get this Jax ahead, even if he's in a bit of a tough counter matchup. Side lane will still be a very important thing to focus on later on in the game.
So I think as well, we already know that Hoya's going to have big impact this game. Like, Poppy versus team, we already mentioned. It's going to be quite abusive for EDG to run into. But if, as we see the interaction there, at least one partial one, if we get that sideline ahead for EDG, then other thoughts are like, well, okay, controlling sides is great, putting pressure on lane so you're not getting a team fighting Poppy who uses Snowa's advantage. Or find it early like this, Jamato, I guess they are. Like, hey, let's hit top again.
Yeah, I mean, it's clear what the intent is. I just don't think it's going to work. Speaking of intent...
What's an issue, isn't it? Well, they're so far up, they cleanse away. The Snake will flash out, but look, Beichuan's there to match. Vampire trying to cover, but a Sonic Wave at melee range. It's going to go to Vampire instead. The Snake will still die. And first blood over to TT. Feels like Beichuan got the number again.
Yeah, I mean, again, Beichuan is going to be the one who will get TT across that scaling finish line. So it's good that he is able to find a play very early doors onto the bottom side, and it's actually arguably better that he gets the kill because he's going to want to be accelerated in a game like this so that things can actually get done. Now, Hoya does eat a pretty meaty trade, but the issue is Arla's out of mana. He's also very low, so the dive now surely is off the cards. Let's take a look at this replay. I mean, it's pretty simple, right? Maokai pressed W, and then Beichuan gets the rundown.
Whoa!
Whoa, guys, yeah. But again, the Snake and Vampire are just so far up that the reality of the kill was just not likely. Beichuan, I guess, thought that the first auto would kill him. That's why he takes the Q. Kind of extends that kill, but it's not the end of the world. Monkey, all the while, did take a couple of camps off the top side, red buff, Krugs, but as a jungler, losing your first, you know, respawn, losing your first, you know, cycle of camps, not the end of the world. It's about the second respawn, right? The ones that will come up after your first clear, which really feel kind of bad as really nice charge into the wall by Hoya. And I mean, in Beichuan's case, 1, he's probably never going to touch his Crux for a very long time, and 2, it sets them up to be the next respawn cycle anyway, so really not the worst in the world to lose. But Monkey, of course, individually will gain a small lead once he finishes up this clear and goes back and spends his gold.
And it will also be on the right side of the map as well. If you want to talk about experience lead and like gold lead as well, let's not forget that grubs are one of the most important in the game for junglers individually too. People always talk about the lane pressure and what they can do as Hoya just smacking Arla. But as the counter strike comes through, trade kind of reciprocated. My point was, Jamato, that grubs give 150 EXP, I think, on the first one. Like,
yeah, first it's depreciating on the XP, but yeah, it's like 150.
It's first of every new cycle. Every new cycle. So when you get to the second time around, which of course is the first cycle of grubs, it's great that each jungler gets at least one. That's why Beichuan coming up to the top side here now trying to do the same.
Yeah, exactly. Beichuan isn't looking too far behind 1-to-1 at the end of the day, and again, whilst he... Oh, hello, bottom side.
Plans. Good kickback, or at least the sneezing commences. From 1xN, gets some return damage, but he did have to burn his cleanse for that, so a summoner advantage.
Yeah. Cho-Cho doesn't panic, doesn't immediately go onto Vampire, and maybe they kill Vampire, but the issue is it'll be a 1-for-1 and the Snake would survive, right? This way, Cho-Cho disengages the Snake from the trade.
Oh, sneezing again, looking for the kill. Flap your wings and fly away. 1xN with his first kill on that 2v2. Ooh, it ain't looking too good for the Varus this time.
No, it is not. And, you know, not to put salt in the wound here, we're losing a Varus lane into Smolder. It's not really the best look. Not only that, it's not ideal. It's the fact that, you know, we've had one gank here from Beichuan. And besides that, it has been an isolated 2v2. I mean, Flash W, no cleanse. The Snake just accepts his fate. Plain and simple. And once more pressure starts to come down towards this bottom side, it only gets worse. H1's probably going to have to seed this Skull Crab. Level 6 for Monkey now as well. Definitely a notable advantage. Until Beitron can get on top of some camps.
Let me just say that, like, even though comps have changed, like, TT's identity doesn't really do that. Because they've, again, 2 games in a row now, continued to attack bot, whether it is through jungle presence or through just individual 2v2-ness, as I'd like to call it. Like, 1xN and Chocho have been a pretty impressive duo, and, you know, even though the Snake and Vampire and you, like, we're not getting that same vibe, considering that TT have now consistently set up bot, granted 10 CS behind, but, like, as you said, we expect the Virus to have the priority in this lane to be much further ahead than maybe what we would have seen in 1xN's case last game.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, a lot of this does also have to do with just pretty solid play from Chocho, right? Initial gank setup plus just the initial setup for this 2v2. Not to mention, you know, the one window where Vampire and the Snake did have potentially a window to get that 2v2 in, 2 kill in. Chocho just disengaged the Snake. Again, didn't panic, didn't look onto Vampire. Acknowledges that in a lane like this, going 1-for-1 whilst, you know, any gold in Smolder's back pocket is nice. Keep Smolder in the lane to keep stacking and whatnot. Always feels a little bit better than going 1-for-1 in those kills.
Certainly does. We come to what is going to be the next scrub spawn up in topside in minute 30. Just keep stock about building items. We're not quite there for first items as you'd expect here at 8 minutes in the game, but TT with a small gold lead. You can see significant things like the Sheen coming out. Actually, noticing a tear coming through as Chain of Corruption not there. I know Sheens aren't that significant, but as 1xN dodges away from Chain's Corruption, maybe we can talk about that because that's a key ulti that the Snake now has down for a bit and might influence this dive. Mum?
Yeah, I mean, Mum clears the wave, and all of a sudden the dive is just a lot less lucrative looking. But it was a good window for EDG to try and abuse. Now there's a topside play potentially in the offing. Beitron's walked over a ward though and he doesn't know it. Either way, Arla's gonna be 1v3, has to back up. Chocho.
Oh, doing this again. Vampire tries to build distance under the turret almost. Bramble smash. Won't get the desired effect as 1xN is dealing with the wave.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Arla will get access to this top wave. EDG, they have to kind of re-explore this top side and ensure Arla can farm safely. But again, that is kind of the power of the counter matchup, and you can see as well, CS, Arla's falling behind slightly. He's going to catch a majority of that wave and be around 10 CS down. A little bit less perhaps, but still Hoya doing a good job this time around of, you know, actively nullifying Arla in the counter matchup, and even goes towards Mercs as Yukao. He's looking for a
I
combo.
believe in Yukao at this point. Fisher is going to run away.
Oh,
What?
what?
Yukao flash, you didn't need it. But man, that was
What?
out of nowhere. Where was that damage from? What?
No, we need a replay. Immediate.
I thought, oh man, that's fine. Look, he obviously got double stacks of passive, but passive doesn't do that much.
That was not okay. In the slightest. Anyway, try and refocus up a bit here after whatever the hell that was. It's going to be a split again of 2-1 on Grubs. Is the replay? Yeah, I mean, let's... Okay, so he's got the tonic also propped up from Tripleton on Yukao. So I think that's also an important hidden stat here, but
Yukao
doesn't even know he's gonna kill him.
He said, I'm gonna finish this off. Afterwards, he's like, oh, hang on a minute. That's crazy damage, though. I mean, that's just from the ult proc. That was, and it's huge. I mean, it's a big kill as well, considering that for TT, like, both their Smolder and play are now set up in the game, too.
Exactly. You know, that was so much damage. I thought that, like, maybe, just maybe. No, this shouldn't be a kill, but it could be a dive and extended.
Yeah, maybe.
Definitely a very problematic trade. Ala's got to go back to base and teleport. Like, I thought, like, maybe Hui, like, QW'd, right? The electricity bolt with the execute from the bottom, and I just missed it. Oh, well, that's just me.
That's just annoying. Just back there, yeah.
Yeah. That's just me and Hoya. But yeah, I thought that maybe I just, you know, I'm getting older. My eyes, maybe they just don't work as well as they used to. I just missed that QW. Isn't the case.
So that is happening too.
Nice damage.
Yeah. No, look, I feel like while we didn't expect it, I mean, again, we've definitely seen it many times. Another play taken by Hoya in topside, by the way, while we're chatting away. It is still a 2K gold lead, and it's still TT's game, it feels like Jamada again. When we talk about how the pace is going, for EDG, they've tried for a barrel of plays, but bot going wrong. You know, that play solo kill out of nowhere, like, it's not like we're talking about a great early game from EDG because they are being suffocated of their limited options.
Exactly. You know, and not only are they being suffocated from their limited options, it just doesn't really feel like they're looking for anything. Aggressive either, right? And, oh, another threat of potential dive. What do you know? Mom's here. There's the wave. It's cleared.
Turns into a dive. Vampire goes under turret. Monkey is here as well. I mean, 1xN just used his mum as the snake was a 2-shot away, it felt like, but survives if only just. The kill being chased by Chocho, but Monkey will save his life. The dive, it'll work. It'll work in the end for the kill.
Yeah, I was a little bit too dismissive of that. I didn't quite realize how far away Chocho was. Not able to lock down anyone else in assistance to help. But TT, maybe still, have a window to do this. Dragon Eclipse first here for stage 1, so a lot of upfront burst. Sundered Skies will likely still be the second item. Teeing up for this Dragon. Monkey and Fisher trying to see what they can do, but the Snake Vampire still very far away. So EDG will not have this Dragon stacking in their favor. And again, it's just another bit of pressure alleviated from TT's side.
Ulti again. Watch Fisher's health. Yeah, significant. The Severing Bolt comes through. There's no execution. And look, Jamada, bit of a fool's errand from EDG at least. Trying to steal any kind of neutral from Elise in, always hard with the executing Q. But, you know, TT pulling it away. Again, almost finding a kill off the back end as well. Keeps the game even slower, right? Keeping the Dragon in their core is making sure that EDG don't have this Mountain Soul as a potential win condition as the game goes on.
That it's not an early stacking one for EDG really feels bad. TT again, just life. As they are eyeing up potentially another bottom lane play, and I mean, I don't blame them. TT
Does he a trial?
best to react.
Wow, how good is Flap? Man, that ability is good. Giving an 80 carry, I mean, that is mobility.
Jake, not to actually you here.
Are you gonna put? Yeah, I knew you were gonna put a third one in. Who cares?
Yeah.
Is 2 not enough for me to say flap on a broadcast? Surely.
No.
Yeah, I'm literally said a chew. I'll be gearing up. One day I'll have a sneeze in hand. All right. One day I'll have a sneeze in hand, and
I'm just gonna hold on to it.
I'm gonna try and hold on to it. Unfortunately, I don't need a sneeze at the moment. I should get some pepper. That does actually work. And if you tried that before, Herald goes down. TT's as well, by the way. Monkey for the potential steal, but nope, he's yeeted out of there. Great from Hoya. Now that's definitely their Herald.
Exactly. Phase one's off. Just hop back over the wall.
Giant does connect though. Flash, kick, safeguards away. TT here to help them out, but Monkey though might get a lockdown onto UCal. The answer no for the time being. Good charm though from Fisher, but the AoE damage from UCal has to be respected, and for TT, it's an objective. It's getting out, and this time without losing anyone again.
Yeah, exactly. Feels good for TT. Today and EDG again, you know, second to the punch, but this time you definitely have to credit Hoya seeing out of fog. Those monkeys obviously going to poke his head into the pit with the Herald in the back of it, just knocks him away. Snake, we have kind of pressure to exert here into Send. Not quite. If Vampire had ult, they would have beeline for that dive, but it's not in the offing this time around. But he gets a massive chunk out of this tower. I'm sure he's going to be able to do the same on the next wave. We'll see.
Heads up, 125 stacks almost there for the small bow as well, so getting more of that AoE. Like 1xN stacking up quite nicely, and here at 16 minutes in the game, this Essence Reaver Smolder, something we can talk about as the fights come through, but Fisher, Charm not going to connect. The Spirit Rush has been used, bought, fought, and now Fisher's going to run onto a cooldown for it, at least for the meantime. So for EDG, I guess they can use things like that, Jamada, because Dragon's not up for a minute 45. It's not like we're fighting for an objective. Fisher will have that up and again. And it just looks like EDG are continuously trying to find picks for gold, but then as they do, they lose advantage across other sides of the map like this, as Hoya also at the ulti. Arla not going to be able to follow this through. Hoya just continuously trying to put pressure on the target.
Exactly. Knows that drop on the next wave he gets to attack it, so not the worst for him. And if we kind of take stock of items, I think it's probably the calmest time to have Arla. He will likely have his Triforce kind of soon. He's got a couple of
Nope.
after.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, understandable. Have a nice day. That's what Hoya says. For the back away. I am check-ins. You know, everyone across the board is basically first I am. Arla will get there in a second. I'm not sure where Yukao is in terms of progress, right? But I can imagine he's going to be very close to that second item. I'm not sure he's going to be able to complete it before this dragon spawns up, unfortunately. But still will be a complete powerhouse as Fisher is here to do the defensive work, but unfortunately grubs plus that final remaining cannon. Down at tier 1, Arla.
Patron does jump in. Yukao holds onto the ult. Spiraling Despair, remember, range quite large. As Patron is trying for the pick, it's Vampire now, follows through. Fisher with the Spirit Rush, flash jump, doesn't connect. Nature's Grasp buys time. Chocho into the thick of it. He's in 5 members, but is that a mistake? His TT is so spread out. A double kill already going down to the Snake, and for EDG, I mean, they just took the pickings as they came through. 1XL wasn't even there. As now we're fighting again. Hang on, TT. Fighting without the core carry nearby. They do damage. They can rely on Yukao, but I guess trying to buy time away from the dragon, it somehow worked.
I guess it does in the end. TT, just a little bit too big for their boots. They just have to wait a little bit longer.
True.
And they will be ready to take fights like those. But again, you know, great teleport. Very deep angle. It really does corner off TT. And then again, H1, Chocho, a bit too far forward. Flash Charm, swing and a miss, but Chocho goes in. Also kind of just, I don't know, believing Hoya will have a little bit more impact. That's not an Aatrox like last game though, it's a Poppy. Can only really lock down one member in a wall stun and then maybe a big ult at best. Because, again,
Out. They've got a corner as well. Fisher went over. Now Mum flies through. She's upset with the Snake as Monkey just needs that reset. TT now the ones with the pick. And remember, Dragon wasn't taken. It's still sitting there. As Herald comes through as well, TT looking for more off the back end of the play. And 5 members through mid. They're threatening the dive here with the range available.
exactly. Get this and then the dragon will be theirs. Real nice catch there. And Hoya showing off the value of this Poppy pick.
Oh yeah.
Into almost every single champion on EDG has some kind of dash, right? Even, don't forget, the Viego W. You dash forward, going to hit the W, so again, that can be steadfast presence. Of course, catching out Fisher there just results in this dragon in the tower, so really well played. But EDG, at the very least, they are still proactively looking, they're just missing, crucially. Fisher isn't allowed to move.
Again, Panic Corruption. Poppy sends out the Keeper's Verdict. Still not dead. Hoya has absorbed a lot of damage, but eventually will be burnt down. But what does this mean? As Nature's Grasp is there, and 1xN is firing away. Look at the claws from Yukao. Range again in favor of TT as Yukao has just been on point this series. Picking up yet another kill to make himself 3-0.
Exactly, 301. Looks like he's going Death Cap second, by the way.
He
So
is.
just
Good
more
ball.
damage coming out from Yukao. And there he is, the completion to a Fiendish Codex. So a little bit more haste, spamming out those abilities just a touch more. He is online and ready to party, as I imagine as well. 1xN has got to be approaching that Shojin
True.
pretty soon as a great flash comes out from the Snake, which allows the pick here onto Hoya to continue. Good kick though from Beituan as the response, and then Yukao flash floor finds both of the bottom laners here as Fisher can't quite be locked down, but damage already done. It does, however, leave Yukao flashless, right? It's gonna make taking a Baron pretty difficult, as Vampire with this flash should very easily be able to set up Fisher and Monkey to then follow up. So despite the kills feeling quite good in the moment, they're gonna have to take a step back. Still TT. Just for a little while longer, I have to imagine, or position a lot more defensively if they're looking to take any kind of objective. Arla, however, has to be said, has silently crept back into this game. 14. Those 2 items.
Jojo in deep. Arla, as you speak, does come mid, gets poked out. 1xn, 200 stacks, by the way. 25, 26 to go, but we might not see it here as Chocho again in. Mum helps out. It's 1-for-1. But for TT, they're the ones grouped up, as you see. Monkey gets out over the wing. Hoya willing to threaten. And EDG, I mean, Jamato, they keep getting poked out. They approach the fight every time. It's either a pick or crate poke that is just making them partially irrelevant.
Yeah, exactly. No matter what, it feels like TT are able to find some kind of foothold in the fight there. And, you know, funnily enough, Jake, the only reason why that fight doesn't potentially go even worse for EDG is the fact that Yukao's ultimate hits Vampire, and Vampire's the one that gets bursted out, so the ult just kind of fizzles.
True.
As opposed to spreading out and getting a bigger slow. So EDG kind of get away with potentially more than they should have. TT continue to group around, and they're kind of coming to this acknowledgement, right? 1xn, he's about to hit his power spike. He's 8 stacks away.
Yep.
As soon as he gets it, I imagine TT will start to look rather to get up in the face of EDG far more aggressively as Hoya. It's not the first time we've seen him do that out of from the wall. As here we go.
220.
220.
Wait,
Gives him
223.
more, right?
No,
Oh no, it doesn't.
it does not.
24.
One more. He's basing now. I wonder what he's actually going to get, because Spirit Shogun, as you said, is already picked up. So we have 2
Yeah, I've
items
seen
smaller,
that.
and that was super recent.
Yeah, I've seen a multitude of builds. One of them does include Rapid Fire Cannon 3rd, which
Looks like it's happening.
the Zil definitely kind of indicated that would be the case.
Yep.
Plenty of builds, really. Smolder's very versatile champion. Even see, you know, builds like Riftmaker come out after this point, just because, like, the stats kind of just feel good with Smolder. And that can still be the case after this 3rd item in his cannon. So, TT, more than online. And really, it's about this next dragon, I guess, and whether or not EDG feel comfortable enough to contest or force a fight. They're the ones with the majority of their summon spells up. And in all fairness, actually, TT's being Yukao's Flash should be up. In fact, you mentioned there it is. That burn, that execute is now available for.
You know what's crazy as well? I mean, like, it's a very different style of AD carry. I think Smolder's an interesting champ design because it's like a spellcaster, right? I'd put him with Ezreal. Do you think that's fair? Like, he's kind of like a spellcaster like Ezreal, where it's about the kit. Your autos aren't going to get you very far unless they're weaved in with the actual kit, you know?
Ezreal, Porky as well.
Oh, yeah.
A bottom laner. That's really what Smolder is. Like you mentioned, he is that cast up. Anyway,
Hey.
bad joke aside.
Yep.
TT, they have mid lane priority. Smolder's gonna be able to catch this wave pretty damn high. He'll leave Fisher in a position where he's gonna get to this fight second, and TT are slowly creeping deeper and deeper into the jungle. I don't know if they see the snake, but
I think so.
I'm gonna be able to make a pick on that. Arla's getting pressure in his bottom side though, so that could be an issue TT have to respond to. The dragon has been dragged very, very far out of it. Now we start out by TT, EDG. They've got multiple angles, multiple threats here, but frankly, an engage I think would be ill-advised.
It really would. I mean, if EDG get engaged on here, as Chains of Corruption fly out, look at where their solo laners are. As Dragon goes down for TT, the Snake might be caught out here. We'll just wait and see. The wave is opposite because you
Arla's
see that
got a TP
Arla,
out.
he's going to have to, isn't he? But how do you against Chocho? W flash, no. Doesn't connect. Jamada, did you just laugh?
I did. I mean,
can hear
if he was gonna do that, I think what he was scared of is this a very hilarious world where he flash W's and then follows Arla across the. I don't even know if the teleport is
I
such
didn't
a
even
big.
think you can do that, can you?
I think it will just stop him. I don't think it's quite like a Kali.
Yeah.
I think it would just make him stop at the point where he was.
Yeah.
Either way, he did stop the teleport from Ala, and Ala does get that top tier too. And it does cost Chocho his finish, so, you know, sucks, but I feel like Chocho's job is going to be a lot less about, you know, hard engaging onto the backline, and a lot more about following up on someone else being CC'd, or very simply peeling for 1xN and UCal.
Because there's so many good engage tools already, so many good pick tools. I think for TT, you know, one thing we noticed about this comp is that there's good frontline, there's good engage. Excuse me, there's a lot of great heavy metal objects sitting between the enemies and UCal and 1xN. And they're at their damage points. We already talked about the scaling. Here they are sitting in front of Baron. Wards are cleared for the time being. EDG are coming to the party. Again, blind. Vision has been the strongest thing for them here in this series, but the setup continues to loom over. Hoya with the burst out. Monkey ulties in instead to buffer. It is ulti for ulti. The Shades of Corruption come through. It's re-engaged from Chocho. Nature's Grass, the ulti to follow through as well. But the TP in the backside is all going to be about Fisher and his angle as TT are in a bit of a clump, and a Spirit Rush would take them out. But Arla, as he jumps in, they try and get the nuke in the flag. His match 1xN is okay for now. The Painter Man sends out, and so does Mum in the back through. Hoya still not dying for the time being, and finally, blood spills on the Rift. TT are the ones that find it, and somehow none of them die.
Yeah, that's the crazy thing, right? The fact that none of them die. As now Baron, it will be the port of call. Hoya's gonna get his health back and reset. I mean, Monkey has to make a bit of a miracle here, but I think he's gonna think against it. EDG, they have to give this one up, unfortunately, and that's Baron. Unless they go for it in the extended, because this Baron is a slow takedown. But Monkey's not really
He's gonna
here.
try and queue it. No, smite secured. Now everything on the line for EDG as he executes up and available for 1xN. Vampire first on the menu, and he just dies down without getting to suck any blood today. For UCal, the follow through is going to be the Snake as Sonic Wave is taken. Yes, it is. Under turret on the Monkeys. He flashes away. H1 doesn't get the follow up, but he does make Monkey run for his life. It's the Baron in hand, and Pix as well gives TT the finishing touch to try and take this series out 2-0.
Exactly. It's all there for TT to close this game out, close the series out 2-0, and that would be a massive bolster of confidence as well moving forward in trying to cross that finish line and maybe, just maybe, get them an opportunity to make it to that top 10. Good buffer from Monkey, but still puts himself in an awkward position, and this ultimate here from Chocho very much, again, sets EDG in a spot where it's very awkward, but this teleport eventually does come in, and you can see Vampire's looking for the angle forever, can't quite find it. Arla then goes in, but Beitwan's in a position to kick out Fisher, and then it also hits Arla, and it ensures that UCal, 1xN, they are undisturbed in this team fight, and they're able to dish out the damage, whilst Hoya, of all people, is the one that dives forward and finishes off Fisher.
With Hoya again. Chat energy here on this Poppy. I will say, as you mentioned in the last team fight, Beitwan's kick, exceptional. And Beitwan, who, you know, started out this game with a bit of a disadvantage because Monkey was building up his own lead, but Jamada, I think what we can say about this is like that the individuality from Monkey doesn't mean anything. We haven't seen much from this Viego this game. We haven't had those big resets like Beitwan got in the last game. They're trying to set up again for it now. EDG setting up a pick around this next dragon. That will lead to Soul for TT. But look at how strong TT are. I mean, we have a 3-item play. We have 3.5 items on 1xN who has an execute. And in these team fights, if EDG group up, I think it's dead.
I agree. Wholeheartedly. I think EDG, that window to team fight has very much come to a near close. It's going to take a lot to find a good fight here.
Oh my god, the AoE looking at 1xN, just watch the smolder. Monkey tries to jump in, but Q again, and a double already goes down. The setup from TT, legendary. Chocho, it cost his life for that, but EDG are again on the run with a numbers disadvantage, thanks to the nice picks.
Yep, exactly. Now, TT, they can look to chunk away at this tower, eventually get it once this next wave balls up, and again, kills. Tower objective gold here. They won't be able to break open the base with this Baron, but a 5,000 Baron power play all in all, plus the fact that they will secure this soul. all but certainly continues to put them in a position where very soon 1 or 2 more fights will conclude the game here.
Yeah.
Replay. It's EDG looking for the pick at the end of the day onto Chocho. And once Chocho doesn't die, he just presses his Archie and goes, wait a second, I'm playing Maokai. Coast in. Double sweet spot here onto the Snake and Vampire. Snake is just absolutely in no man's land. And, you know, again, Maokai. Or Monkey, rather. Possessing the Maokai. Does what he can. Isn't quite enough to lock down 1XN, who has both his summoner spells now. Yukao a little bit more vulnerable without that flash, but again, all those defensive tools that TT have that can also at the same time be offensive tools. Gonna work miracles, as it's a really good thing that Vampire did not cancel that base, looking for a pick.
Very true. Like, again, would just lead to more. It's already a 4k gold lead. Baron's up in 2 minutes time. Soul on 1XN as well is going to give him a bit of versatility to jump in and out. I mean, this Smolder is 1 away from full items. That's the thing, Jamada, is like, you know, this pick we didn't see at all in the last series. But here for 1XN, we knew what TT's game plan was. They chilled out the game, and when Smolder gets to chill out the game, you get to see how strong this champion is. If you just be patient, wait, stack up. No one's going to go near him right now. I mean, he one-shots the carries of EDG.
Exactly. So powerful, and Yukao does the same. We just haven't quite seen that burst potential for a little while. Oh, base one!
Just runs on in. Good kick again. There's a Q from 1XN. Guess what? Execute a clock. It rolls through as Monkey is now in the back line trying to do something. I mean, it might just be over here. 33 minutes in for TT. They have made this game look smooth sailing as always. EDG are yeeted back again. That opens up another pick and another execute. 7 kills on 1XN. And for TT, this is good stuff. Their road to playoffs, it ain't over as they move to 4 and 7.
Not yet. They shout and they scream. Move up to 4 and 7 like you say, and you know, there's a couple of winnable games in the back end of their schedule. There are a lot of tough ones though, to say the least. Predominantly top, you know, sort of 8-ish, 7 teams, but at the end of the day, if you can find some very cheeky ways, like, you know, pulling out a Smolder way and just kind of crossing your fingers, playing defensively in some of those teams and scaling into the game, you can definitely make it. And this was definitely a very clean second game, to say the least, right? That first game, a little bit messy, but at the end of the day, EDG in the second one didn't really give them anything to worry about. They had to kind of finish the game and push the game on a timer, and frankly, they didn't get Arla ahead, even though he was in a counter matchup. They didn't even really try. Bottom side with that Varus, it simply didn't work out.
I mean, again, bottom lane seemed like the benefit for TT. It was a clean 2-0, and even though it was this back and forth within the game, you say overall for TT, that's what you want to see, as hopefully their fans out there agree. But we end up today, quite shortly, we go to our last series, which is going to be RNG JDG. This used to be the Beijing Derby, of course, when RNG was still in Beijing. But heading over to JDG's arena, I believe, after this, will be our final series to wrap it out for the night. the old Beijing Derby. Almost called it a derby. I'm not sure what the difference is, but I'll have to find that out another day. So we welcome you to our last series. I'm Asterix. I'm joined by Jamada from halfway across the ocean. The ocean, though, is smaller this time because whatever that body of water that lines from Germany to yeah, I don't know what that is, but that's water.
It's called the Channel. It's the English Channel.
Oh, the thing that people swim to France, right?
Yeah.
They would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know it's specific, but like, that's the place people swim. Swimming the English Channel was meant to be a feat or something. I think it still is. You want to talk about the games? You want to talk about RNG? We could.
You keep talking about swimming across the English Channel, bro. Like, it's all good. I mean, yeah, RNG. Well, what is there to say about RNG? They've been struggling, to say the least, and you know, I think most recent series was against TT. I think they played one between, unless I'm lying to. And that also did not look great. They lost 2-0, and we just saw TT 2-0 EDG. So, yeah, RNG. To say it's going to be an uphill battle today would, yeah. It's going to be a bit of a David Goliath potential series going forward into a JDG who have continued their domestic dominance, moving in from 2023 here. Still 2 games in hand as well behind BLG. So whilst they are 8-1, they have the opportunity, of course, to catch right back up with their newfound rival,
absolutely.
BLG.
I mean, the thing about JDG is, again, like, you look at this roster, right? We still have some of the core members. You got your Gal back on in, which was a big surprise. But, like, the thing that's changed is topside. 369 was such a great weak side player, and I feel like for Flandre, the way he operates in the past has been slightly the same as 369. But I think the caliber of player, I don't know if this is 369 bias, but 369 is obviously, I think, the best top laner, if not top 2 top laner in the LPL. One of the best in the world of absorbing pressure. It's a very different top laner here. When you consider that for JDG, your Flandre was sitting on the bench for, I think, all of last year. Like, it was a long time.
Yeah, it was all of last year. You're right. Just teamless, plain and simple. And a lot of people were scratching their heads at that decision by teams. But hey, he is here now, and I beg your pardon, like you say, Flandre has been filling those shoes really, really well. Does a lot of what 369 does. I wouldn't quite say always as, you know, better in any particular department, but if there is one thing I will say he comes close to it, it's, you know, some of those more carry-orientated picks that Flandre can lean on, whereas 369 a little bit more dedicated to that weak side play. It has certainly opened up a couple of more fresher avenues for JDG to explore outside of just the usual play through mid-prio into give ruler the world.
Yeah, so at least you still got that same element of, like, well, bot's always going to be there to carry. I think one of the best team fighters in the league and also in the world is something JDG can talk about, especially with Ruler in their side. Yigao also supplements that too. Remember that he is a good player at setting up. Also worked on his lane a lot over the period of BLG over that year. That made him a bit more force and a bit more of a force to trifle with through mid. But I think where I want to kind of touch up while we're looking at RNG coming out of the backstage is the fact that for RNG, we mentioned it was a rough start, but Jamada, we can tell everyone how rough it's been. 7 losses in a row now. They are on the largest loss streak. They've versed teams like Top Esports, WE, yes, but they've also versed like the LNGs who are nearby in standings. The RA, who you'd say hasn't looked that great either. Like, this team has versed some manageable opponents, but taken some losses, like, hey, even the TT one, right? That we saw only this week, makes you feel like that RNG are just kind of in a position where they can't lose anymore. I think is easy to say.
I mean, yeah, no. It's layman's terms, but that's exactly how it is. You lose another series, you really do kind of just take yourself out of any kind of possibility of playoffs contentions. And, you know, the fact of the matter is that strength of schedule, you know, for an RNG, even this iteration, we would expect to be able to overcome some of these opponents, isn't that bad. Like, the highest placed team that they have left to play, I believe, is NIP, I want to say. So, like, or FPX, probably, I think. Just one slot.
The same at the moment.
That's on game difference, right? You know, and RNG, even having changed out the players that they have coming into this year, you would expect that they would perform well enough, right, to make it to that top 10. So the fact that they are falling short right now is definitely a very big surprise. And this does kind of feel like the last chance to even feel confident in making it into that top 10 slot.
Yeah, I mean, again, like every game matters is a cop-out, and it's something that all broadcasters use.
Of course.
In the LPL, it's only a single round robin, and there are 17 teams, only 10 make it into playoffs. I did percentages last time. I think it's a 58% chance of making playoffs, but still, like, when you have 7 teams below you who can be actually quite close in skill, it makes LPL that much harder to achieve playoffs. And we're again talking about it from RNG's perspective, because if you look at JDG on the other side, Jamada 8-1. I mean, this team has only lost to BLG. I feel like it's just on that note, BLG finally beat them for the first time in like 3 years or 2 years or something in a BO3, and it's great. But the thing is, like, it lost that spark because, you know, for BLG they took Knight from JDG. JDG lost 369. Who went over to top esports again, and it's like, well, we've got a player who hasn't played for a while in Flandre, who's been alright from what I've seen, but it's not the same JDG. So I don't know. I just feel like, oh yeah, BLG finally beat JDG, but does it matter? Anyway, that's their only loss. To rant away.
Right. I mean, yeah. At the end of the day, it just feels like we're just in, you know, the second saga of the BLG JDG rivalry, you know.
The 10th at this point.
Exactly. So we'll see once playoffs roll around if these two titans of the league end up bouncing back into each other. It feels like an inevitable storyline, though, doesn't it? That they almost always will in a playoff best-of-5 scenario. It says a lot about JDG that we're already talking about how we're anticipating their playoffs will go. RNG on the opposite side, as we've spoken about, still hoping to make it there. I'm wondering about what kind of ways RNG may try to approach this game, because at the end of the day, JDG is such a, well, terrifying opponent that it does often feel nearly impossible, right? You try to 2v2 Ruler missing, you're probably going to lose. Even if you get a lead somehow in the game as a whole, not just this 2v2 bottom lane, then JDG are the best team fighters in the world. Well, if you ignore bot, how about you go towards top? Well, not only is your bottom lane getting dove, Flandre is one of the, you know, again, he can still fulfill a lot of the roles that 369 did as a weak side player. So, yeah, very, very scary to try and break this team apart. RNG, I think they've got to come up with something a little bit special, or you play the classic double scaling, something like Quay Smolder, and lock in to trying to defend those champions and scale up into the game.
I'm trying to work out who this is. I couldn't read the Mandarin. I'm sorry about the characters. That is obviously someone famous. Someone can at me on Twitter or at Jamada somewhere. Because that looks like a very important person sitting front row. I was going to say, like, LNG's owner, but, like, why would he be here? Why would he be watching RNG JDG? I don't know. Look, historically, the Beijing Derby, one of them, again, I get confused. This was a really good matchup, Jamada, because, again, as we said, top-tier talent. Like, RNG, JDG were sitting around the top of the standings, like, consistently when we saw both these guys in their own Beijing arenas. And, yeah, like, it's just sad it's kind of fallen to this point. But, again, hoping for potential out of RNG, considering that we still have people like Breathe and Wade. Like, dude, these guys are top tier. It's crazy to me. LWX is in this team. Like, man, RNG still have Ming. How is this team not top of the stand? How is it? I mean, don't understand, you know, when you just
top of the standings, maybe a bit
top. Top, sure.
But this is a kind of roster where, like, if you looked at these names 2 years ago, right, you'll be like, yeah, this is definitely going to be a team that's, you know, top 5. Worst comes to worst, because the LPL can be a very competitive league. No, nowhere near. It's a big drop off. But here we are, Pixbans. A team is playing against Ruler, and there have been 3 AD carry bans. Are we shocked?
Not at all. No, not at all. Karma first pick left open for JDG in the meantime. That's probably going to go towards Yagao, as we've just seen consistently. But do you take away another AD carry? for RNG. LWX, a big Aphelios player, by the way. Way comes through.
Smolder? Okay, Rakan, sure.
Okay.
Sure. Okay,
That's a strong 2v2 lane, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say
Or
it's a
do you-
strong 2v2 lane, but
Or are
it's
you
more
just
like...
thinking about picks?
What I'm thinking about is RNG banned 3 of the most aggressive AD carries in the meta,
True.
and then didn't first rotation Smolder when the first pick was Karma on the other side. So, you know, now my big question is this all a big bait from RNG, and do they have something prepped, or are they just going to go for something to try and match, well, I wouldn't quite say the scaling, but you get the idea, right? Try and ensure that you can survive the lane, which might sound weird against Smolder, but what I mean is go 1-to-1 in some capacity, evade. Maybe there's not a lot of hard CC right now, or
LWX is historically a Vayne player, so it's not a bad mention for me.
And the reason why I bring it up is one of the few champions that can kind of go blow for blow with Smolder in the scaling department. Vayne, of course, has a pretty weak early game, so you would like to be laning against a weak opponent. Kai'Sa, however, would be a little bit closer to standard. Of course, does fit in with diving forward.
Okay.
That's going to be the idea with Rakan. So that's where RNG go. Bans now. I mean, you kind of have to focus on top lane because Karma can still technically be flexed here by missing, right? So is it just going to be like Aatrox plus X, or perhaps Cassante, Maokai? Okay, so they're still going to put some stock into removing away some supports. At the very least, this Maokai. And JDG, plain and simple, there's no jungler on the offside, and you kind of need an engage tool out of way here, so Vi makes sense and kind of go whatever you feel like as the second ban. Even Jax, I think, would maybe be the best bet, because then you're also kind of sniping that away from Breeve's champion pool as well.
Yeah, as you said though, the Jax has been good against Xin Zhao, and a lot of junglers have been taking the matchup, so I think that would be a multi-purpose flex that JDG can really just snap off now. Alistar taken off, so another engage tool from JDG. Again, double support ban. Good mention, Jamada. Jax is taken off. Now, Wei's jungler getting picked up now. It doesn't necessarily need to be, but then we wouldn't have counter pick for Breathe, so it feels like for RNG, give Wei on something that can carry parts of this early game. Again, another good Lee Sin player here in the LPL. Could be on the table, pending.
Go for it. I would love to see a Volibear hit. I think it makes a lot of sense. You can still technically hold on to the flex as well if the top lane matchup doesn't look too bad. Of course, Volibear on this patch, hugely buff. If you are unfamiliar with the changes, because we haven't seen Volibear today, but if you've been watching throughout today, basically he moves a little bit faster, his Q movement speed got buffed, his E cooldown got reduced a little bit, but more importantly, his ultimate cooldown at level 1 got reduced by 30 seconds. That is a massive, massive cooldown reduction, and even though the turret disable duration is a little bit shorter, having access to the ability to dive turrets potentially 30 seconds sooner is huge, and it seems like it's going to be TF top here for Flandre. I guess really Karma can also still flex into the top side, so it's a bit of a two-way flex with Karma and Smolder being confirmed in the bottom side. So where do RNG want to go for their last pick here? I'll tell you one thing, they would love to have Jax, but
True.
Breathe, I think. Maybe Aatrox. I think Aatrox is probably the best blind you can go for if you're Breathe. I think it's got a good matchup into both TF and into Karma. But Yasuo. Okay. Okay. Now, it's probably TF top still, right, on this patch. I doubt it will go into Yagal's hands. Fun matchup. My problem is Yasuo has to facilitate himself the entire game unless Ming finds knockups in the mid game. Not only that, you kind of saw Tahm Kench. So anyway, we'll get into the nitty-gritty of that later on. The early lane matchup can definitely be quite difficult for Flandre to navigate here. Yasuo is a fantastic, fantastic skirmisher. This was the patch, I think, however, because I have to always think about it, this is the patch where Lethal Tempo got very heavily nerfed, right? 14-4, so a little bit less pressure compared to previous iterations of that Keystone Yasuo, but nonetheless, a fair amount of aggression and dive from RNG. It's all on theme at the end of the day, right? With this way to support with artillery tools, whereas JDG kind of a little bit more multifaceted. Scaling is obviously the main thing, though, with that Smolder and the Karma in the mid lane, with TF top. You need a little bit of time before you really come online, so it's going to be about, you know, something kind of akin to what we saw last game with TT. Waiting for Ruler to hit those stacks, Yagao and Kanavi will act as this bridge, and then Flandre will be a very important utility tool for locking down key and very mobile targets with this Twisted Fate.
Well, Dramato going into RNG and Beijing. Wow. Oh, it's like, Beijing JDG. Don't say that. There's for some reason the tongue twister. Going into JDG, I mean, it's a big task, it's a tall task. At least we get an exciting comp. And further to the point, for RNG, the all-in that you stated at the start of the draft, they just followed that forward. As we go into game number 1 to see if this holds true to the previous Beijing derbies that we got out of JDG and RNG back in the day.
敌军还有30秒到达战场，碾碎。
A lot of support, as you would imagine. Oh, there's another round.
Again, look at that. Arenas, I mean, JDG's already always been tough.
Yeah, true.
That person is famous. I don't know who it is yet, but that person,
He is well known.
he's well known. All right, he's well known.
Yeah.
So
全军出击！
I apologize. I feel like my, you know, after you know, like leaving China a few years ago from LPL, like when we started doing things remotely, we stopped. Like the faces became a little bit harder because like you see them in the screen rather than like in person, or
Yeah.
you know, like on a giant jumbotron in the stadium. So yeah, I don't know. Again, we lost touch a little bit there. As at least someone will help me out a little bit. Like, now, Sparta, where do you want to start on this one? Because again, we know it's taking time bombs from like JDG as well. Having Karma on the team also adds elements. But I feel like execution, as much of that is also a cop out, really applies to RNG in their comp today. I mean, you could apply it to both of them, but when RNG have so many elements that could go wrong in their dive, in their all-in, I feel like that's probably the place to start.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, a lot of dive comps tend to be quite execution-based, right? And this is definitely on the higher end of the spectrum with
Yep.
the floor of execution for sure. You've got more or less, you know, this very strange, and you know, we'll get to it as a holistic thing later, this Yasuo pick top, which you kind of need to set up, and the only way to do that is through Ming here, as unfortunately Breve Q goes a little bit wide. Nice sidestep from Flandre as well.
Yeah.
But it's going to be about, you know, Ming finding Smolder, finding Ruler, finding Yagao, hopefully even Flandre, and then just getting a follow-up from Breve and hoping that the dive damage and Tang Yuan eventually will get to a point where it's just pretty much near impossible to actually answer. This is why, of course, Yasuo can be a very annoying lane for Twisted Fate. Hypermobile, but also the wind wall, of course, makes it so hard to trade back.
And this is, I mean, as the gank comes up for Kanavi, I mean, this is Breeze's speciality, having these clutch top laners that can 1v2, 1v3, but is it too early? Flandre's health bar says yes. Wind becomes lightning, gives a little tag on the way out, but Wei now matching here and also spotted on the ward. So respect is given over to RNG's top laner Breeze, who can continue pushing this out and actually maybe hold the wave here, Jamada, which is slowly pushing in against him.
Yeah, exactly. Alright, it's about Breve having the wave in a nice position. Can even look for the rebounds if he wants to. Wei's also just, you know, waiting around in the wings. Had a very quick full clear. Is going to spot out Kanavi. There is a level difference between the two junglers, and Wei will have smite in about 15 seconds, but he knows with Yagao having prio and Flandre coming back from base, it's just not quite worth the flip, so we'll look to take that reset, and he will be ahead on tempo for the foreseeable future, as well as just, you know, XP and resources for now. Breve did take a reset and did teleport back whilst his wave was still frozen. And away, look away, he's just pathing straight back to top. He does not give a monkey's about looking for those second rotation of camps, looking for grubs off the back of it. He knows that Kanavi, you know, clears these camps quite slow, as he already had to cover. Could very much still be around here. And RNG win this 2v2 very heavy-handedly.
You'd think so, especially with Wei, who had the level lead, but not going to be 2v2 anymore. Kanavi backs away. And Flandre, again, Wave not in the greatest state, but they couldn't move up to help hard push. Still worried, as you said, where Wei is, considering that 2v2 is so dangerous. But Breathe eventually gets that push out and means Flandre will have a nice chill out moment to accept everything that comes his way and give a bit of a reset to the lane as Wei just used this time to get little grubs as well.
Yeah, you could also like very easily tell that they were weighing up whether or not it was worth trying to dive Flandre, but you know, having some is a little bit difficult. Wei now will be caught out on these grubs, but he's got first move from Breathe and first move from the rest of his team. Tangwell's level 6 as well.
AD Carry's the only ones who aren't here. Grub is taken. Two of them, in fact. Ming with a flash forward for the commit. Gets a flash in return. JDG are pushed away from the Grub, and it will be 3 for RNG. And a great news story for this early game that we've just seen out of this top side.
All right, well done. RNG get 3 grubs. Pressure as well by blowing Yagal's flash, and that could be a very easy target, right? Volibear walk into lane, Q smite, Q flash, set up for Tang Yuan to just basically dump his entire kit into Yagal's health bar. Very easily see that resulting in a kill, and then maybe something like Dragon off the back of it. We'll see. But very tempered and very well measured RNG early game so far.
Yeah, I think for RNG, a good thing. You know, like, we know that these lanes were going to be pretty mildly successful. Top, mid, 80 carry, even small lead down here. As Dragon's the next focus, it'll just be about how JDG can approach this one, because Shimada, we don't have level 6s apart from those mid laners, and for Wei, that's always a good thing there as Ming tries to jump in, but then has to jump back out, respecting the potential damage that comes through from JDG while they hover and try and ensure that Dragon doesn't get started here.
Yeah, exactly, and to be honest with you, Wei is probably quite close to this. I imagine if he takes his blue and he takes his Gromp, he'll be there, whereas Kanavi probably has a little bit more farming to do before he has access to his own ultimate, so
True.
I imagine a window for Dragon is about to open up relatively soon here for RNG. So long as no one goes a little bit over the edge on the aggression scale. Wei's done his Gromp, he's still 5. Blue should give him 6, and then, of course, then it's about access to diving towers with that ability. Kanavi, unsure whether or not Dragon is being started. Does give it a poke and prod. That should be level 6 for Wei. There you go. And Kanavi will clear that ward, but again, now it's, you know, it's a window for Wei to look for a play somewhere. No flash on Yagao, blew it earlier.
Oh, full commit. Doesn't get the turret in the meantime, but does get the stun down, and ulti flies through. How perfect is that from Tang Yuan to get first blood? Well, Kanavi down to the bottom side. Here's the trade-off. Flashes for Ming, and the knockup's there, but Kanavi has to steal the kill before Ruler gets in play, and it's a trade across the map.
Yeah, I mean, RNG feels a little bit bad to get picked off here, but of course they're expecting perhaps this bottom side of the map to be their strong side. After all, Wei has just ganked from the bottom side of the map, and Kanavi should, you know, he's got camps on the top side to clear, but he's just not really playing, you know, efficiently in that manner. So RNG, a little bit of disrespect and a lack of information and vision. Gives over this kill, goes into Kanavi's back pocket. Doesn't cost them Dragon though, and it looks like Wei will start this one up. And he should be able to secure it, because Kanavi has to commit to his top side now, otherwise he will simply fall way too far behind.
Kanavi. It's not often you say this guy falling behind in jungle. It's already a good sign from Wei, and, you know, it gives me vibes back to the 2021 RNG, I think it was, or 2022. Trying to again remember recent form with Wei and Breathe that pushed them to be a top team. But we'll look at the replay first. No need for my ramblings when you have Wei who commits to the dive.
Exactly. And the unfortunate fact as well is that Yagao wanted to just clear this wave and base, so he used the Mantra Q on that back set of creeps. I don't know if the Teva, you know, empowered by the Mantra would have saved him there, but it could have bought him a little bit of extra time, right? And that can always be a very, very important factor in a play like that. Unfortunately, it doesn't work out for him this time. Drops 2-way.
All right, now, game state. Let's talk about Grubs coming up. 15 seconds for that. Important because for RNG, they've got a Yasuo on their team. You know, I say side lane threat. I say ability to hit the turret and absolute womp on them. but also just with the experience lead we already have for Wei, or at least did have, before Kanavi caught up to a degree. Which I have to correct myself right now, because as Wei looks for Kanavi, still level lead. There's still an experience gap between these guys as Wei starts up the grub. Tanguan might be caught. Audacious charge, but jump on Kanavi is getting nuked here. The Sky Surge helps out as well. Still surviving for the longest time while Flandre has to commit in for this. But this Twisted Fate now with no escape is flash burned, but from Wei, how far will you get? The time Kench saves the day, so maybe that's enough. Ends up being a trade, but there's no jungler, for at least for the meantime. And grubs are just going to be taken by Wei started again.
Yeah, could be 6 grubs here. For RNG, not a bad outlook. And like you were alluding to, right, it's a lot of power for RNG when they have, you know, the potential of Yasuo split pushing here. They feel really, really good on that department. And 6 grubs it will be. There is no answer here for JDG. No dragon, no bot lane dive on the offing. It looks like Rula, he's resetting presumably for his first time in Essence Reaver. So all is well and good for RNG, and you know, they might not have even killed Tangyuan were it not for the ultimate from Flandre here. That's the final hit. Well, it's Yagao that gets the kill credit, but even then, I think it wasn't for the gold card, he'd still die. Isn't able to find the chase down as... Oh, hello.
Turret is still there, though, for he's not managing to get any more from the Steel Tempest. As he gets that ulti down, Flandre just holds his ground, and meanwhile, Wei is invading off the back end of top, being so hard pushed out. Kanavi going to get the engage here, but Wei's still great with the dueling, but he needs a bit of help. Ming's coming in with the quickness. The Circle of Fate is there from Kanavi, and he's surviving for so damn long. RNG now trying to use range. They'll get him, though, and another pick to bite the dust. Yagao over the wall is matched by Breeze, flashing as well and missing with a great knockup. Excuse me, Ming. I'm used to talking about missings Rakan, but today it's Ming's, it's Breathe on Yasuo, and it's RNG with a major lead in this game.
Yeah, I mean, RNG, almost, to be fair, it starts off with Wei almost being picked off, but the support is there of Ming, and with Breathe having first move, no ultimate available from Flandre, it is simply an RNG favored fight. Missing does what he can to keep his jungler alive, but once Tanguan comes in with the claws, traps them in place. Very well done. And this lead continues to balloon out for RNG now, almost 2,000 gold, and crucially 3 kills in Tanguan's back pocket.
I mean, look, RNG looking so good through their mid. I mean, let's talk about this again, because for JDG, they wanted to take this fight.
Yeah, at the end of the day, it was them that wanted it, and now they probably think about perhaps a different approach. RNG, this is their strong side, right? It's not really where you need to be, but at the same time, playing towards bottom side when Smolder's still stacking, he's not really a strong champion just yet. Perhaps just doesn't look like a, you know, a particularly attractive idea to JDG, even if they've got the Xin Zhao, even if they've got first move out of Yagao from the mid lane as well.
Speaking of which, that move is going to take us to Flandre ulting towards Tanguan and doing absolutely nothing. I mean, for JDG, Jamada, that was a big ult. That 35 seconds from Dragon is not going to be available if you want to make plays across the map or set up another pick.
Yeah, exactly. Flandre has to go top and answer Breeve's push here, and Breathe is 2 levels up. He's level 11.
Huge!
Flandre can't walk up to this wave without the support of someone else. Like, if I was Breathe, I would consider straight up just walking slightly further up.
Yep.
I beg your pardon, and just kind of blocking Flandre from even getting access to that wave, but is still a little bit worried about Kanavi or Yagao walking up. He's got the information. Either way, just wants a tempo reset. Has Blade of the Ring King now. Kind of do whatever he wants. Seems like Wei kind of just knows there won't really be a contest for this. This will be second dragon picked up as here's the replay.
Again.
Good flash, good fear. Well done by Tanguan to get out of that one without going over his life.
But again, that play hurts JDG so much. RNG now with another dragon. It's a Cloud Soul as well. Always going to feel good with things like the Volibear. I mean, I feel like any champion, I say, that has an ultimate that moves them some distance feels good on Cloud Soul. And let's be real, individual stats as well help with the bonus move speed. And Jamada, I think RNG right now are just going to be chilling on those dragons because they're 3k gold up. They have entitlement to every objective. Now the Herald's just been taken. JDG are the ones that started up, but RNG move. And as long as Ming is there and wait, it looks like an easy take as point in case.
Yeah, exactly. Very difficult to engage onto this court. Very mobile. Wind Wall as well blocks a fair amount of different spells and abilities here off the JDG lineup. And Herald now secured. It's a perfect objective game so far for RNG. Let's see if they can continue that trend as the game continues. And I mean, not only that, you mentioned, you know, Cloud Soul being the lock-in here. This is one of the stronger Cloud Souls you'll see too, because it's, you know, it's all about moving forward, it's all about diving off of using your ultimates, right, predominantly. So everyone on RNG is going to be able to use that combat function of the Cloud Soul really, really well. LWX takes a nice bite out of Kanavi's health bar. Not the end of the world, but whilst all of this has been going on, there is still the one scary, scaly creature in the bottom lane.
Ruler.
And that is Ruler, who is about 80 stacks away from hitting the 225, the esteemed 225.
Ooh, not bad.
So he's not doing too bad for himself at all. JDG still have that opportunity to come back into the game. And I mean, at the end of the day, no matter what we say about how well RNG are playing and how well they've done so far to shut JDG out of this game, it's JDG. And if there's anything I learned from last year, it's to quite simply never doubt them.
True.
Even at a deficit as, you know, seemingly large as this, 2 dragons, 2.5k, vision pressure, you know, map state game pressure, just everything has just completely weighed in RNG's favor. You still can never count JDG out from making a solid cross-map play on whatever play is going on, or very simply just hands-checking RNG at any given opportunity once they have a couple more items in their belts.
Yeah, that's a concern, isn't it? You're like, RNG, it looks so good. But when it teams like JDG, maybe historically and last split, not as good as they are currently. Sorry, other way around. JDG are definitely not as good as they were last split, you know what I'm saying? But like the team fighting machine 369 might not be there, but still Flandre, great on some of these flanking champions, great at picking an angle. Historically, Flandre's best champion has really been things like Aatrox, because in team fights, his positioning is so good at picking an angle or picking a flank. And I think here with a Twisted Fate, Jamada set up to do so again here on the one-item top laner. As RNG for now have position, we'll stop talking about JDG because Flandre has to flash away. He ghosted away as well. Ulti the only thing remaining because Breathe is just stomping the side lane again.
Yeah, again, I mean, it's kind of the worry about dealing with this particular 1v1 matchup. Yasuo just has so much pressure. We've seen it from minute 1, but now we're starting to see it with items involved, and Twisted Fate is never going to build any kind of tank items now. Speaking of pressure, wait, I'll turn this tower off.
Trying to buy time underneath the dive. Yeah, you're right. It's off, it's good night, and it was just so easy to pick up a dive and give over another kill.
Yeah, easy as you like. I'm not even sure they necessarily needed the Volibear ultimate by the end of it. Oh, very, very nice by Breathe.
Wow.
Well done. Well done. Gets both some of the spells out, of course, from Flandre. And RNG, whilst Breathe is doing that on the top side, make the bottom side their strong side, and they'll get this tier 1 as well. So again, continuing a very calculated and meticulous breakdown of JDG so far in this early game. They don't really have the tools to answer back pretty much at all at the minute.
But they are just waiting for some of these items to come through from tools like Ruler on Smolder, as you mentioned before. I just kept that in the back of my mind because, you know, you're so damn right. Like, every JDG game, you never count them out. And I kind of hate that, but the fact that RNG are doing this well against them, maybe I'm just like, oh, what's going on? Because we have seen, you know, a couple of mistakes. We've seen mistakes from Flandre. You know, Kanavi's been caught out in his jungle many times. Like, this Volibear pick has put them through a loop. Even, hell, the Yasuo top has done the same thing. That is now 60 CS ahead with 2 items. And you can see why running towards this dragon that's now just spawned, JDG are like, well, to get into the river is hard enough. Herald used for pressure. And Jamada Dragon starts, and JDG have to come in second fiddle.
Yeah, absolutely. JDG, I mean, they might even just take tier 1 tower for this, to be honest with you. They might just give it up. or at least try to. They'll chunk it out, right? Because it's so high HP still. Nice chunk.
Defenders. Yeah, but Kanavi's in by himself. He gets saved by missing, but that's two ultis now burned. Quickness and Last Breath. Mum flies through as Breathe goes deep before RNG can find their mission. Wave's also got his ultimate available. Eldobex the same. RNG's team fight engaged, Jamada. It looked good till it wasn't.
Yeah, I mean, RNG just not able to burst out Kanavi in time, and then Missing comes in with the heal with the ultimate. Keeps his jungler up and healthy, and then Breathe. Unfortunately, just the nature of his champ in that position. He's a little bit too deep, and here's the replay. Good poke initially as well from JDG. Try and turn around onto Kanavi. They feel like he's out of position. Back towards the Ming knockup, but then look at the burst. The knockup, I think, comes out from Kanavi on a Q3, and then Breathe doesn't really get to move, just dies.
Why are we
in
ulting a
CC.
Tahm Kench? That's my only question. Kanavi was inside the Tahm Kench, but why would Breathe ult the Tahm Kench, Shimada? Is that the mistake or what?
No, what you're seeing is a JDG
Yeah.
team fight masterclass.
Ah, right,
This-
okay.
Right? Look. Glass half full, always. Okay? It's
Yeah.
not actually the perspective of Ming going in. It's JDG putting themselves on a platter to make RNG feel like they can see. Like, it's all about the narrative.
Ah,
it's
right.
It's how you spin it. Always, Jake.
It's
always.
only people doing good, no one doing bad. Everyone's good.
Yes. Exactly.
It's how you spin it. Well said. Let's spin this one because Baron's up. RNG are in control. However, we've just seen a nice pick that's put JDG back within gold's reach. Mid still being defended here. Lots of weird snot coming out of the nose of this baby dragon. And for Ruler, his damage and wave clear starting to mean more and more as they defend mid lane turret and keep RNG from opening this one up. That, again, just feels like it is delaying how RNG get to play the game.
Exactly. And again, the longer this goes on, as guess what Ruler's just hit? He's hit the magic number, 225.
There it is, with a little bar at the end. Does Elder stack on top? I haven't actually seen. Do you
You know,
get the
I've never-
extra execute with Elder?
You know, I don't think Smolder needs any more weird interactions where he gets stronger in the late game.
True.
So I'm just going to assume that once a team with Smolder has Elder, the Elder just takes...
The Elder bar is execute. It's not like, it's not multiplicative where you also get
Yeah.
Smolder's execute on top, because that would be crazy. That would be like, because it's is it 5% of a health bar?
I think it's 6.5 on this patch, and then it's going to scale with passive very soon if it doesn't already on live.
Ooh. Okay.
So yeah,
Interesting.
what would it be 30%?
Yeah.
Or what? No. What's the execute on Elder? It's 15, right? I think 15. Or
Oh,
20%,
now you're testing me.
20%.
I was going to say 15, 20. Wouldn't be
15,
20.
25 sounds like too much, so I'm pretty sure it's
It
20%.
really does. Yeah. It does indeed. I feel like Ruler, we're going to be talking about that execute in a little bit. Dragon's up in 1 minute 30. This is sole point for RNG. So, nevertheless, while we are talking up some of JDG's win cons and the fact that they found the pick, remember that RNG are still the ones in control. It's almost a 3-item play, 3-item Kai'Sa. I'm sure Breathe has got components when he next bases as well. We have very strong DPS added in with range. And you know that RNG has, with their dive in, Jamada, we still haven't seen it to its full extent. So I'm just waiting for that power here as they try and group up around mid and force JDG to match their call just before the dragon spawns.
Yep, exactly. RNG. I mean, the onus of execution is still on RNG, and that's what I'm worried about.
I know.
Because JDG, they have Karma, they have Tahm Kench, that can keep Ruler very much alive. Flandre has Rapid Fire Cannon now, so he can throw out gold cards from slightly further away, and with Flash and Ghost up, repositioning is really just on him.
Yep.
Despite the item advantages that RNG actually, find themselves having, when you really kind of break it down, it's not the biggest advantages in the world anymore. Despite the 2,500 gold lead, look at the inventories. There's not more than a full completed item advantage anywhere. Then
True.
maybe Breathe if he's able to finish off this Iceborne Gauntlet in just a second as
Engage.
Bobby
He alters to that.
starts a fight.
Redemption going to come through. Wei is the next target. Remember, Kanavi with no Crescent Guard. He burnt it before. Good passive damage from Tang Yuan as well as Breathe moves on down to start up this Dragon, this Soul Dragon. Kanavi without ult to approach it, and the poke damage is good on missing. Dragon's just going down 4k, 3k, 2k. Soul disappears. JDG let that one go. RNG have it forever. And it's just good map placement. It's just good RNG-ness in that fight. That sets up JDG to walk second fiddle this time.
Yeah, okay, not bad. JDG, yeah, again, you know, very difficult to start a fight, and if Kanavi can't go in and then use the Crescent Guard to make himself artificially far tankier by blocking out all of that range damage, then yeah, life is just a little bit more difficult. Rule up. Will he have his moment to really open up on Smolder? That's kind of what we're waiting for.
True.
And will RNG be able to shut that down from happening? And ensure that they can run over a team fight with Cloud Soul, you know, that job becomes all the more easier.
Well, Rapid Fire should be picked up for Ruler shortly. I mean, we're just waiting in base. He's sitting there. So 3-item Smolder is now in League of Legends, right? 290 CS as well, by the way. Like, Ruler is farming like Chovy right now. He's really taking over the game. I mean, you can say the same thing about Breathe, but like Ruler has just been absorbing it all. And yeah, it is again a problem that gold doesn't seem to extend. Soul is there, but it does really feel like this could come down to Elder, come down to the next Baron fight, as well as JDG are getting more confident to take it, considering that their burst damage has also risen quite a lot with these last couple of bases. That, I mean, now we're just going to be expecting Ruler to get some executes off if this turns into a full-blown 5v5.
Exactly, so much damage available. We see he get that 1Q off onto LWX, and
Hurts.
it's about 15% of his HP.
Jeez, even with Tang Yuan.
Tang Yuan. All the damage available if he's able to get this
Flash.
off. Hello.
Yagao might be caught out, but they're using a lot. They dope for this. Mum comes in. She's upset, but doesn't reach the final breath of RNG as they're kiting away into the passageway. JDG still have some good bursts here available, but there was a lot there for not much happening.
Okay. Just learned the new interaction that Breathe can in fact win war with Smolder's mum.
Oh, that's why it stopped early. I thought
That's
he
why it
pulled
stopped
from...
early.
Right, okay.
Oh, what a funny sentence, eh? Anyway.
I didn't even pick that up till now as well.
Ruler still has Flash and Ghost, and okay.
We're starting Baron.
The Baron.
Why not?
I mean, look, it's JDG. I'm not gonna question them. They can burn Breathe's teleport, and in all fairness, RNG are lacking the ultimate of Rakan, so
Oh, yeah.
it's a very big deal in setting up for Breathe. Here they go, though.
PP. Good damage as well. I mean, JDG have actually hurt RNG quite a bit here. Remember, it's only Cloud Soul, not Ocean. So JDG kite away. They've gotten the teleport that they came for. LWX has the inside track, though, and for RNG, let's see how they play the map. Now that there's a wave crashing into inners and JDG have to take the long way around, no, they say, forget the turret. We might even threaten the Baron, and it looks like that's what they're going to start.
Yeah, I mean, JDG know it's going on, though, so they will return immediately to it. But the question is, how fast is this Baron from RNG? Half health, big chunks coming out.
Kanavi for the steal. No way, don't 50-50, they do! Kanavi gets the steal down, Mum zones out, and now for the fight, it better go well for RNG. They just lost it all. Over to Kanavi in the wing.
Oh, no.
He's matched by a double flash, but they're
Oh,
isolated.
no.
Why are they overcommitting to this jungler? Jamada RNG with some big mistake that just hurt the whole game.
Oh, man. You're against JDG, guys. Like,
Well, let's not flip the Baron, eh?
oh, yo. I mean, I can get it. I can. The way
You can get
scratching
it.
his armpit. I can get it. You know, the Baron hits that like 3K mark. Go on.
Go on, then.
Flip it. Go on then. No problem. But like, guys, you do not a lot. And the thing is, you know,
He just walked up.
he just walked in. Ming's got ultimate, you know, he's got cooldowns, but he's so focused on looking for a turnaround play because that's how you get Breathe into the fight. That he's not really willing to potentially throw his life away to stop Kanavi from getting in the pit. And from that fact alone, it feels like, and I'm just guesstimating Ming's, you know, headspace in that play. It allows Kanavi to walk in, and unfortunately, for RNG, that is. JDG secure the Baron. They're even on gold. And now all of a sudden, Ruler's 3 items. Very close to making it to that 4th.
I mean, look, Ruler in that fight as well. The damage output's insane. 340 CS. I'll keep track of this very farm-heavy Smolder. And I love the point you raised in the last fight that, like, you know, maybe Missing was trying to, or Ming rather, was trying to get set up for Breathe. Like, we didn't get the Breathe set up in that fight. We didn't get that big turn and that big punch of play. Instead, the flip hurt the game so much. Gold is now dead even. There's a Baron in the hands of JDG where they picked up 3K. And you can see the pressure on the side waves here, Jamada. 40 seconds before Elder, because JDG do have the Baron buff. That'll lead into the Elder play that could, again, just flip this game. But instead, Way might be caught out, gets very low. Kanavi jumps in, doesn't pull the ulti. Ming gets knocked up as well. And for JDG, they're so healthy on this. Flandre as well has a rapid fire cannon. His range extended. Now looking for that pick with the gold card. They find mid. And with Baron as well helping the push, RNG is zoned out of Elder. It's a JDG game once we flip the script.
What did we say, Jake? You just can't rule them out. And I mean, you know, look, this is pretty self-inflicted on RNG's part, but nonetheless, JDG make the most of it, as they always do, even if they find themselves in these game states far behind in a situation like this. Now they've got the Baron. It's gonna just about drop off in about 10 seconds.
Oh.
Even then, Ming, oh my word. That's a lot of damage.
And that hurts. I mean, that's the tool that has flash and ulti. Ming is going to get nuked in one pivot of a transaction, and Flandre, as he targets him over the wall. Now Ming can't go in. The engage follows through. Kanavi zones off, and JDG will not flip as Ruler calls in Mum once again. There's no Windwall to block it off. And Jamada, let the curses be damned, because as Eldo X runs away from Ruler. RNG had this game in the palm of their hands. The fly through, but the execute won't fly through. Cleanse away. It counts anyway as Missing. Will flash over. Look at the last target in Tang Yuan. A tongue lash helps out as you go out, makes it even close. Golden Stasis can buy time, but it'll buy the ace for JDG as we flip the whole game state off one big power play.
One big power play indeed. They're not going to crack open the base. They're just going to go and get the Elder. Death timer's very, very long, and I wouldn't even be surprised. You know, they'll take. They don't want to screw up their tempo so much. Will they wait for Ruler? I'm honest question, because he is so strong. You kind of want him to have Elder. I mean, yeah, you can.
Wave's alive. You are right. They are waiting, aren't they? They are.
They are.
Wait.
They are.
3,
Yeah, they're
2.
waiting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Those are bros. Those are real bros. And now Ruler, as you said, I mean, we also know that the execute's not going to stack. But hey, Smolder with the bigger execute as we look at his play again. And JDG, I mean, they're not the ones to flip it. They're not going to make the same mistake RNG did at Baron.
No, and I mean, look at Ruler as well. Like, Ruler, he doesn't go forward often. You know, big flash forward plays, but when he does, you know, he's always going to be on the money about it in this game. And, credit to LWX.
He does
He
damage.
managed to make it a trade, and he does do damage. He gets 1,000 gold for himself, but by the end, not quite enough. Tang Yuan tries his best. Stasis, unfortunately, just delays the inevitable. Another kill there for Yagao, and off to the races. JDGR with this Elder. They're just going to ARAM down mid. Straight up Route 1 League of Legends. And RNG do have way wave clear actually, so this is going to be a little bit more nuanced than perhaps JDG anticipated.
True. As you said, I mean, wave clear is going to be huge. But I'm just wondering about these side lanes, because there's Twisted Fate with an outer turret still available on top side, outer available in the bottom side as well. Even though it's an Elder, not Baron. A lot of standing gold here for JDG against RNG. I mean, mid, they're trying to continue forcing down. But now finally, looks like Flandre doing the right thing, moving to the sides himself. And able to push down this turret, open up the map for himself. JDG's a 4-man stack with his execute and a Smolder. It feels pretty easy to continue the assault once you're able to manage out the impact of the wave clear. While at least Breathe is getting a trade, but we know that JDG are probably going to be trading up at this point.
Yeah, exactly. JDG will trade up, and not only that, they
Destiny.
have Baron to retreat back to. I mean, Flandre has Goat, and yep.
Whoa. He does get tagged, but you're right. Go's going to be burned, not the ulti in the end. Breathe backs away from the turret and bottom side while Baron in the respawn. JDG just jump on it. Are we going to flip it again? Are we flipping this again? Let's find out. At 3K, they're poking it over the wall. But they're not.
15 seconds.
I mean, JDG aren't. RNG jump in, but it's still taken. Blade trying to steal it. And Kanavi's like, go on then. Go on then. And in the end, he does. As Yagao actually might be solo killed by Breeze. Huge step up here from the top laner of RNG, keeping the game alive, while Baron is taken by JDG, excuse me, in the cost of one soldier.
Yeah, I mean, Yagao dying here, it does feel a little bit bad. It will stunt a bit of tempo that this Baron can give JDG, but at the end of the day, they have Baron. So once, now that's just unlucky. I didn't even catch that in the live. Well done, RNG.
Hello.
Well done, Breathe, rather, for making that happen. They are still down now, this Baron. And at the end of the day, I think now that JDG have all 5 on map, they're just going to pick a lane and they're going to siege. Things will get a little bit more difficult. RNG have this side lane to work with, but again, Breathe, to me, if he comes to a team fight, I think he just gets one shot. That's the problem.
You reckon? Even with Iceborne Gauntlet, Frozen Fist, whatever you want to call it.
Yeah, like armor in this game is a bit of a fake stat because you know, Flandre is gonna be able to lock him down one way or another eventually, right? You don't have infinite wind walls for all of the picker cards.
True.
And if it's not him, it's a knock up from Kanavi. It's a slow from missing, and then Ruler gets on top of him. Or rather, Reeve puts himself in a position where Ruler's able to damage him. I think it just gets very hard. Very, very quickly. So he's on the side lane again, and he's actually got a pretty good timer for it. He's going to send Flandre back. Now, Breeze has teleport, so if he sees Flandre match, he might be able to back off and actually find a teleport somewhere. This Flandre's armor can only go so far across the map, but he's going to stay here, looking for pressure. But this inhib, it will go down stage.
At least forcing their way in. On the note of Breathe, I mean, the consistent pressure that's being put on it, at least for RNG, is taking some off their base push. I mean, JDG haven't fully committed to making that 50-50 of, well, let's just push in and deal with Breathe, and knowing that we will push faster. A lot of respect going out here to the top laner as Flandre, that was a bit of a juke. I think he destinied backwards, trying to get Breathe here, who is just wind walling or sweeping blading through the base. And the crazy thing is, I think he might just be out because the rest of JDG were looking for RNG up here. They're now covering his escape plan. He sweeps from one side of the map to the other and makes it out all the same.
Okay, not bad. Not bad. Again, Breathe, like you say, like we've been saying, he is... Yeah,
he's the guy.
He's soaking
It's
up
him.
A lot of pressure. He is him. He is the guy. Terminus last item, so he's going to be able to have a few more resistances in a team fight or in a side lane, which will just make him very, very obnoxious to kill. Let's see what he can do now at full build. As is Flandre, to be fair. Actually, Flandre's made it to full build too. Twisted Fate passive plus some of those Baron gold bits of gold, probably helping him out.
He's probably up, but the crazy thing is he's probably up on
in
Golden Breed.
Yeah, at this point, he probably is.
One of those GP things, you know, where you're just like, well, passive is just so OP.
Yeah, you have to remember as well, one of the kind of silently very strong things about this TF buff, as this could be cheeky, but the thing is, Breeze will always react to around the corner gold card.
Well, didn't go in, but you're right. As what?
He doesn't
Sorry,
have wind
what?
wall. This is a
Flash?
long chase down if they want.
Okay, flash for a flight. How did that hit? I don't know how that
mode.
connected with. It is. In the meantime, JDG are going to be first fiddles this time. I obviously love fiddles today. As Yagao is the one to teleport in. Breeze now channels in as well. 5v5. Mum flies out the backside. Better damage, but not too much. This is just a fight that decides this wacky game one as Kanavi jumps in early. He's saved though by missing. As now it's time to get an execute of your own kill as Kanavi's ulti huge. They're into the pit and Elder's secured by a damn tongue. And missing must be MVP now as Kanavi and Ruler pick up the rest, and JDG, you just never count them out, do you?
You know what? There's going to be a lot of focus on Ruler because he's on Smolder and he's 7-1-5. But missing has really made the crucial plays. He's made the crucial saves in so many of these skirmishes, and This will just be game number 1 going over to JDG. 40 minutes to topple RNG. Credit to RNG where it's due. Grieve in particular made this game a mountain from a hill. But JDG cannot be topped in team fights.
Dude,
the curse
that was
remains.
that was just wild. I mean, again, you said it like, yeah, you can't trust RNG. I think what's crazy to me is the fact that for this whole game feels like it could have been avoidable for RNG this loss, right? Because the Baron 50-50, the flip, it hurt my soul, and it obviously hurt their chances of winning the game. For RNG, things made difficult with JDG opening up the series, but our old Beijing derby haven't worked that one out yet. We'll return after a short break. Jamal, I'm not even going to let you speak.
After the break, I'll tell you what it is. It's okay.
Oh, good.
Calm down the endless fire, to pay for the ages, to be left with no
Well, RNG lost that one, didn't they? Yeah, unfortunate. Just unfortunate. Welcome back to the LPL. If you are tuning in, things went wrong. Not in the early game, maybe not even in the mid game, but all came down to one Baron where myself, Asterix, and Jamada, who's next to me on that side, got to experience a big flip of the game. Jamada, this was one for RNG. This felt so one. It's like 4.5k gold lead.
Why flip Baron? You know, it's
Great question.
it feels that simple, you know, and that's more or less what this game comes down to, because RNG had a 3,500-4,000 gold lead, right? Absolute peak this game, and they could have very well closed out, but you know, unfortunately, they allowed this man into the pit one too many times.
Yeah, I mean, Kanavi getting player of the game, I guess the steals were there. You know, Kanavi's early game wasn't very good. Let's give a bit of context on it. Like, he really struggled in the early game versus Wei. We'll look at some of the highlights of the game. And I mean, this early game Volibear I thought was pretty keen. And we saw JDG struggle with a lot of the fights until we got to the later game stage.
Yeah, pretty much, right? Like, it was only once JDG were able to group up and what have you, that, you know, it felt like Kanavi actually had a lot of impact, but I think a lot of that is also to do with some of the lanes drafted, right? Very hard to really have much a say in the mid lane matchup. Top side is one that you know, can arguably lose 2v1 depending on how the Yasuo plays it and how the things kick off in that kind of setup. So, you know, very hard for Xin to really get active anywhere. But again, it was a lot more about the team comp as a 5 and RNG, whilst their composition thematically all on board, all had the same idea. Never really felt like they were able to play that one out as they probably would have liked to. And again, that Baron play is really what turns the game around. Had that not happened, I imagine we'd be talking about this game as an RNG 1-0.
Oh, we definitely would have. I mean, again, it's just sad. It's sad considering that RNG felt like, you know, one of their better starts in the game. But yeah, for JDG, I mean, look at this at the end. By the way, Tahm Kench missing literally tongue lashed that for a secured Elder. While we give MVP over to JDG's Kanavi, let's be real. I think Missing deserves, you know, at least some kind of recognition for that game. As you said at the end, Jamada, Tahm Kench, almost 100% kill participation. Missing was pretty crucial to a lot of these fights, and I think a lot of the saving graces for JDG to play on the limit like they did there.
Yeah, no, I mean, you know, there were so many times where Kanavi stepped too far forward. What do you know? Missing's there to gobble him up and give him the shield and safety. Even I think that final Elder fight, or the second to last Elder fight, because there was 2, so I guess the first Elder fight, you know, it was Missing, eating Ruler, making sure he doesn't get caught up in a whole bunch of the mess that was that particular mosh pit. And it basically results in them, sure, Ruler dies, but it keeps the rest of the team alive, right? Because the focus so much was put so much on trying to kill Ruler or kill Missing. So to me, he's kind of my silent MVP, but of course Kanavi as well. Very important and impressive steals to make the turnaround happen in the first place.
And obviously we're sitting here, we're talking up JDG, not just because they won the game, but because the later half of the fights were still very clutch. And a quick reminder, that's what JDG's been about. Like, even with the top lane change, JDG are one of the best team fighters. They're very good at adapting as well for the fight, Jamada. I think that's something that, you know, gets talked about by a lot of analysts from LPL historically, that JDG have been a really good team at adapting to the in-game strengths of their opponent. You know, RNG doing something well, okay, this is our approach. They can really adapt on the fly, and I think that's what we kind of saw. Outside of the Baron still, they started playing around the strength of Ruler and started adapting to the 5v5s when they knew they could take it, when they knew that RNG were stepping out of line and being a bit too over-ambitious.
Yeah, the teamfight IQ is just so high. They understand their roles inside the team fights. They know what their win cons are. I think crucially, they know what their enemy team's win conditions also are. And they do play to deny them a lot of the time now. Okay, hear me out, RNG.
Smolder's open.
Wait, so you go, let them get Karma. But this time you go Hwei and you go Smolder. And then that way, you don't have to deal with Smolder. You have double hyperscaling in the mid and the AD slot. And then you can still go Volibear and
naughty. Oi, RNG, what are you doing? What's happening here? Okay, Smolder and I guess you could pick Xin Zhao again
Yep.
and
swap
just
the
be
Xin.
like, whatever.
You could also... No, you should just go Xin. It's just better. I was going to say you could arguably take the Volibear away. Now, what's the adaptation then for RNG, right? Because there's no way you would Soty run back, RNG selected red side without a plan in mind, right? So, what are we doing here in terms of AD? I called out lane. Thought it wouldn't be too bad. I don't think
Zaya's
they should
also an
necessarily
option.
do it. Zaya could also be it.
Look, don't be that upset, okay? And to be fair, though, LWX, that one fight we saw in our replays, that was kind of it, wasn't it? That's an issue here. Where, like, LWX last game was kind of just farming 1-for-1 with Ruler, but the problem is that Ruler would outscale. Or at least the impact in team fights, you have to argue, is definitely going to be more from the Smolder. They're going to try it again. They're going to wrap it around, and RNG are going to try this same lane again and see if this time there can be more influence here on the 2v2 of RNG.
Okay, well, what's the second support man? Is it Alistar from Missing? I mean, I think that probably makes the most sense. If I'm RNG, I think I'm banning that. I mean, really, when I try to think about anything, no, you just have to ban Alistar. That's just the best one there. And then for Wei, I mean, after seeing how the early game went, I would remove the Volibear, but they believe, and I don't blame them, that Yasuo was a far bigger problem.
Dude, how good was Breathe last game? I mean, I definitely don't blame them, considering that for Flandre, he might just be in some kind of stagnant stalemate of a top lane anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So, Volibear. Now, on the bright side, Breathe physically cannot lock Yasuo in, so they are not gonna have a
Yone.
Roy.
Yone.
If they go,
I mean,
it would be one of the most incredible, like, ego runbacks I think I've seen in a second.
it's literally gonna. I mean, I feel like it's gonna be. We get Twisted Fate again, so top lane.
Yeah,
But I mean, again, Karma
They
can go
can't-
bot, but
nah.
They-
There you go. That's the one.
Narco is OP.
Yeah, there it is. So, actually, I kind of like Rel a bit more. But Maokai's objectively the more broken gem.
Either one.
Yeah, either works, right? It's all about disengage in that regard there. Now RNG, Breathe. What will you be locking in to Twisted Fate, my friend? What do you have in the arsenal? It's an annoying as heck of a champ. You probably want to play Dive. I called out the Aatrox last draft. Let's see. Let's see what they go towards then.
Again, the big question is,
I'm not gonna guess. Oh my
dude. I told you, man. If Yasuo's not available, just fill it in with the brother, I guess. Oh my god, there's no way. RNG, look, it wasn't the draft. Okay, it wasn't the draft. We'll do something similar.
Look, I'll be honest, right? Yone is far more self-sufficient, right? I think one of the big problems that RNG's composition had in terms of what it actually wanted to do last game is that there was only really one way to enable Breathe on the Yasuo, and it was Ming's knockups, right? Through Rakan.
True.
Yone can just, find ult, and if anyone is inside of that box, that hitbox, he'll just drag them all back anyway. So I like this kind of more. I'm not sure how much easier or harder the lane matchup is, because obviously Yasuo has access to the wind wall, whereas Yone does not, so you can't block those pick a card war attacks inside the lane. So that is definitely going to be something we'll keep our eye on, as I'm sure the observers will highlight that lane a whole bunch more after Breeze's very impressive Game 1 performance. And I'm also guesstimating that JDG will put a little bit more stock into putting down Breathe to ensure that he can be as far behind as possible without giving up too much on the bottom side for Ruler.
I mean, again, it's just a crazy top lane to maybe end this series. For JDG, a Game 1 snatched from the palms of RNG. It was so close, and then Baron came along, and need I repeat, RNG threw it all away. But for JDG moving into game number 2, I mean, small adaptations, but they too are kind of running it back. The only change we have is in the support. What did we get last time? Jamadi, you're going to have to remind me.
The game-winning
Kench.
pick,
Yep,
mind you.
来到英雄联盟
the MVP component, in my
My
opinion, of
MVP.
your MVP as well.
The people's MVP, I think.
True. Well, Missing's been like that for a couple of years. He's actually been best support in LPL. Running into this split, I feel like On has also had a sick performance, so that could be up for contention, but like missing consistently in the past couple of years has been top caliber. So seeing him once again on an engage tool, this time something that does have, you know, wide grasp on CC, is going to change things up slightly, ever so slightly, for JDG, who ran 4 of the other same champions. So we've only got 2 new champs in this game, Jamada, and one of them is pretty much the same as his brother. You know, like close enough. Close
Functionally, may as well be the same. You know.
Yep.
It's this is quite the draft from these teams. I just all right. If there is anything to take away from game 1, it is that RNG certainly can take up an early game lead from JDG, right?
Yep.
With this kind of draft setting. The question is, will JDG adapt to how things played out in that game number 1? Because now they know and they have a much better idea of, you know, how things like, you know, the Volibear actually weigh in against the Xin Zhao, how the lane matchups very specifically interact, and, you know, sure they would have scrimmed some of these champions one-to-one at some point, no doubt, but, you know, getting a feel for how specifically each of these teams respectively play it and played it out from last game to this game is obviously going to be a pretty big tester.
I think for JDG, as we watch the lanes unfold, I mean, again, just seeing that calm, cool passage of play is what any JDG fan wants to see. For now, though, as the lanes start out, RNG, the 2v2 in favor of push, topside for Flandre. Looks like the range advantage means a lot more, as you were kind of alluding to the fact that there's no wind wall here. So Breathe is dealing with Flandre, able to step up. If he doesn't get his Q out of his Soul Link, then it's like, well, okay, cool, I missed. I have nothing for a while. And Twist of Fate just keeps hammering away. So I have to wait and see until some of those levels come along, how Breeze starts adjusting with the lane. As at least here at this time, RNG's 2v2, Jamada, I mean, this was a quick push. They must have gotten 2 first.
Yeah,
and have just been going to get a free plate.
Yeah, Ruler and missing yielded a lot of pressure at some point. And another thing I'd like to highlight, just on kind of a smaller level here, is that Breathe has also gone Doran's Blade as opposed to Doran's Shield. So
True.
Getting poked out here, he's not going to be able to, you know, resustain it through just existing, which is kind of what Doran's Shield does. He has to auto-attack the minions, and if he's got to auto-attack the minions, then he's in range to get auto-attacked by Flandre, so you're just in a lose-lose situation. I think maybe a slight error in starting items, in my opinion, but of course it can give him more threat if Way's up there. The extra AD is nice. Speaking of nice, fancy feats from Ruler, and if they crash this wave, they can look for a dive. No flap. I don't know how long that cooldown is, off the top of my head, but I reckon it's long enough that they can look for this redive right now.
I think you're right. Well, Flash and Ghost available, but immediately Ruler doesn't have an example and won't have a response. Way under turret will survive as well. First blood over to LWX, and RNG set up bot nicely while we look towards mid for Tang Yuan. Wind becomes lightning. Yagao gets the slow. Tang Yuan flashes away, and he survives with teleport to bring him back to lane.
Yeah, come back to lane with that teleport. Won't miss out on too much, but still chunked out heavily. Missing doing his best to try and hold the wave, but will be pushed back by LWX and Ming. So this wave can crash back out quite quickly. I wonder if JDG will try and turn this actually into a dragon takedown. They're going to know exactly where Wei is very soon. They could give up Grubs for a first dragon. I think they wouldn't mind that trade, but he did have Flap back up. He started it. There you go. But unfortunately, Wei has a point-and-click CC. Locks him down for free. Now, if there is one thing I will say, at the end of the day, even though the early lane probably sucks really bad here for Yone, he will, at level 6, have a whole bunch of kill pressure, and that's going to be something that, frankly, Flandre just won't be able to deal with.
Ooh, even now, there might be something good. Flandre slowed down. He's knocked up. Wei tries, but turret range is out here for Flandre's dismay. Wei gets hit on the way out. The only summoner was taken was the Ghost, as Breathe tries to set up for a little bit more.
Yeah, people kind of hanging around here. Wei seemingly wants the grubs, but Kanavi, despite, you know, potential dragon setup being a thing here, doesn't want to give up all 3 grubs, and
Engages in. the rest of JDG aren't here. Flandre with a flash available. He takes it. Gold card. Out of range.
But
Shavana. That happened.
He has ult, man. Just ult. Just press on.
No, he wants to save it. All right, he'll save it. And you know what? There'll be a play coming up where he'll use it. Don't know if it'll be any good. But then we'll say, hey, he could have used ult then. I mean, first blood was already given down bot. There's no kill to follow up, thanks to Flandre. No offense. But grubs do go down. I'm sorry. Had to be said, Flandre, that wasn't very good.
No,
that wasn't very good.
Oh. Ming, not missing. Well, missing's here on your screen, but Ming is just trying to help Preeve crash the wave in. LWX looking for a hefty trade. Not going to find it. As Seeker goes wide. Looks like Flandre. Flandre's going to ult back to lane. That's why he didn't ult.
He is.
Yeah.
Well, wait for it. Yeah, the Observer knows as well, don't they? They're just like, hey, just see. Here he comes. Gold card. Nicely done. He upset.
Yeah. But it's okay. It's like,
get over it.
this experience isn't about me. You know, it's about the teams, it's about the players.
Very selfless of you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Anywho. Wait.
Yep. Yeah.
It's on this bottom side, and LWX does have level 6, and this wave is crashing, so I'm kind of surprised. Maybe he does have time to do Gromp in all fairness, that they're not going for Dragon here, especially because Yagal's also on a reset, so times are starting to sync up here for a Dragon to be available, but the issue is now, as Ruler and Missing return back, they just clear that wave out, so there goes the window. Kanavi, because he got all those grubs, is actually ahead now, so he's level 6, way sooner than Wei was in game number 1. As he does actually tick over now as he clears the Wolf Camp, so both junglers have that ultimate available. Let's see what they can do. Flandre's actually got a roam window down here. So JDG really want this to happen.
Well, Missing tried to buffer the knock up here, but won't get it successfully. Everyone's in for the all-in as the dive comp now showing how far it can go. A 1-for-1 trade so far. Ruler's a healthy one, though, as Tangyuan is just out of position. The Hui in the middle, he'll also trade, but what happens next for JDG under turret? They do some poke, but with a jungler down, even that doesn't matter. I mean, I guess Breathe is going to get the push up on the top side, Jamada.
2 plates.
While we get a trade down bot.
Yeah, 2 plates for the Yone. We'll take that. I mean, very interesting set of plays overall. I feel like, yeah, JDG probably the loser of this. Now,
I think so.
if Missing can blow something here out of Breathe.
Which answer is Fate Seal comes through. Flash. Nice escape. Breathe does burn the summoner and the ulti, but it's still an escape from giving that kill over just before the next grub spawn.
Yeah, I think very unlucky. We'll talk about that. I don't know if we're going to get a replay of it, so I'll talk about this first because, yeah, I mean, JDG kind of the ones that engage. Is Smolder's mum very loud, or is it just me, by the way, the Orma sound? Maybe because the camera's
she is allowed. She is allowed, you know, she screams. I mean, Shyvana,
Yeah.
I assume that's Shyvana. Shyvana is Smolder's mum, surely, right?
Sure.
Like, that is the, is that the law, or have we gotten to that point or not?
I don't know. I don't know, Jake. But, yeah, either way, JDG,
I don't. Fair enough.
they wanted it. The fight, I guess, turns out not too bad for them. RNG, however, on the back end of eventually do get themselves this dragon. And speaking of getting themselves a dragon, hee hee ha ha, there is no ultimate available from Wei, however, so no dive necessarily to be had, but just the pressure can certainly force Ruler to have to miss out on this wave, and Missing is finally here. Wei.
Does he want to take it? I mean, there's no sneezing going on that's going to work out. Missing is Nature's grasping for the time being. LWX took a turret shot as that Severing Bolt. The execute almost coming through, but Missing is one hit away and eventually drops down to LWX to poke from over the wall. It's Yagao trying to join in. Mum clears out the way, but no one there to support Ruler. A double goes over. LWX is massive. He will trade his life under turret, giving a shutdown back over to Ruler. But things are going really well again for RNG in the early game.
Yeah, I mean, they're proactively looking for plays and they're getting them, right? And I think that's the positive thing to talk about for RNG. Hopefully, if they continue to extend this
again.
lead, as we'll take a pause,
Flash.
Yagao.
Stun. Fear. Can he move? No, he cannot. Tangyuan with the kill. Wave. It doesn't work the second time. Do it a third.
Yeah, there you go. I mean, got the kills. Nothing to be mad about here. Breathe looking for a ward. We'll get it through the Soul Unbound. We'll eat a little bit of trade damage on the way out, though. There's a good spacing from Flandre as well.
Twins. Yeah. I think as we look at the replay here, though, you're going to tell me a little bit more about how this worked out in RNG's favor.
Will I?
Will you not? Would you not
Kidding,
like
I
to?
will. Missing, he gets clipped by that Severing Bolt, and that's kind of the end of it. Once he's underneath that tower, it just means that the old WX walk through very, very easy. And some Volibear buffs coming through because this ultimate was cast off cooldown. So if this was old patch Volibear, wouldn't have worked. Had the ultimate available, but also LWX's death potentially caused by Volibear changes. The duration of that turret disable significantly shorter, just by a second. But a second in a tower dive can be all the difference. As we see there, Breathe. Not going to find necessarily the trade he wants.
Dude, this is a Fate must be up in some gold. I mean, we're looking at a small CS lead, and it's also Twisted Fate. So that's also the problem is LWX all-ins onto Ruler. He's got Flash available. Second skin wouldn't be enough as Mum gets angry again. That damage off the side was unfair. LWX gets tagged and flashes away. Now the gold card, the follow through. He all committed and he gets punished for it. RNG again, maybe the skin was too thick as Breathe. What is he doing? A double kill over to Ruler. And JDG are being gifted away back into this game. Now maybe it goes back and forth as Tangyuan is gifted missing. It must be Christmas because presents are being exchanged.
Yeah, late Chinese New Year.
Yeah.
Being handed off between each other. These two teams. And yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it's pretty damn good for JDG because Ruler's the one that's picking up the kill scores. So
He's fed. Look at him.
yeah, he's 4-2-1. He's only going to base for a double longsword. I think maybe he finished off tier 2 boots there. Not sure if I quite missed that or not. But, I mean, either way, a 4-kill Smolder, 12.5, 30 minutes into this game, is not how you really want to kick things off. Void Seeker connects. LWX looks for the assassination. One more auto would definitely not kill Ruler, but it'll probably take him out of the fight. Ultimate comes in. That was a Q plus the ult. That's why she loses so much health.
That's
but
why I did so much.
the
right.
slow from the wind becomes lightning, means that Flandre can get in range from this gold card, and unfortunately, the timing on Missing's ultimate immediately locks down Breathe, who thought that perhaps his AD carry would live a little bit longer, so he dies from the plate. And then Missing, well, in all fairness, he did think he probably wouldn't get knocked up by the Rakan, because he did knock him back, but still, nonetheless, looking a little bit too aggressively there for more.
Do you think it was a case of how RNG were playing the game again? And so they've got to pause because Breathe is just tempting us with a small trade himself. But RNG, I mean, like we saw there from Breathe, they pulled these, they pull the trigger individually without the team's coordination, right? As we saw in the first game, RNG couldn't pull it all together with their team fighting. And I think, again, we've seen something similar as, okay, Flandre really fought hard for that one. But Breathe goes in, Ming has flash and ulti, but doesn't pull the trigger. Like, it feels like a lot of the time RNG aren't always on the same page. As now, again, we have to see while they start up the Herald, it won't be contested, but will there be a fight afterwards? And will we see RNG coordinating here as they set up a potential dive? There's a quickness onto Flandre, flashes away, he's locked up finally, the Fate sealed, won't go anywhere, the Fear long range, and Tangyuan picks up the credit. Low health bars for RNG, but you can see JDG already backed away.
Yeah, exactly. JDG, they're cross-mapping this. Ygal's getting the bottom side tower, and they're getting the dragon at the same time. So that's the cost of the play. Get Breathe a kill. Probably get the tower. That will be it. All in all, I still think it's... I mean, this one probably RNG feel better about it, right? Because they already had one dragon. And after Breeze's performance on the Yasuo last game, you feel pretty nice about him getting some gold here.
Yeah.
Tangyuan has silently, very, very silently, also gotten himself 4 kills, just like Ruler. So he is very, very strong. And if he hits the 2 iron mark before that next dragon, which I anticipate he will, he is going to be a massive menace to deal with. As JDG, no longer do they have that Tahm Kench to save them from, you know, some of this big AoE.
Very true.
Position a lot more defensively than previous game.
And again, it's what saved last game. It's what saved Kanavi on the play on the engage. So I think it's very relevant you pulling that up because for JDG, it's what gave them the angle to play so hyper-aggressive and maybe not get punished as hard. We've seen this game. Been some really good punishes, however, even in that bottom lane. LWX has come through the lane quite red hot. We mentioned Rulers trading and the fact that he's also big as Breathe now in his own lane. Won't get a fair shot because it's a 1v2. Jumps back onto Yagao. Is the damage there? Is it enough? Way to save his day. The flash is matched though. And Breathe drops down. And now that Way's here, he tried to commit to save his top laner's life, but the range also there. Kanavi trying to buy time. Ulti flies through onto Way. He survives long enough, but the rest of JDG are flying through. You'd say that's great, but RNG need to run for the hills. The range on top as well. And Ruler's damage as he wants to flap, but the wings, I think, are on cooldown. Unfortunately, Dragon with cooldown on wings. We haven't heard of that one before, as ridiculous as it sounds. But man, these fights keep flipping around and JDG keep fighting back.
Hey, I mean, they do keep flipping around, but technically, you know, Shyvana's got cooldown on her wings, you know, she's just like kind of can't always have the dragon form and fly everywhere. Anyway, great pick onto Breathe here, and Breathe does just about everything that he can to get out of this one. Unfortunately, the flash comes through, or rather, it's just the extended range of the dash, beg your pardon, from Kanavi, which allows that one to go down, but then Ming makes his way in. What's nice for Kanavi is he gets the cast off on his ultimate, so he does live a little while longer. Plus, I think a passive heal, and it slows down LWX for Ruler to get involved, and he gets that kill credit as, unfortunately for Kanavi, Ruler isn't able to get a little bit more than he was bargaining for once he went forward with that flash as JDG. 9,000 kills in total.
Hey!
Not bad.
And you gotta remember, these guys haven't been around for that long, like 20... I did this research so many times. I feel like it's 2017 spring or summer. Newbies roster, correct me if I'm wrong. But this team has been around not as long as the EDG's the RNG. So 7th is right about where you'd put them, considering that RNG, EDG, IG, WE, longest standing organizations in the LPL. For JDG, it's the recent form that's pushed up those kills. We'll see if any more get tagged along, because for now, the poke trying to dismay RNG from making this dive with the Herald happen, but as the sun comes through, Kanavi in harm's way. Won't be for much longer as Herald does end up dissipating, gets the turret down to half HP, and with Breathe pushing down bot as well, it's an RNG that are now clearing out this bot side, putting vision of their own, and setting up the Dragon spawning in 1 minute 30 to try and make it a second.
Yeah, I'm wondering if JDG want to contest this, though. They could cross-map for that tier 1 on the top side. One Mountain Dragon, do they feel like it's worth fighting for right now when Tang Yuan is as strong as he is, and Ruler's probably just a little bit shy of hitting that 225 mark? I feel like the answer's likely going to be yes. You've got Kanavi and Yagao up here now, a minute before, and with Yagao no teleport, I think, Jake, that'll just be about it. I think they're going to look for a cross-map more than anything else. Still do have the time to rotate over eventually, but I think that's what they're going for here. Might even have to give up tier 2 on the bottom side, but frankly, they might be able to trade the tier 2 as well. Ruler's going to clear the wave. Okay, yeah, that's balanced. Goodbye, wave.
That's what it's just become, hasn't it? Like, it's like how Rumbles use Equalizer, you know, with a 40-second cooldown.
Well,
to
like,
just clear waves. Like, Mum has no cooldown.
Lucianol as well, but like with far more safety and range.
True. Also heals. It's a heal. So
yeah, I don't know why it does that, but it's okay. It's okay.
Not too sure. It just exists in the game. RNG. While they're pushing down this bot side, Inner goes down to half, but mid is still held on thanks to Mummy. As JDG continue to push out and try and get their vision back in their own jungle. It's Dragon that spawns in 5 seconds, Shimada, the thing we pay attention to, while JDG have to really claw their way through this deep and dark jungle.
Yeah, definitely a bit scary. Kanavi's going to have to be the one that does it. He's got ultimate. There's a lot of range damage, really, from RNG. It's only if Breathe gets on top of him that he's got to worry for the time being.
Andre used ulti, by the way. Destiny is down, so no reposition here from the Twisted Fate.
Yeah, no reposition. RNG, they're really taking their time about this. They don't want JD to get through the choke, but they have now.
Breathe on the angle is good, but gets tagged out. Now they know exactly where he's approaching from if they didn't before. As Dragon goes down to 5k, all for a third. Dragon that will make Mountain Mum flies through again. Wei has to ulti out. He's got flash to get back in, but there's no Dragon Contest. JDG marches a 5-man troop, take it out with ease. And now they've got access to mid-wave as well, Jamada.
Yeah.
It feels like that was just such a simple, smart play.
Yeah, I mean, JDG take their time. Everyone on RNG eventually angles down towards the bottom lane, and there you have it. Not only do they get the dragon because they're able to force their way in. Get this tower as well. RNG just weren't really able to defend the choke. That's the main thing. And they ran out of tools, and they ran out of poke. JDG kind of just forced the issue. Not sure where the replay exactly will start. They're already in the river, unfortunately. So I can't quite highlight that for you, but ultimate from Maokai pushes everyone back. Great interrupt as well, you'll see, from Kanavi right here to ensure there's no potential of a re-engage. Excellently done. It's a very clean dragon take in the end. As RNG are now trying to force their way into the top jungle, lay down some vision. See what they can find off the back of it. This tower is being chipped away more and more in the mid lane, but unfortunately Smolder
Look at this wave clear.
has excellent wave clear. And he is 2 more waves away from the magical number.
You saw the 215. And look, all you have to do is hit champions as well. Remember, those give stacks. So make that 9. Minions left to go for Ruler. And it's just like game 1. I feel like we're rinsing and repeating. The way we get there is different, Jamada. But like, we are at that same point. Ruler is a big concern. This Smolder is fed and has had a really good path of play to get here. You know, this time as well, like there is a long range engage. There's not that same safety net, but missing is going to be a massive threat to set up this Smolder, which again feels like I'm just tooting the horn of JDG, but it goes off what we saw game 1. It goes what we've seen of JDG. It doesn't matter how they get to the point of late game. If they're at late game and gold's not like 10,000 gold down, you have a real concern as to whether you're going to survive a team fight from JDG. Now, am I correct? Let's find out. Kanavi out with a circus display again. Mum flies through, and that executes there now, by the way, Jamada. He's got it packing. So Ruler is big as now Flandre flies in. Was that a blue card? Doesn't
Red.
matter anyway, or maybe it does, and yes, it does indeed. No gold there, Jamada, so
mean-
Cleanse held on to.
You know what though? It gets LWX's flash. I actually think
very
it's
true.
smarter to red card him there than gold card. So
So it's a bigger play. The 5-brain play. Everyone would get the gold card for a cleanse, but no one would red card for a flash.
yeah, you know, like because at the end of the day, if he gets gold carded, he just cleanses and continues to walk back.
True.
Unironically, it was better to pull red. So good job, Flandre. Whether he was actively thinking about that, I'll give him. I'm
Or it just
pretty sure
happened.
he probably was. If he pulls red,
Sneaky.
really
Wait,
sneaky.
wait. Kanavi just
No,
reset.
JD
Kanavi is
JDG
nowhere near.
JDG no, but Kanavi's obviously not anywhere nearby. This is a pretty big problem. And there's not a lot of ultimates available either.
Oh, it's going down slow. Flandre's walking in. I mean, if Baron goes down, great.
Oh,
but
Kanavi.
there's missing jump in. He does it again. Kanavi just flies in and does it again. I thought there's no way he's in range. RNG are just going to lose this series to Baron. It wasn't even JDG's doing. I think RNG just lost this series to Baron.
I can't.
He's just,
can't.
look at his face. Look at his
They
face.
can't
Yeah,
keep
whatever.
getting away with this.
There's no way RNG are about to lose this entire series.
Ah!
The 2 Baron plays. 1 down. Execute to follow. That's an ace. And base is breaking here. You'd have to think, like, what the heck? RNG, where have the good old days gone? What is this?
I don't know, man. I just don't know. Oh, I just give me a second, Jake. Okay, I need to recompose myself because
Yeah, do it in the replay. Do this. Because I
it's
was
just
like,
that,
dude,
like you cannot. He flashes over the knock up.
flashes.
It drops below 1.2k for like a frame, and he still doesn't get to smite it. I just.
See, for me, I checked out. I'm like, dude, Kanavi's not getting in this pit in time. Completely missed that flash, which is such a Chad move. But yeah, the fact he walks up again and just gets a smite is hilarious. Like, I guess for RNG, you're not patting yourself on the back after this game anymore. Like, early game looked great, but now you lost 6,000 gold from Baron. Jamada, gold was even. It was close. JDG were up maybe 2K. Now, 8,000 gold, right? They're going to be picking up this Mountain Dragon because the map is theirs. Breathe is trying to rinse and replicate what his split pushing was in game 1. But JDG at this point, as they get into the enemy base, I mean, they can leave Flandre there. He can Destiny to the play. He's got options.
Yeah. He's got options. Sorry.
Yeah.
Slight reference. Well, he has popped it. It's just to get information
Where's
where
he
Reeve is. And Navi and Rule Up are just going to try and force their way behind this tier 2. The wave's a long way away, so they're probably just going to end up walking around. Not bad here for JDG.
No way did they lose this. No way did RNG lose this game.
What do you mean, no way? Jake, they
I
are
mean, it
like
was-
7,000 gold behind now.
No,
we know what
now
happened.
they do. No, now they do, right? But that sneaky play. I mean, look, it wasn't like the last game. To be fair, where RNG were like 5K gold ahead. I think it was a little bit more competitive, a little bit more concerns. But the fact that we just decided to roll, like, you know, I've heard of cheese rolling down in the UK. That's
Oh,
like
yeah.
what RNG are doing. Like, we're going to throw this cheese down a hill, and if we get there first, that's sick. If not, oh, GG, well played. They just literally threw a roll of cheese down the hill to give JDG a 2-0.
Well, you know, I guess there are some positives to take away from RNG.
Okay, hit me with them.
Like, they did go toe-to-toe for the first 20 minutes against JDG in both their games.
That is true. Very true.
Which is like, you know, it's definitely a feat in itself, but at the same time, JDG's drafts have not really been dedicated to early game, like in the
Also true.
slightest. So there's even a caveat to that. If I'm being completely cynical about it, I don't know. It's a hard watch. It's a hard watch as a neutral. I'm sure it's an even harder watch if you're an RNG fan.
Oh, the RNG fans, I think, are used to it by now. I mean, again,
Yeah.
it's been a really rough split. Like, we were saying how important this game was coming in because you want to see RNG win if you're an RNG fan, because if they start taking losses now, getting past the halfway point in their games where they've already gotten to the eight number on their losses, now it means another loss, 9. Then it's like, okay, cool. You can only hit 7. And 7 has rarely been enough for playoffs. Like, this does feel like the death knell game for RNG that maybe shouldn't have been one with how well they started out of the gates.
Exactly, and it's just come down from smites. It's not. It's just the sad
It
thing,
really
like,
has. It has.
The calls inherently haven't been like that bad. They've just lost smites from like in one way or another. This smite, you know, it was forgivable because Kanavi quite literally did like everything he could to get to the pit in time, but
Yeah.
some of the other ones questionable.
Well, one of them was taken by a Tom Kenstra missing. So,
Yep.
so that one, I mean, you question both jugglers, I guess.
at that point, yeah, very true.
Yeah.
How did we get here?
You're taking up all the oxygen. You want to just
I
slow
need-
down a little
I
bit?
need it.
Just to
I
subside.
need it. After what's happened here, you know,
Yeah.
it's a bit of a travesty. But hey, you know, again, positives are there for RNG.
Yeah. And
Even if they lose.
And look, hey, you know, we didn't come back here to just, you know, be mean to RNG.
No.
You know, we came here as guests to spread our love of our LPL teams that we once remembered. And in this particular case, RNG are down memory lane because, man, it's been a hot minute since, like, we've seen RNG near playoffs. And I'm trying to think, because I remember last year, I shouldn't say near playoffs. I should say, like, near the top 3, right? That's more of a, hey, it's been a while. Because I think RNG made playoffs last year or the
Yeah.
the end of
they
last
made
year.
those last year, yeah.
Yeah. Why am I thinking this team's been at the bottom for ages? Like, oh, RNG aren't good
It's-
anymore.
It's one of those. It's because they're so typically good that you just, you know, like when they're bad for long or like even a short period of time, it just feels longer than it is. Ming.
He's out. Missing. Nature's Grasp. Hang on.
Oh.
Wei has to ulti. They still get the re-engage, and that's an execute on Missing. LWX ulti's in, but Ruler's repositioned is sick as Mum takes care of the rest. Mummy's good like that.
he's-
Breathe tagged on the side as well, and Flandre is just nuking. That guy is rigging the deck. As for JDG, now with so many members down in their way, the base is in tatters again.
Yeah, base in Taz again. How much can they look to
over.
get? The problem is, Hui is a champion. So, good luck ending right now. You gotta go and get Baron, boys. That's exactly what they realize they have to do. No Hui will just clear the waves, so off they go to the Baron and RNG.
Flip
I
it.
mean, okay, how
flip it.
put if Wei
No.
if Wei steals this Baron, I might just put my headset down and let you cast the rest of the series. But oh,
Okay,
he doesn't have
man,
flash.
alright.
Never mind. It's
E. Flandre got it. Everybody gets a turn. Yeah.
I'm just letting you know, if he had the opportunity to get into the back of the pit, you would be casting the rest of this day. You would have been
I
by
probably
yourself.
would, yeah.
All right, I'm just letting you know. I would have closed how we're casting, and it would have just been that would have been it. Anyway, yeah. Look at the oh.
What is
Two
that?
cards
Is-
and a two Twisted Fate war attacks and a ruler war attack. I
Oh my
believe.
god. Yeah, I mean, more likely that Flandre damage was one doing it. He
Oh.
just destinied in between two RNG, but dude, he doesn't take enough damage. Flandre doesn't take enough damage. He survives a burst from a Yone, picks up a double.
And Ruler
Flandre
just
now
solo
getting the
killed
help of
LWX.
Ruler's mum. Where did he come from? This is an assassin Smolder who's now been ultied up, runs in. Flandre doesn't want to die today. But as JDG run forward, it just keeps getting better for them. There's no wave here, Jamada. But like again, they're in a 5 versus 2.
I can't believe it. Oh, Ruler. Yeah, has to be careful. Wait.
That's a trade, isn't it? Taking
Wait,
him in
that's
tag.
doing a lot of damage. But at the end of the day, this should just about be game with the Baron buff. Plus the Void Mites. RNG, they're out of gas.
I think it is. I think it is. With the Twisted Fate, I think it definitely is. RNG, 2 games in a row. Baron is not their friend. If you take one thing away from today, it's that JDG were just gifted the present of 2 games back to back. GG.
I mean, look, JDG happy they're catching up with their arch nemesis BLG, but it's so hard to look at this game without thinking about those smites and the fights that went on in the Baron pit this series. It could have been wholly different had a couple of things gone the way of RNG, but JDG, they just have a magic way about them, don't they? In games like these, in series like these, where team fighting and making the correct call is just what they do.
It's just better. Look, JDG impress us, and again, they still earned this victory. I think that's the thing I want to reiterate is that it's not like RNG were dead ringers to win up those games, that series. The problem is that both games, the Baron just made it easy for JDG to collapse, and that's the thing about top teams in the LPL. It's about top teams in any region. They have a better way of closing out the game once you make a mistake. And Jamada, I think, we've said this about JDG for a while. Like, you make one mistake, you make one error, like, leave one part of the map open. JDG collapsed well, turn it into a 2-3k gold lead out of nowhere. And they're very good at punishing those mistakes, as we saw the Baron power play 6,500 or something in the end. Because once they got it, they ran away with it.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's just prime JDG and their MO, right? If they're not dominating you from the get-go in an early game where, they have a preordained idea of what is going to happen, or they preordain the idea, right? They quite literally manifest what's going to happen. It's, okay, we might fall behind 1,000, 2,000 gold. We don't care. We know what our win cons are. And again, it just kind of plays into what JDG are and how they function as an identity and as a team. And unfortunately, RNG, again, a couple of decisions definitely could have made things go their way, but the fact of the matter is they just couldn't quite win out when it mattered, and when it mattered was inside of those Baron pits.
It's really rough. I mean, again, for RNG, so many good things to talk about, at least from what we did see that didn't happen after the Baron. Like, Tang Yuan had a decent day, and I think he's been the most criticized, for RNG. Like, there were some pretty good moments from Breathe. While RNG are absorbing pressure on the other side of the map, Breathe was pushing out. So it is nice again to see that at least Breathe has that side lane pressure,
Yeah, no, again, there's some bright points here to talk about. And, I hope for RNG, they don't beat themselves up too much. But I fear the nature of the kind of loss like this kind of just means that they're gonna feel quite bad about it. But I hope they don't, because at the end of the day, for me, you know, especially coming in now more from a guest perspective, seeing them be 2-8 when I sat down to do prep was not what I expected out of RNG, right? So to see a 2-8 RNG who are clearly, you know, struggling in form, still bring it to JDG for large portions of this. In fact, when you really think about it, a majority of this series, right?
Sure.
It's still a good sign, and hopefully, even if they don't make top 10 now for playoffs in spring, there's positive things to build around, and if changes need to be made moving into summer, because if the LPL can be cutthroat like that, then those changes, I'm sure, will be made to try and return RNG to the form that we're used to seeing them in.
Just to quickly talk about how they would do that, how they would make top 8. They have to win every single series now. Like, they've only got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 series left. Yeah, I could have just done math to 16, couldn't I? But
Could have, it's okay.
not on this broadcast.
Not on broadcast, though.
No math here. I was going to say that for RNG, they could only hit 7. As we've said, 7 was safe last split. I think it was actually in summer.
Yeah.
Where for one of the first times I've seen 7 be a lock-in point for many. But it depends on that middle of the pack. Everyone else has to do worse. And for RNG, I just don't know if it's possible. Like, they've even got a versus AL, FPX, NIP's in there. How do RNG do it? Well, they're going to do better than this to start off with, that's for sure.
Look, I'll be honest, if they play like how they played in Game 1 and some portions of this Game 2,
Yep.
I don't think it's unreasonable for them to, like, you know,
get
win
to
more
7,
games than
no.
they lose in their remainder, you know?
Yep.
But the fact of the matter still kind of lies that, you know, the majority of this regular season is finished, right? This isn't like, this is their 3rd or 4th series, losing to JDG here sucks, but hey, you've got the whole split ahead of you. You've got, what, 2.5 weeks left, so yeah, it's a very, very tough predicament to be in. The likelihood is, with that loss, making it to 7 wins, going to be very difficult because of some of the matchups they have. 7 wins isn't even a guarantee in playoffs, but
right.
all they can really do is A, try and ensure that they can, you know, feel confident about what they're doing on the Rift, right? Because I think that's definitely one thing you can say about RNG's play for a lot of today's series was they were pretty confident in Forthright in making a lot of plays on the map, right? So yeah, definitely a big amount of learning and building still to do for them. For JDG, however, this series felt more or less like business as usual.
I mean, I think for JDG, yeah, it's again that individual skill, the team fighting that they bring in. We've said it over and over. I think someone who in that series who was quite clean was missing. You know, missing in both games felt pretty impactful. And again, props to this guy who still is one of the best supports in the league. What I've seen, I still feel like he's the best. Missing is just that good, and I don't know if it's Rule that's brought him up to that level or continued helping him, or it's the fact that Missing doesn't have stress because your AD carry is Ruler, and that's naturally made him better. Like, it's all working out in that bottom lane, I think it's simple to say.
Yeah, no. Whatever the sort of formula is to get to the conclusion, it still just means that Missing is playing out of his mind. He really is not only enabling Rula, but the rest of his team, right? Kanavi, we saw multiple times. Kanavi, you know, still does do some Kanavi things from time to time where he does overreach a little bit, tries to take the hand instead of being happy with the finger, and Missing pulls him out quite graciously at times. Game 1 specifically on the Tahm Kench really did, you know, enable Kanavi to be a little bit overzealous in many team fights. And again, that Tahm Kench pick very much allowed them to play the game how they needed to lock down that first game victory.
Oh man. I mean, again, just the fact that if we look over the series, like you won't know which game's which, by the way, because they both look the same.
The draft's almost identical.
Yeah, but this is, of course, our second game we've just gone through. I mean, this dive, this is where it started looking so good for RNG yet again. This time focusing on bot, and LWX was so far ahead, but he just didn't use it. Like, I didn't feel the impact of this Kai, so hey.
Yeah, I mean, both games. And again, for me, the big point in this draft would really have been just pick up the Kai'Sa. I mean, pick up the Smolder, you know? Like,
True.
There's not really a reason, in my mind, to prioritize the the Rakan as heavily as you did here in this series, I get it. You know, like missing pretty damn good Rakan player, but missing plays a bunch of different champions, and you can also just afford to give yourself support counterpick as well, right? Like everything just feels nice. But yeah, they opted for it, and unfortunately, like you said, the impact was certainly not felt, or very much felt pretty lackluster for a majority of the series. It's not really a hit on LWX, it's more the planning on RNG's side that allows JDG to play the style that they do, to give Raw all the resources and then eventually pick up these fights. So, like, again, so sad. So sad.
Kanavi, props to the flash. I mean, that was still clutch, like using everything just to get into the pit. Like, the kryptonite seems to be Baron for RNG. Don't touch. No. Like the meme of T1 Barons. Or was it KT Barons? There's been a lot of team with Baron memes, but you get the picture. RNG definitely became a bit of a meme with the objective this game. I've talked enough about it. I think, again, honorable mentions to JDG's missing, stepping up in this game, in this series. Flandre this time on the Twist of Fate. I guess Yone is not the same as Yasuo, is it? Yasuo got through that lane a lot easier, man. Yone does not.
I also, like, again, not to bang on about it like it's the end-all be-all, but I really feel like going deep lane starting that lane is really, really greedy. That's just me, though.
Point.
Anyway.
He gets it again.
Yeah. Sure. I mean, this game, I feel like Kanavi did earn it, right? Comparatively to last game, for me, I felt like Missing was the guy that was really, you know, he was the stable leg underneath the table that was Kanavi, which then Ruler was sat on as the king. So, yeah, still really, really good series from Kanavi, and results in that 2-0 win.
Man, big again. BLG only locked in playoffs the other day, but for JDG, one step closer towards doing the same, getting that 10th win. Look at today's results if you missed out. Because Jamada, how funny is it? We come into guest and we get the 6-game day. Like, the Corecasters always get these 9-game days, and we come in, rock up, and we're done by 2 o'clock.
Yeah, and you know, the thing is, like, you would expect today's games to actually go like 8 or 9, right?
Oh,
because
yeah, 100%.
it's AOIG. AL just didn't really bring anything to the series. EDG, it felt like rolled over a lot easier than, even though they've been struggling, right? You'll think maybe Monkey makes that a really messy series, and in all fairness, he tried, but it wasn't quite enough. And then, you know, the only 2-0 you really expect from today is JDG RNG. And even that went the distance in game number 1.
Yeah, that went the opposite distance at the start. I thought, okay, here we go. This is going to be our 3-gamer, but no. We end in that form, and for JDG, again, as I said, one step closer towards locking in playoffs among BLG. BLG are officially locked in playoffs, if you're wondering. So 10-1. I mean, again, it's just such a good start considering that both BLG and JDG have those high expectations. A lot of roster swaps elsewhere, a lot more, I should say. But still strong players in these rosters. I mean, it's another reason why we talk up JDG and BLG. But in the meantime, we also have to mention some of our teams that are struggling, like EDG, RNG. The El Clasicos are 16th and 17th. Never thought I'd see the day.
Tell an LPL fan in 2019 that EDG and RNG would be 16th and 17th in the LPL, and they would call you a psycho. But there you go. That's the way things lie for now. And tomorrow's schedule, you see, BLG will be opening up the day against R8. Ultra Prime will follow that with Top Esports in the middle slot, and then Weibo versus WE.
That's a good series.
Definitely deliver as our final series of tomorrow.
I'm pretty big on WE at the moment as well, so I'm kind of excited to see how they go up against what you consider another mid-tier team. Weibo with a change in topside. You know, it's been hard to watch as an original Weibo fan, Jamada, but hey, this was an absolute pleasure. Again, I feel so guilty considering, you know, waking up this morning, getting up at like 6 a.m. I was like, man, bit of a zombie. And, you know, waking up into it, and now our time is over, isn't it? So thanks for partaking. Thanks for being along for the ride so far away over the French channel, the English channel.
English channel.
Sorry. So, to everyone else I haven't offended, it's a pleasure to be back on the LPL. as a guest. We had an awesome day, and we hope you did too. It is bye for now, but not forever. And see you next time on here.